You fool! Warren is dead. HorrorBabble's Horror at Sea, Volume 2, More Nautical Nightmares. Demons of the Sea, by William Hope Hodgson. "Come out on deck and have a look, Darky," Jepson cried, rushing into the half-deck. "The old man says there's been a submarine earthquake, and the sea's all bubbling and muddy." Obeying the summons of Jepson's excited tone, I followed him out. It was as he had said. The everlasting blue of the ocean was mottled with splotches of a muddy hue, and at times a large bubble would appear to burst with a loud pop. Aft, the skipper and the three mates could be seen on the poop, peering at the sea through their glasses. As I gazed out over the gently heaving water, far off to windward, something was hove up into the evening air. It appeared to be a mass of seaweed, but fell back into the water with a sullen plunge, as though it were something more substantial. Immediately after this strange occurrence, the sun set with tropical swiftness, and in the brief afterglow things assumed a strange unreality. The crew were all below, no one but the mate and the helmsman remaining on the poop. Away forward, on the topgallant forecastle head, the dim figure of the man on lookout could be seen, leaning against the forestay. No sound was heard, save the occasional jingle of a chain-sheet, of the flog of the steering gear as a small swell passed under our counter. Presently the mate's voice broke the silence, and, looking up, I saw that the old man had come on deck and was talking with him. From the few stray words that could be overheard, I knew they were talking of the strange happenings of the day. Shortly after sunset, the wind, which had been fresh during the day, died down, and with its passing the air grew oppressively hot. Not long after 2 bells, the mate sung out for me, and ordered me to fill a bucket from overside and bring it to him. When I had carried out his instructions, he placed a thermometer in the bucket. "Just as I thought," he muttered, removing the instrument and showing it to the skipper. 99 degrees. Why, the sea's hot enough to make tea with." "I hope it doesn't get any hotter," growled the latter. "If it does, we shall all be boiled alive." At a sign from the mate, I emptied the bucket and replaced it in the rack, after which I resumed my former position by the rail. The old man and the mate walked the poop side by side. The air grew hotter as the hours passed, and after a long period of silence, broken only by the occasional pop of a bursting gas bubble, the moon arose. It shed but a feeble light, however, as a heavy mist had arisen from the sea, and through this the moonbeam struggled weakly. The mist, we decided, was due to the excessive heat of the sea-water. It was a very wet mist, and we were soon soaked to the skin. Slowly, the interminable night wore on, and the sun arose, looking dim and ghostly through the mist that rolled and billowed about the ship. From time to time we took the temperature of the sea, although we found but a slight increase therein. No work was done, and a feeling as of something impending pervaded the ship. The foghorn was kept going constantly, as the lookout peered through the wreathing mists. The captain walked the poop in company with the mates, and once the third mate spoke and pointed out into the clouds of fog. All eyes followed his gesture. We saw what was apparently a black line which seemed to cut the whiteness of the billows. It reminded us of nothing so much as an enormous cobra standing on its tail. As we looked, it vanished. The grouped mates were evidently puzzled. There seemed to be a difference of opinion among them. Presently, as they argued, I heard the second mate's voice. "That's all rot," he said. "I've seen things in fog before, but they've always turned out to be imaginary." The third shook his head and made some reply I could not overhear, but no further comment was made. Going below that afternoon, I got a short sleep, and on coming on deck at 8 bells, I found that the steam still held us. If anything, it seemed to be thicker than ever. Hansard, who had been taking the temperatures during my watch below, informed me that the sea was 3 degrees hotter, and that the old man was getting into a rare old state. At 3 bells I went forward to have a look over the bows and a chin with Stevenson, whose lookout it was. On gaining the forecastle head, I went to the side and looked down into the water. Stevenson came over and stood beside me. "Rum go, this," he grumbled. He stood by my side for a time in silence. We seemed to be hypnotized by the gleaming surface of the sea. Suddenly, out of the depths, right before us, there arose a monstrous black face. It was like a frightful caricature of a human countenance. For a moment we gazed, petrified. My blood seemed to suddenly turn to ice water. I was unable to move. With a mighty effort of will, I regained my self-control, and, grasping Stevenson's arm, I found I could do no more than croak. My powers of speech seemed gone. "Look!" I gasped. "Look!" Stevenson continued to stare into the sea, like a man turned to stone. He seemed to stoop further over, as if to examine the thing more closely. "Lord!" he exclaimed. "It must be the devil himself!" As though the sound of his voice had broken a spell, the thing disappeared. My companion looked at me, while I rubbed my eyes, thinking that I had been asleep and that the awful vision had been a frightful nightmare. One look at my friend, however, disabused me of any such thought. His face wore a puzzled expression. "Better go aft and tell the old man," he faltered. I nodded and left the forecastle head, making my way aft like one in a trance. The skipper and the mate were standing at the break of the poop, and running up the ladder I told them what we had seen. "Bosh!" sneered the old man. "You've been looking at your own ugly reflection in the water." Nevertheless, in spite of his ridicule, he questioned me closely. Finally, he ordered the mate forward to see if he could see anything. The latter, however, returned in a few moments to report that nothing unusual could be seen. 4 bells were struck, and we were relieved for tea. Coming on deck afterward, I found the men clustered together forward. The sole topic of conversation with them was the thing that Stevenson and I had seen. "I suppose, Doc, it couldn't have been a reflection by any chance, could it?" one of the older men asked. "Ask Stevenson," I replied, as I made my way aft. At 8 bells, my watch came on deck again, to find that nothing further had developed. But about an hour before midnight, the mate, thinking to have a smoke, sent me to his room for a box of matches with which to light his pipe. It took me no time to clatter down the brass-treaded ladder and back to the poop, where I handed him the desired article. Taking the box, he removed a match and struck it on the heel of his boot. As he did so, far out in the night, a muffled screaming arose. Then came a clamour as of hoarse braying, like an ass, but considerably deeper, and with a horribly suggestive human note running through it. "Good God, did you hear that, Darky?" asked the mate in awed tones. "Yes, sir," I replied, listening, and scarcely noticing his question, for a repetition of the strange sounds. Suddenly, the frightful bellowing broke out afresh. The mate's pipe fell to the deck with a clatter. "Run forward," he cried. "Quick now, and see if you can see anything." With my heart in my mouth and pulses pounding madly, I raced forward. The watch were all up on the forecastle head, clustered around the lookout. Each man was talking and gesticulating wildly. They became silent and turned questioning glances toward me as I shouldered my way among them. "Have you seen anything?" I cried. Before I could receive an answer, a repetition of the horrid sounds broke out again, profaning the night with their horror. They seemed to have definite direction now, in spite of the fog that enveloped us. Undoubtedly, too, they were nearer. Pausing a moment to make sure of their bearing, I hastened aft and reported to the mate. I told him that nothing could be seen, but that the sounds apparently came from right ahead of us. On hearing this, he ordered the man at the wheel to let the ship's head come off a couple of points. A moment later, a shrill screaming tore its way through the night, followed by the hoarse braying sounds once more. "It's close on the starboard bow," exclaimed the mate as he beckoned the helmsman to let her head come off a little more. Then, singing out for the watch, he ran forward, slacking the lee braces on the way. When he had the yards trimmed to his satisfaction on the new course, he returned to the poop and hung far out over the rail, listening intently. Moments passed that seemed like hours. yet the silence remained unbroken. Suddenly, the sounds began again, and so close that it seemed as though they must be right aboard of us. At this time, I noticed a strange booming note mingled with the brays, and once or twice there came a sound that can only be described as a sort of gug, gug. Then would come a wheezy whistling, for all the world like an asthmatic person breathing. All this while the moon shone wanly through the steam, which seemed to me to be somewhat thinner. Once the mate gripped me by the shoulder as the noises rose and fell again. They now seemed to be coming from a point broad on our beam. Every eye on the ship was straining into the mist, but with no result. Suddenly one of the men cried out, as something long and black slid past us into the fog astern. From it there rose 4 indistinct and ghostly towers, which resolved themselves into spars and ropes and sails. "A ship! It's a ship!" we cried excitedly. I turned to Mr. Gray. He too had seen something, and was staring aft into the wake. So ghost-like, unreal, and fleeting had been our glimpse of the stranger that we were not sure that we had seen an honest, material ship, but thought that we had been vouchsafed a vision of some phantom vessel like the Flying Dutchman. Our sails gave a sudden flap, the clew irons flogging the bulwarks with hollow thumps. The mate glanced aloft. "Wind's dropping," he growled savagely. "We shall never get out of this infernal place at this gait." Gradually the wind fell until it was a flat calm. No sound broke the death-like silence save the rapid patter of the reef points as she gently rose and fell on the light swell. Hours passed, and the watch was relieved, and I then went below. At 7 bells we were called again, and as I went along the deck to the galley, I noticed that the fog seemed thinner and the air cooler. When 8 bells were struck, I relieved Hansard at coiling down the ropes. From him, I learned that the steam had begun to clear about 4 bells, and that the temperature of the sea had fallen 10 degrees. In spite of the thinning mist, it was not until about a half an hour later that we were able to get a glimpse of the surrounding sea. It was still mottled with dark patches, but the bubbling and popping had ceased. As much of the surface of the ocean as could be seen had a peculiarly desolate aspect. Occasionally a wisp of steam would float up from the nearer sea and roll undulatingly across its silent surface until lost in the vagueness that still held the hidden horizon. Here and there, columns of steam rose up in pillars, which gave me the impression that the sea was hot in patches. Crossing to the starboard side and looking over, I found that conditions there were similar to those to port. The desolate aspect of the sea filled me with an idea of chilliness, although the air was quite warm and muggy. From the break of the poop, the mate called me to get his glasses. When I had done this, he took them from me and walked to the taffrail. Here he stood for some moments polishing them with his handkerchief. After a moment, he raised them to his eyes and peered long and intently into the mist astern. I stood for some time, staring at the point on which the mate had focused his glasses. Presently something shadowy grew upon my vision. Steadily watching it, I distinctly saw the outlines of a ship take form in the fog. "See?" I cried, but even as I spoke, a lifting wraith of mist disclosed to view a great 4-masted bark lying becalmed with all sails set within a few 100 yards of our stern. As though a curtain had been raised and then allowed to fall, the fog once more settled down, hiding the strange bark from our sight. The mate was all excitement, striding with quick, jerky steps up and down the poop, stopping every few moments to peer through his glasses at the point where the foremast had disappeared in the fog. Gradually, as the mist dispersed again, the vessel could be seen more plainly, and it was then that we got an inkling of the cause of the dreadful noises during the night. For some time the mate watched her silently, and as he watched, the conviction grew upon me that in spite of the mist, I could detect some sort of movement on board of her. After some time had passed, the doubt became a certainty, and I could also see a sort of splashing in the water alongside of her. Suddenly, the mate put his glasses on top of the wheelbox and told me to bring him the speaking trumpet. Running to the companionway, I secured the trumpet and was back at his side. The mate raised it to his lips, and taking a deep breath, sent a hail across the water that should have awakened the dead. We waited tensely for a reply. A moment later, a deep, hollow mutter came from the bark. Higher and louder it swelled, until we realized that we were listening to the same sounds we had heard the night before. The mate stood aghast at this answer to his hail. In a voice barely more than a hushed whisper, he bade me call the old man. Attracted by the mate's hail and its unearthly reply, the watch had all come aft and were clustered in the mizzen rigging, in order to see better. After calling the captain, I returned to the poop, where I found the second and third mates talking with the chief. All were engaged in trying to pierce the clouds of mist that half hid our strange consort, and to arrive at some explanation of the strange phenomena of the past few hours. A moment later, the captain appeared carrying his telescope. The mate gave him a brief account of the state of affairs and handed him the trumpet. Giving me the telescope to hold, the captain hailed the shadowy bark. Breathlessly we all listened, when again, in answer to the old man's hail, the frightful sounds rose on the still morning air. The skipper lowered the trumpet, and stood with an expression of astonished horror on his face. "Lord!" he exclaimed. "What an ungodly row!" At this, the third, who had been gazing through his binoculars, broke the silence. "Look!" he ejaculated. "There's a breeze coming up astern." At his words, the captain looked up quickly, and we all watched the ruffling water. "That packet yonder is bringing the breeze with her," said the skipper. "She'll be alongside in half an hour." Some moments passed, and the bank of fog had come to within 100 yards of our taffrail. The strange vessel could be distinctly seen just inside the fringe of the driving mist wreaths. After a short puff, the wind died completely, but as we stared with hypnotic fascination, the water astern of the stranger ruffled again with a fresh cat's paw. Seemingly with a flapping of her sails, she drew slowly up to us. As the leaden seconds passed, the big foremaster approached us steadily. The light air had now reached us, and with a lazy lift of our sails, we too began to forge slowly through that weird sea. The bark was now within 50 yards of our stern, and she was steadily drawing nearer, seeming to be able to outfoot us with ease. As she came on, she laughed sharply, and came up into the wind with her weather leeches shaking. I looked toward her poop, thinking to discern the figure of the man at the wheel, but the mist coiled around her quarter, and objects on the after end of her became indistinguishable. With a rattle of chain sheets on her iron yard, she filled away again. We meanwhile had gone ahead, but it was soon evident that she was the better sailor, for she came up to us hand over fist. The wind rapidly freshened, and the mist began to drift away before it, so that each moment her spars and cordage became more plainly visible. The skipper and the mates were watching her intently, when an almost simultaneous exclamation of fear broke from them. "My God!" And well they might show signs of fear, for crawling about the bark's deck were the most horrible creatures I had ever seen. In spite of their unearthly strangeness, there was something vaguely familiar about them. Then it came to me that the face that Stevenson and I had seen during the night belonged to one of them. Their bodies had something of the shape of a seal's, but of a dead, unhealthy white. The lower part of the body ended in a sort of double-curved tail, on which they appeared to be able to shuffle about. In place of arms, they had two long, snaky feelers, at the ends of which were two very human-like hands, which were equipped with talons instead of nails. Fearsome indeed were these parodies of human beings. Their faces, which, like their tentacles, were black, were the most grotesquely human things about them, and the upper jaw closed into the lower, after the manner of the jaws of an octopus. I have seen men among certain tribes of natives who had faces uncommonly like theirs, but yet no native I had ever seen could have given me the extraordinary feeling of horror and revulsion I experienced toward these brutal-looking creatures. "What devilish beasts!" burst out the captain in disgust. With this remark he turned to the mates, and as he did so, the expressions on their faces told me that they had all realized what the presence of these bestial-looking brutes meant. If, as was doubtless the case, these creatures had boarded the bark and destroyed her crew, what would prevent them from doing the same with us? We were a smaller ship and had a smaller crew, and the more I thought of it, the less I liked it. We could now see the name of the bark's bow with the naked eye. It read Scottish Heath, while on her boats we could see the name bracketed with Glasgow, showing that she hailed from that port. It was a remarkable coincidence that she should have a slant from just the quarter in which yards were trimmed, as before we saw her she must have been drifting around with everything aback. But now in this light air she was able to run along beside us with no one at her helm. But steering herself she was, and although at times she yawed wildly, she never got herself aback. As we gazed at her, we noticed a sudden movement on board of her, and several of the creatures slid into the water. "See, they've spotted us, they're coming for us," cried the mate wildly. It was only too true. Scores of them were sliding into the sea, letting themselves down by means of their long tentacles. On they came, slipping by scores and hundreds into the water, and swimming toward us in droves. The ship was making about 3 knots, otherwise they would have caught us in a very few minutes. But they persevered, gaining slowly but surely, and drawing nearer and nearer. The long tentacle-like arms rose out of the sea in hundreds, and the foremost ones were already within a score of yards of the ship, before the old man bethought himself to shout to the mates to fetch up the half-dozen cutlasses that comprised the ship's armory. Then, turning to me, he ordered me to go down to his cabin and bring up the 2 revolvers out of the top drawer of the chart table, also a box of cartridges that was there. When I returned with the weapons, he loaded them and handed one to the mate. Meanwhile, the pursuing creatures were coming steadily nearer, and soon half a dozen of the leaders were directly under our counter. Immediately, the captain leaned over the rail and emptied his pistol into them, but without any apparent effect. He must have realized how puny and ineffectual his efforts were, for he did not reload his weapon. Some dozens of the brutes had reached us, and as they did so, their tentacles rose into the air and caught our rail. I heard the third mate scream suddenly, and turning, I saw him dragged quickly to the rail, with a tentacle wrapped completely around him. Snatching a cutlass, the second mate hacked off the tentacle where it joined the body. A gout of blood splashed into the third mate's face, and he fell to the deck. A dozen more of those arms rose and wavered in the air, but they now seemed some yards astern of us. A rapidly widening patch of clear water appeared between us and the foremost of our pursuers, and we raised a wild shout of joy. The cause was soon apparent, for a fine fair wind had sprung up, and with the increase in its force, the Scottish Heath had got herself aback, while we were rapidly leaving the monsters behind us. The third mate rose to his feet with a dazed look, and as he did so, something fell to the deck. I picked it up, and found that it was the severed portion of the tentacle of the third's late adversary. With a grimace of disgust, I tossed it into the sea, as I needed no reminder of that awful experience. 3 weeks later, we anchored in San Francisco. There, the captain made a full report of the affair to the authorities, with the result that a gunboat was dispatched to investigate. 6 weeks later, she returned to report that she had been unable to find any signs, either of the ship herself or of the fearful creatures that had attacked her. And since then, nothing, as far as I know, has ever been heard of the 4-masted bark Scottish Heath, last seen by us in the possession of creatures that may rightly be called demons of the sea. Whether she still floats, occupied by her hellish crew, or whether some storm has sent her to her last resting place beneath the waves, is surely a matter of conjecture. Perchance, on some dark, fog-bound night, a ship in that wilderness of waters may hear cries and sounds beyond those of the wailing of the winds. Then let them look to it, for it may be that the demons of the sea are near them. The Boat on the Beach by Kadra Maysi. The lifeguards watched her every night come down the boardwalk from the beach hotel, cross the dunes obliquely, and go to sit in the boat. They talked about her, idly but speculatively, as lonely men talk about the smallest thing which crosses their horizon, and they agreed that she wasn't bad-looking. She was a slim woman, probably somewhere in the 30s, a slim woman dressed all in white, with a lot of wavy blue-black hair. They noticed that her hair was unusually beautiful and most unusually abundant. They noticed that she had narrow feet in the low-heeled, one-strap white kid pumps and slender ankles above them. They noticed that she wore no color on her clothes, her cheeks, or lips. One day she turned and looked directly up when the boy in the observation room had the glass trained upon her. The boy fell back a step and said, "Good God!" When the others asked him what the matter was, he said, "I saw her eyes." They asked him what color her eyes were, and what was the trouble with them. He said, "They're big, and I think they're black as her hair, but they look like you'd expect the eyes of somebody nailed on a cross to look." She did not look up again, but every evening, before dark, she came down and crossed the dunes and sat in the lifeguard's boat for several hours, and the lifeguards talked about her, idly, when they were not discussing the far more important topic of the latest maritime disaster. For this was just 3 weeks after the passenger steamer Astarte had sprung a leak and foundered, in foul weather, just a few hundred miles off the coast. For some reason, which the surviving members of her crew could not satisfactorily explain, her SOS had not been sent out in what her surviving passengers and the public considered time enough to bring her aid. More than 50% of those on board had perished, either in the launching of the lifeboats or in the stormy, bitter cold of the days before that pitiful flotilla was picked up by the rescue ships. Shipping boards and owners, passengers and reading public investigated, questioned, promised explanations, threatened suits, and wrote to the papers. And when they were through, nobody knew any more than they had known at first. For the only man who had that secret locked under the breast of his blue uniform had done his best, whether right or wrong, and had gone down on the bridge of his ship. It was a far more important topic than idle discussion of a slim woman in white who sat alone in a boat on the beach from sunset until the 3/4 moon had passed high overhead toward the west. The lifeguards were discussing it gravely, humbly, understandingly, as beseemed men who know that the sea has crises too great for any man to meet. The boarders at the beach hotel, most of whom had never taken a longer sea voyage than that afforded by the 6-mile ferry from the mainland to the island, were discussing it shrilly, assertively, not hesitating to censure and to state what should or should not have been done. But everybody was discussing it, even the 8-year-old small boy who came every day from the nearest cottage to inspect the lifeguard station, to mount the lookout ladders, to climb into the boats, to help the sunburned men in white wash, paint, scrub brass, and oil the heavy 2-wheel carriages so that they might be, momentarily, ready to be launched upon their runway to the sea. The small boy knew that a boat had sunk, a big boat full of men and women and little boys and girls. His daddy had said they were drowned because the captain had not sent a wireless off in time, but the oldest lifeguard, the little one with the bow legs and the grizzled hair that stood up straight, had said, "Sonny, all a man can do is do his best." The small boy understood, too, and privately he agreed with the lifeguard, rather than with his daddy. He was in the 3rd grade, would be when school opened again, and he practiced writing on the beach, Astarte. One morning, while he was laboriously tracing it, the lady in the sleeveless white silk dress came up behind him. She said, "You too?" And, not understanding but liking her voice, he looked up and smiled at her with his wide governor's gates of missing teeth. She said, "Will you come down to the drugstore and eat an ice cream cone with me?" At the counter, she said, "What do you want?" He chose a strawberry one and asked politely, "What do you want?" She looked at him with her wide black eyes, and the soda joker heard her say, "A little boy like you, for a sea anchor." But she ordered another strawberry cone, and then, for some reason, did not eat it, and asked him if he would be kind enough to eat it for her. That evening she came down, as usual, along the walk across the sandhills. Looking up over the dunes from the boat, she saw the sea oats etched in golden grain and sheaf against the sky. Sunset, out on the back beaches, had set the marsh aflame. Up to the zenith its wastrel opal spattered the western clouds. East, the giant copper disk of the moon came out of the sea. She sat there so long, with her arms clasped around her knees. The wind was whipping her thin white dress and loosening strands of her long black hair, but her body did not move. To the lifeguard up in the observation tower, she looked a woman carved in stone. She saw the moon go higher and cut in the sea's green jungle a silver road. It stretched from the climbing planet straight to the boat on the beach. Her brain was grasping at scattered thoughts, as a drowning person grasps drifting straws. She was half remembering queer old lines, things that nobody reads nowadays. Who wrote, "Wished that the ebbing tide would bear me away on its bosom to the ocean far and wide"? The lifeguard up in his conning place remembered that next night would be the full moon and the flood tide. He looked again to see that the boat, on its heavy carriage, was well above the high tide mark. It was well above it, there in the moonlight, with that lonely figure sitting in the stern. The small boy, lying on his stomach on a sand dune just 100 yards away, was watching too. He had seen the red moon rise and throw that path across the sea to the boat. Being a child and nearer to God, his vision was clearer than theirs. He saw what the lifeguard did not see, what the slim woman in the boat did not see, although she looked for it with eyes which bore witness to her crucifixion every night. He had been watching every night, the small boy on the dune. It had happened every night, and it was happening again. But the woman in the boat sat marble still. The wind moved only her dress and her hair. She seemed to think that she was alone at the end of that long, moon-sequined path. Flood tide foamed on the beach next night, brimmed the gutters and shallow pools, washed the sides of the outpost dunes into new, concave, wave-carved shapes. Just before sunrise, the lookout saw that the boat on the beach was gone. The man who had had night watch reported having seen it shortly before midnight. Tide had turned 3 hours before that time, and it was then well above the water. Anyway, it was an 8-man boat, and it took 2 husky ones to launch it. Yes, he was sure he had seen it at 11:50 p.m. He was absolutely sure, for the woman in white had been sitting in it then. The 2 lifeguards who went down to investigate found the heavy carriage with its 2 broad-tired wheels, its chassis, pole, and ropes well out in the surf of the now incoming tide. That in itself proved that someone had taken the boat. Had the flood tide, coming higher than usual, washed it out, it would have taken the boat alone, and not the carriage with its sand-embedded wheels. Some persons, for the strongest lifeguard could not alone roll that carriage down the shingle, had rolled it out into the surf deep enough to launch it. With 1 man hauling on its rope and 1 pushing on the pole, they got it back to its place high on the beach. Starting up the boardwalk, they met a group of men from the hotel. The manager himself was one of them, and he was speaker. "We've just been to the station to report a woman missing. One of the ladies didn't come in last night. Can you help us?" What did she look like? We'll send a man out on the beach and send a boat out too, right away. She was a slim woman, with a lot of dark hair, and she was dressed all in white. That's the woman who sits in the boat, said the grizzled lifeguard. And the younger one added, She was in it last night. Sawyer said he saw her there just before midnight. What boat? Where's the boat? Demanded the manager. The station boat that sits on its carriage just across the dunes. She's been coming down and sitting in it for hours every night. Where is it now? We'd like you to tell us that. Somebody rowed the carriage down the beach and launched it sometime between midnight and daybreak. And you say a slim woman, a woman in white, was sitting in it last night? Sawyer saw her in it at 11:50. But great God, said the manager, that was Mrs. Card. What Mrs. Card? You don't mean? Yes, I do mean, said the manager. That was the Mrs. Card, wife, I should say widow, of Captain Card of the steamship Astarte. I hadn't heard she was here, one of the Coast Guards said. She registered under a different name, answered the manager. She wanted to be quiet, and that was the only way. But she told me who she was and why she was doing it. Do you think we'll find her on the island? Or do you think... Nobody said what he thought, but they all were thinking hard. Not one of them failed to wonder whether the theft of a seaworthy boat by parties unknown, and the suicide of a woman beside herself with grief, might not be unrelated incidents occurring only by coincidence on the same night. Within 30 minutes, there were 6 volunteer boats, as well as the station boats, out past the breakers, and posses were patrolling the beach and every foot of the island. But midday came without a trace of lost woman or lost lifeboat. The oldest guard was in the lookout room when the little boy climbed the ladder. He usually came earlier, but he had been following the search. The station was quiet, for all the men except the lookout and the wireless operator were engaged in that search. He climbed the ladder, the little boy did, and stuck a towhead in a cap much too large for it into the door of the lookout room. And the grizzled lookout dropped the glasses in his hand and stared as if he saw a ghost. God almighty, where'd you get it? Where'd you get that cap, buddy? The little boy took it off and proudly held it out to him. Then the man set it on one gnarled fist and turned it slowly, unbelievingly, around with the other hand. It was the regulation blue and white cap of a passenger steamship's officer. Its gold braid and insignia told those who knew the sea that it was a master's cap, and the lettering above its visor told anyone who read that it was property of the SS Astarte. The lifeguard was still turning it slowly, unbelievingly. Where'd you get it, buddy? On the beach, where the man dropped it while he was shoving the boat last night. What man, buddy? The man who came and took the boat and the lady away with him. The same man who used to come and sit every night in your boat with her. Landsmen have always called sailormen a superstitious folk. This is as it should be, for superstition, like everything else, lends itself to the individual interpretation. And those who go down to the sea in ships know well enough that there occur phenomena which are outside landsmen's experience. So the old lifeguard turned the cap in his rope-gnarled, salt-scarred fingers. Tell me about it, buddy. Sure you didn't dream it? No, sir. I was wide awake, sitting out on the sandhill there. Nights that Mother and Daddy go to the hotel dances, I stay out until the music stops, then run back home before they get there. Tell me what you saw. You say you've seen him before? Oh, yes, he's come every night since the lady came. I don't know which side he comes from. I never see him until he's on the beach at the edge of the waves, right where the end of the road of moonlight is. He goes and sits in the boat with her, but she never seemed to see him before. Perhaps she saw him last night because the moon was so bright and big. She saw him? Yes, she saw him. She held out her arms to him, and he came across the beach and put his arms around her. I watched him launch the boat, and when it was afloat, jump in it with her. I thought he had a right to do it, because he was dressed like an officer. He was dressed like an officer? Yes, like the captain of the ferry that brought us over here. He had a blue uniform with gold braid on his cuffs, and he had this cap. He dropped it on the beach. Can I keep it? The telephone bell. It was the hotel manager asking whether there was yet any news of boat or woman. No, not yet, said the grizzled guard, and after he shut the telephone, he handed the blue cap back to the little boy. Yes, you can keep it, buddy, he said, because there won't be any news. Table for Two by Arthur Leo Zagat. The table where he sat was at the very edge of the terrace, below which the sea foam whispered, and in the farthest corner from the leaf-arched entrance. Most of the couples who came here would accept it only if no other were available, for the music reached here only faintly. The rustling bulk of an oleander bush blocked their view of the dancing, and the waiter's eye was hard to catch. He smiled, thinking how it was for these very reasons they two had always met here, because in this fragrant shadow they could be alone together, be almost safe from discovery. So many evenings this long summer he had waited here for her as he waited now, that the waiter did not come near him, did not even glance at him. The waiter knew that he would not order unless she came, slender and graceful, her face scarf hidden, till she unveiled it for his kiss. Nights almost beyond counting he had waited here for her, never certain that she had been able to slip away from old Forsyth, who owned her. But tonight was different. Tonight he was certain that she would come. And this was the last night that she would have to come to him furtively. The last night they would have to part secretly, she returning to the great stone house on the hill, he to the lonely shack on the dunes where rusted the typewriter, whose clacking had brought her to his open door that morning so long and long ago. He had thought her a child when he'd looked up and seen her, sun-bright on tumbled russet hair, framing a small face, pert-featured, yet somehow wistful, laughter in hazel eyes somehow like sun-glint on the surface of deep, dark waters. He had not thought her a child long. Yes, tonight was different, a night for farewells. A muted sadness was in it, in the sough of the tide and the wind-rustle of the bushes. Summer's end. The strains of In the Vienna Woods seemed to come from a far distance. Forms glimpsed through the oleander's dark foliage were dim. The noises of the place, laughter from the tables, crunch of feet on gravel, shuff-shuff of dancing, seemed strangely hushed. He pulled the edge of his hand across his forehead. Sound, sight, seemed to be fading as the summer was fading. Time itself seemed to be slipping from him. He could not, for instance, quite recall coming to this table, beneath which the sea foam whispered, very near now, because it was full tide. No wonder in that. No one could be quite normal after what he had done. He could recall that clearly enough, too clearly, as though it were happening now. He was creeping, in the early dark, toward the single lighted rectangle that broke the gloom of the great stone house on the hill. His palm was sweaty, gripping the knife he'd kicked up out of the sand. He was afraid, but he was confident, too. It all was working out exactly as he had anticipated when she had told him that Forsyth was sending her to the city to prepare for their return, and that she would dine before starting back. that the servants, all but the chauffeur who was to drive her, were to attend a dance in the village. Their butler had argued that Forsyth should not remain alone. 2 nights ago, someone had been seen prowling about the rear of the house, last night a cottage on the shore road, and so on. But the old man irascibly had insisted on having his own way, as he always did, remembering how these matters had made a pattern, at the centre of which was the salvage knife. He reached the tall French window that stood open to the lawn and peered around its edge. Hamlin Forsyth, shrunken and grey-faced and thin-lipped, was sunk deep in an armchair too big for the dried-up body, so big that its wing hid all but the narrow shoulders, the hairless head. That head lifted, turned, and grey, hard eyes looked straight at him. A voice like the rustle of dried leaves. "Don't stand out there. Come in." He obeyed, hiding the knife behind his back. He halted just inside, barely 2 feet from the old man. The latter looked at him with the utterly dispassionate curiosity of a scientist examining an unfamiliar specimen. "So you have come here?" "Yes," he replied hoarsely, surprised that he could speak at all. "I have come." "Well," Forsyth sighed, "I am ready for you." The old man's hand came up above the covert of the chair's side, and the revolver in it was shining, huge. In the split second before it could fire, his knife flailed for the scrawny throat. "Darling." She was slipping into the chair across from him, even that small movement informed with singing grace. "Heart of mine." He had her hands in his, was leaning across the little table to put his lips on hers. Hands, lips were icy. "You are cold, my very dear." "Yes, I am cold." In the dimness he could not see her as clearly as he would have liked, but he could make out that she wore a hat, that her slenderness was still clad in an afternoon suit. Desperately cold. "You're exhausted. You came straight here from that long drive. I'll order a drink to warm you." "No, lover." A swash of water ran along the terrace wall, the turn of the tide. "I may stay only a moment to say goodbye." "Not goodbye, my dear. Not in a moment, nor ever again. Let me tell you, there is something I must tell you." Her shadow voice stopped his. "While I was in the city, I spoke to our family physician. No, not for myself. Hamlin had been in to him for an examination Wednesday, and I wanted to know why he had not received the report of certain laboratory tests. He had. Dr. Carter had written him. He had received the letter yesterday morning, and he had not shown it to me because what it told him was that he had perhaps 6 months more to live." "6 months," he whispered. "Not possibly any more. I drove right home without stopping for dinner, and so drove into the grounds just as you were stepping in through that window. I jumped from the car and ran to stop you, voiceless, and I was right behind you when he fired. Hamlin saw me, and that is why we must part, forever." Part. He remembered the shot now. "I'm sorry, sir," the head waiter said, right above her, "but this is the only table I have left." A boy and a girl were with him. "You fool! Don't you see us?" Heeding that cry not at all, the man pulled out a chair. The chair in which he'd been sitting only an instant before. Sinking into the other chair at the table for 2, Bob Cortlandt looked startled suddenly. He glanced around, turned back to the girl, his brow corrugated. "Maybe I'm nuts, kid, but I thought I heard someone right here whisper, 'Goodbye.'" Silly. Mary Hamlin's laugh was silvery tinkle. "It was just the sea you heard, Bobby. Just the foam on the ebb tide." The Voice in the Dawn by William Hope Hodgson. To those who have cast doubt upon the reality of the great Sargasso Sea, asserting that the romantic features of this remarkable sea of weed have been greatly exaggerated, I would point out that this mass of weed lurking in the central parts of the Atlantic Ocean is a fluctuating quantity, not confined strictly to an area, but moving bodily for many hundreds of miles, according to storms and prevailing winds, though always within certain limits. Thus it may be that those who have gone in search of it, and not having found it where they expected, have therefore foolishly considered it to be little more than a myth, built around those odd patches and small conglomerations of the weed, which they may have chanced across. And all the time, somewhere to the north or south, east or west, the great shifting bulk of the weed has lain quiet and lonesome and impassable, a cemetery of lost ships and wrack and forgotten things. And so my story will prove to all who read. I was, at the time of this happening, a passenger in a large bark of 890 tons, bound down to the Barbados. We had very fine, light weather for the first 20 days out, with the wind variable, giving the men a great deal of work with the yards. On the 21st day, however, we ran into strong weather, and at nightfall Captain Johnson shortened sail right down to the main topsail, and hove to the vessel. I questioned him concerning his reason for doing this, as the wind was not extraordinarily heavy. He took me down into the saloon, and there, by the aid of diagrams, showed me that we were within the eastern fringe of a great cyclone, which was coming up northward from the vicinity of the line, but trending constantly westward in its progress. By heaving to the vessel as he had done, he allowed the cyclone to continue its westward journey, leaving us free. If, however, he had continued to run the ship on, then he would have ended by running us right into the heart of the storm, where we might have been very easily dismasted, or even sunk, for the fury of these storms is prodigious, if one comes truly within their scope. The captain gave me his opinion and reasons for supposing that this storm, of which we felt no more than the fringe, as it were, was a cyclone of quite unusual violence and extent. He assured me also that when daylight came on the morrow, there would most probably be a certain proof of this in the great masses of floating weed and wrack that we should be likely to encounter. These weed masses, he informed me, were torn from the great eddy of the Atlantic Ocean, where enormous quantities of it were gathered, extending, broken and unbroken, for many hundreds of miles, a place to be avoided by all reasonable navigators. Now it all turned out as the captain had foretold. The storm eased hourly through the night, as the cyclone drew off into the westward sea, so that ere the dawn had come, we lay upon water somewhat broken by the swell of the departed storm, yet almost lacking even a light breath of wind. At midnight, I went below for sleep, but was again on deck in a few hours, being restless. I found Captain Johnson there walking with the mate, and after greeting him, I went over to the lee rail to watch the coming of the dawn, which even then made some lightness in the eastward sky. It came with no more than moderate quickness, for we had not yet come into the tropics, and I watched very earnestly, because the dawnlight has always held for me a strange attraction. There grew first in the east a pale shimmering of light, very solemn, coming so quietly into the sky it might have been a ghost light spying secretly upon the sleeping world. And then, even as I took account of this thing, there went a spreading of gentle rose hues to the northward, and upon this a dull orange light in the mid-sky. Presently there was a great loom of greenness, most wondrous in the upper sky, and from this green and aerial splendor of utter quietness there dropped curtains of lemon that enticed the sight to peer through their mystery into the lost distance, so that my thoughts were all very far from this world. And the lights grew and strengthened as if they had a great pulse, and the wonder of the dawn lights beat steadily upon the eye in an ever-continuing brightness, until all the eastward sky was full of a pale and translucent lemon, flaked athwart with clouds of transparent greyness and gentle silver. And in the end there came a little light upon the sea, very solemn and dreary, making all that vast ocean but a greater mystery. And, surely as I looked outward upon the sea, there was something that broke the faint looming of light upon the waters, but what it was I could not at first see. Out of the mists of the lost horizon there climbed presently a little golden glory, so that I knew the sun had near come out of the dark, and the golden light made a halo in that part of the far world, sending a ray across the mystery of the dark waters. Then I saw somewhat more plainly the thing that had lain upon the sea between me and the far lights of the dawn. It was a great, low-seeming island in the midst of the loneliness of the ocean. Yet, as I knew well from the charts, there was no proper island in these parts, and I conceived, therefore, that this thing must be an island of the weed, of which the captain had spoken the previous day. "Captain Johnson," I called to him softly, because there seemed so great a quietness beyond the ship. "Captain Johnson, bring the glasses." And presently we were spying across the vanishing dark at this floating land of the storm. Now, as we looked earnestly across all that quiet greyness of the sea at the dim-seen island, I became doubly filled with the mystery and utter hush of the dawn time, and of the lights, and of the lesson of the morning which is told silently at each dawn over the world. I seemed to hear newly and with great plainness each sound and vague noise that was about me, so that the gentle creaking of the masts and gear was as a harsh calling across that quiet, while the sea made hollow and dank sounds against the wet sides of the ship, and the noise of one walking on the forecastle was the thing that made all the vessel seem to resound emptily. But when I listened to the far-off parts of the sea, even whilst I looked with solemn feelings at that ghostly island half seen in the dawn, it was as if no sound had ever been out there, except it might be some damp wind that wandered forlorn in the distance of the ocean. And by all this you will understand something of the mood that had come upon me. And indeed I think this mood was not mine alone, for the captain was very quiet, and said little, looking constantly towards the grey gloom of the island in the dawn. And then, as the sun cast the first beam of light clear over the mists of the hid horizon, there came a little, thin noise out of all the dawn of the world. It was as if I heard a small voice far off in the miles, coming to me out of an infinite distance. "Son of man, son of man." I heard it very faint and lost, seeming in all that mystery of the eastward sea, drifting out of the quiet of the dawn. Towards the east there was only emptiness and greyness, and the quiver of the dawn shine, and the first rays of the morning upon the silver-grey shimmer of the sea. Only these things, and the low-lying stretch of the weed island, maybe half a mile to the eastward, a desolate shadow, quiet, upon the water. I set my hand to my ear and listened, looking at the captain, he likewise listening, having looked first well through his glasses, but now he stared at me, half questioning with his eyes. The sun stood up over the edge of the grey, glimmering ocean like a roadway of flame, broken midway by the dull stretch of the weed island, and in that moment the sound came again. "Son of man, son of man." Out of morning light that made glows in the eastward sea, Far and faint and lonesome was the voice, and so thin and ethereal it might have been a ghost calling vaguely out of the scattering greynesses, the shadow of a voice amid the fleeting shadows. I stared round at all the sea, and surely on every side it was studded with islets of weed, clearly seen upon the silver of the morning sea, through the quiet miles into the horizons. As I looked this way and that way with something of astonishment, there came again to my hearing a faint sound, as if I heard a thin, attenuated piping in the east, coming very incredible and far-off sounding and unreal over the hush of the water. Shrill and dree, and yet vague it was, and presently heard it no more. The captain and I looked often at one another during this time, and again we searched the width of the eastward sea and the desolateness of the long, low island of the weed, but there was nowhere anything that might lead us to an understanding of this thing that bewildered us. The mate also had stood near to us listening, and had heard the strange, thin, faint calling and piping, but he likewise had no knowledge or understanding by which we might judge the thing. Whilst we were drinking our morning coffee, Captain Johnson and I discoursed upon this mysterious happening, and could in no wise come any the nearer to an understanding, unless it was some lone derelict held in the weed of the great island that lay eastward of us. This was, in truth, a proper enough explanation, if only we might set proof upon it, and to this end the captain ordered one of the boats to be lowered, and a large crew to man the boat, and each man to be armed with a musket and a cutlass. Moreover, he sent down into the boat 2 axes and 3 double-edged whale-pikes or lances, with 6 feet blades, very keen, and as broad as my palm. To me he dealt a brace of pistols, and likewise a brace to himself, and the 2 of us had our knives. And by all of these things you can see, as I have told, that he had known previous adventures with the weed, and that he had knowledge of dangers that were peculiar thereto. We put out presently in the clear morning light towards the great island of the weed that lay to the eastward, and this island was, maybe, nearly 2 miles long, and, as we found, something more than half of a mile broadwise, or, as the sailors named it, in the beam. We came to it pretty quickly, and Captain Johnson bid the men backwater when we were some 20 fathoms off from the midmost part, which was opposite to the ship. Here we lay a while, and looked through our glasses at the weed, searching it all ways, but saw nowhere any sign of derelict craft, nor aught that spoke of human life. Yet of the life of sea animals there was no end, for all the weed upon the outer edges seemed to crawl with various matters, though at first we had not been able to perceive these, because of the similarity in colour with the yellowness of the weed, which was very yellow in the light outward fronds spreading out upon the waters. Inward of the mass of the island, I saw that there went a dark and greener shading of the yellow, and there I discovered that this green darkness was the colour of the great weed stems that made up the bulk of the island, like so many great cables and serpents of a yellow-green, very dank and gloomy, wandering amid their twistings and turnings and vast entanglements that made so huge and dreary a labyrinth. After we had made a pretty good survey of that part, we turned to the northward, and Captain Johnson bid the men pull slowly along the coast of that great island of weed. In this wise we went a good mile, until we came to the end, where we set the boat to the eastward, so as to come round to the other side. And all the while as we went forward, the captain and I made constant observations of the island, and of the sea about it, using our glasses to the purpose. This way I saw 1,000 matters to give me cause for interest and wonder, For the weed all about the borders of the island had living creatures a-move within amid the fronds, and the sea showed frequently in this place, and the glitter of strange fish very plentiful and various. Now I took a particular heed to note the many creatures that lived amid the weed, for I was always interested in the weed sea, from the many accounts which I had heard concerning it, both from Captain Johnson and from other men of the sea that had been shipmasters in my voyages. And surely these islands and gatherings together of the weed had been rent from that great weed sea which Captain Johnson spoke of always as the Great Eddy. As I have said, I took very good heed to note what manner of creatures lived in the weed, and in this way I perceived presently that there were more crabs than aught else, so far as the power of my glasses could show me, for there were crabs in every place, and all of them yellow in the top parts as the weed, and some were as small as my thumb-top, and many were less, I suppose, had I been closer to discover them, but others crawling amid the weed fronds must have spread a great foot across the back, and were all yellow, so that, save when they moved, they might lie hidden entirely by matching the shades of the weed in which they lived. We had pulled round the northward end of the island, and found it, as I have told, something more than 1/2 mile wide, or maybe 3/4 for all that we could be sure. And here let me tell concerning the height of the island above the sea, which we judged now, being very low down in the boats, and looking upward at the weed to be about 20 or 25 feet good above the ocean, the greatest height being in the middle parts, inward as it were, of the island, looking as if it had been a low, thick wood with the greater trees in the centre, and all lost in jungle of strange, creeping plants. And this is the best likeness I can give of that island to any landward thing. Having pulled round the north end of the island, we made southward all along the western coast of the weed, being minded to go entirely about it, and chanced discovering the cause and the place of that strange calling in the dawn. And indeed it was a dree place to be, for constantly we would open out some dark cavern place of dark green and gloom that went inward of the weed amid those great stems, and often there seemed to be things moving therein, and always there was a quietness in all that desolate waste, save when some small wind played strangely across it, making the yellow fronds of the weed stir a little in this place and that, with little sighings of sound, as if doleful beings lurked in all that mass of quiet darkness. And when the little wind had gone away over the sea, there came a double silence by the contrast, so that I was glad that the boat was kept well off from the weed. In this way, with growing caution and quietness because of the dreeness of that dank and lonesome island, which had begun now to affect our spirits somewhat, we went downward to the south along that coast of the westward side of the island. And as we went, a greater and a greater hush and caution came upon us, so that the men scarcely dipped their oars with any sound, but pulled daintily, each one staring very keen and tensely into the shadows within that mighty mass of weed. It chanced that one of the men ceased suddenly to pull upon his oar, looking very eagerly and fearfully at something that he perceived amid the gloom that lurked among the monstrous stems of the weed. And at that every man ceased likewise to work upon his oar, and peered fearfully into the dark places of the weed, being assured that the man saw something very dreadful. The captain made no attempt to chide the men, but stared himself, as even as I did, to see what manner of thing it was that the man saw. And presently each one discovered the thing for himself, but at the first it seemed only as if we peered at a great and ugly bunching of the weed stems, far inward from the edge of the island, but in a little while the thing grew plainer to the eye, and we saw that it was some kind of a devilfish or octopus lying among the weed, very quiet, and shaded with the same gloom and colour as the weed which was its home. The thing was enormous, as my eyes told me, seeming to spread all ways among the weed. Captain Johnson got up out of the stern of the boat, and called in a low voice to the men to dip their oars very gently, so as to have way upon the boat again. And this they did with great care, while the captain steered the boat outward a while from the island, and we became presently happier in our minds, as we drew afar off from so dreadful and horrible a brute. In this way we pulled nearly a good mile southward, keeping well from the shore of the island, and soon we saw the weed come outward in something of a ness or cape from the main body. We came round this with a fair offing, and found the shore of the island ran inward in a deep bay, and in the weed in the bight of the bay we saw something that made us suppose we had discovered the place whence came that unnatural calling in the dawn, for there was the hull of a vessel, all mastless, in among the weed near the edge, yet not very plain to be seen, because it was so hidden and smothered by the weed. We were all vastly excited at this, and the captain bid the men give way with heartiness, and indeed we lost suddenly the fear of lurking monsters which had before made us so quiet and cautious. And because the men set their strength into the oars, we came very soon to the bight of the bay, where lay the derelict ship, and found that she was no more than maybe a dozen yards or so inward of the weed, which was pretty low and flat in that place around her. But beyond the ship the weed was piled up very dark and gloomy for 20 feet high and more, and growing all over her. We paused now, wondering how we should best come up to the ship, and all the time while the captain considered, I spied through my glasses at the wreck, having little hope that we should find any aboard of her, for it was plain to me now how old she was, and all crumbled with time and weather, and the weed girding her in all parts seeming to grow through the wood of her sides, though this was very incredible. Yet so we found it to be, when we came near her. Afterwards, I searched the weed all near her, to see whether there was any monster fish about, Captain Johnson doing the same, but we found nothing. And the captain then gave orders to put the boat in among the weed, and we cut our way through the low weed to the side of the ship. Now, as we made way through the weed, it amazed us to see how much life had been hidden there, very still, for all the weed now about the boat was a swarm with small crabs running along the fronds and smaller stems, while the water that showed between the growths of the weed was full of living things, great shrimps that seemed bigger than prawns, darting 1,000 ways at once, and coloured fish that passed very swiftly. From the weed itself, numberless insects of a peculiar kind jumped like a flea, only that they were 100 times greater. And twice and thrice, as we put the boat through the weed, we disturbed great crabs that were laying there sullen or waiting for their prey. One of them, as big across the back as a dish cover, which caught at the oar of one of the men with its pincers and nipped the thin wood of the blade through, quick and cleanly. Afterwards it went away, rough and active, shaking the weed in its passage, which will show you the vigour and strength that was in the creature. In a few minutes we had cut a way into the ship, using the axes and the men's knives and the oars, but the cutlasses the captain would not have used on the wood, because they were weapons and to be kept as such. When we came close in upon the ship, we found that the weed grew completely through her side, as though the weed had rooted in the wood of her, and we were all somewhat astonished at this thing, and many another which we discovered, for when we came to clamber up her side, we found the wood had gone soft and rotted to a sponginess, so that we could kick our shod toes into the wood and thereby make each an immediate ladder upwards. When we came to the top level of the hulk and could look aboard, there was nothing to her but the shell of her sides and of her bows and stern, for all the decks were gone, and the beams that had held the decks were part missing, and few of those which remained were complete. The bottom of the ship was rotted nigh out of her, so that the weed came upward in plenty that way, with the water showing down below very gloomy and dark. And the weed grew through the sides of the vessel, or over the rails, just as it had seemed to suit the convenience of the strange vegetable, if I may call it so. It was very dismal looking downward into that desert hull which had been upheld from its sinking by the grip of the weed through 100 or maybe 200 years. When I asked the captain about this, he said her age to be something more than 400 years, speaking learnedly concerning the rotted stern and bow, and the way and set of the frame timbers, so that it was plain to me that he had considerable knowledge on such matters. Presently, because there was nothing more to be done, we came down again to the boat, kicking our toes into the soft hull of the old ship for our footholds, and before we left her, I broke away a lump of one of her smaller timbers for a memento of the adventure. And after that, we backed out from the weed, glad to be free of it now that the lust of adventure had somewhat died out of us, and the memory of what lurked therein still strong upon us. So we made the complete round of that island, which was more than 7 good miles in all to circumnavigate, and afterwards we pulled to our own ship with very good appetites for our breakfast, as you may think. All that day it remained calm, and often I turned my glass upon the weed islets that studded the sea in other parts, but none was very great or high, though I reminded myself that they would have appeared higher had we approached them in a boat. And this we found to be true, for we used that afternoon to go from one small islet to another in the boat, and crabs and fish and small living things we found in plenty, but never any sign of a wreck or of human life. We returned to our ship in the evening, and had much talk upon the strangeness of that calling that had come to us in the dawn, but no reasonable explanation could we make. And presently I went to my bed, being weary by the lack of rest on the night that had passed. I was wakened in the early morn by the captain shaking me, and when I had come properly to my senses, he told me to hasten on deck, that it was still calm, and they had heard the voice again in the dawn that was just breaking. On hearing this, I made speed to go with Captain Johnson on deck, and here upon the poop I found the second mate with his glass, staring eastward across the sea towards the weed island, which was barely seen save as a vague shadow low upon the water. The second mate held up his hand to us, and whispered, "Hist," and we all fell to listening. But there came no sound for a time, and meanwhile I was greatly aware of the very solemn beauty of the dawn, for the eastward sky seemed lost in waters of quiet emerald, from a strange and apparent green to a translucence of shimmering green that surely stretched to the very borders of the eternal, in palest lights that carried the consciousness through ethereal deeps of space, until the soul went lost through the glimmering dawn, greeting unknown spirits. And this is but a clumsy wording of the way that the holiness of that dim light and wonder hushed my very being with a silent happiness. Then, even as I came to this condition of mind, out of the eastward sea, and of all that quiet of the dawn, there came again that far attenuated voice, "Son of man, son of man," coming faint and thin, and incredible out of the utter stillness of the wonder and silent glamour of the east. The green of the lower sky faded even as we listened, breathless, and upward there stole the stain of purple lights that blended into a growing bloom of fire clouds in the middle and lower sky, and so to warmer lights, and then to the silver-grey paling of the early morning. And still we waited. Presently eastward there came a golden warmth upward into the pearl quiet of the lower sky, and the edge of the sun rose up calm and assured out of the mists, casting a roadway of light over the sea. And in that moment the far, lost voice came again. "Son of man, son of man," drifting to us strangely over the hushed sea, seeming to come out of immense and infinite distances, a voice thin and lonesome, as might be thought to be the call of a spirit crying in the morning. As we looked at one another, questioning wordless things, there came a vague, impossible piping far away and away over the sea, to be presently lost again in the quietness, and we were all agog to know what it might portend. After breakfast that day, Captain Johnson ordered the boat to be lowered, and put a large crew into her, all armed as before. Then we put off to the Weed Island, but before we left the ship, the captain had dismounted the smallest ship's bell that was upon the poop, and this we had with us in the boat, also his speaking trumpet. All that morning we spent circumnavigating the great Weed Island again, and at each 100 fathoms I beat upon the bell, and the captain sent his voice inland, speaking through the trumpet, and asking whether there were any derelict ship with lost humans hid in the heart of the weed. Yet whether his voice carried through the weed or was smothered, we could not know. But only of this could we be certain, that there came never an answer out of all that desolation of the weed, neither to the bell nor to our callings. In this way we went full round about that island, and naught came of it, save once when we were very near in shore. I saw a truly monstrous crab, double as big as any I had ever seen, far in among the great weed stems, and the crab was dark-hued as though to match the darker colour of that inward weed. And by this I judged that it lived far inward amid the gloom of the centre parts of that strange island. And truly, as I thought, what could we do, even though we found a ship far inward of the weed? For how could any man face a monstrous thing like that? And surely there would be multitudes of such brutes in the middle part of the island, taking no count of the devilfish which also inhabited the weed of that desolate and lonesome island. In the end, we came back to our own ship, having passed again that doleful hulk within the edge of the Weed Island, and I remember how I thought of the long centuries that had gone since that old craft was lost. When we came back to the ship, Captain Johnson went up the mainmast, and I with him, and from the crosstrees we made a further examination through the glasses of the inward parts of the great island. But the weed went everywhere in a riot of ugly yellow, and in this place and that the colour changed to a dull greenish hue, where the weed was hidden from the light. And presently we ceased to spy upon the island, for the overarching and entanglement of those monstrous fronds would have hidden with ease a great fleet of ships, if the same had been lacking their masts. Now, whether there was a ship hidden in all that desolation of weed, who shall say? And if there had been a ship hidden, and caught far inward of that weed and all overgrown with it, how was it likely that any living being was aboard of her? For you must bear in mind the human needs of any that would be so held, and further you must remember the monstrous brutes that roamed in that great bulk of the weed. And again, if there had been a ship inward of that weed, and a living human still within her, why should he make that strange crying in the dawn over the sea, and yet give no answer to our callings? On all this I have pondered 1,000 times and oft, but have no ready answer to myself, save that there might have been some poor mad soul yet holding off desperately from death through the lonesome years, in a lost ship hidden within that weed. This is the only explanation that I have found to come anywhere near the need of my reasoning. And truly, it would be strange if such a one could be anything but a lonesome madman, greeting each dawn with wild and meaningless words and singings that might seem to be of meaning to a poor demented brain. But whether this was so, or whether there was some matter in the adventure beyond our indifferent knowledge, I cannot altogether decide. I can only tell you that, in the dawn of the third day of that calm, we heard again that far and strange calling, coming to us through the hush and the greyness, out of the eastward sea, where the weed island lay. Very thin and lonesome was the cry. "Son of man, son of man," coming to us in a long and drawn-out attenuation of sound, as if out of an immense distance. The dawn was ruddy, showing plain signs of wind. Yet before the wind came down upon us, the upward edge of the sun rose above the black-gloomed horizon, very sombre seeming, and bearded with the wind haze. The sea had gone leaden, and the sun threw a roadway of crimson light upon us, very grand, yet somewhat dreary. And in that moment we heard the far, faint voice again, for the last time. "Son of man, son of man." And afterwards that vague, attenuated piping that had grown so weak-sounding, we scarcely knew whether we heard it or not, for the coming of the wind made a little, almost unperceived noise over the sea. And presently the wind darkened the northward sea, and our sails filled as the yards were swung by the sailors, and we sailed beyond the long desolation of the great weed island, and continued our voyage, leaving the mystery of the voice to the hush of the sea, and the companionship of its constant mystery. The Horror in the Hold by Frank Belknap Long. The scourge of the Caribbees accepted his ill luck with grim fortitude. The roar of the surf was loud in his ears as he dozed in his cabin, and, for a time at least, his ships were safe. Hogs, hens' eggs, fish, cocoas, and aqua vitae, he enumerated between his teeth. Howbeit our sails are badly bruised, we have victuals aplenty. 'Tis well we came upon such a pleasant isle. The Princess of Lubeck rose on a tremulous swell, and the scourge slept. But Pedro de Castro spoke to him in a sibilant whisper, albeit a stout deck and the length of the princess separated the twain. "Bartholomew Mabbott," he murmured, "there is nothing between you and the frying-pan but a little powder. Heretic infidel, you will steam and sizzle in the devil's furnace." The jeweled and painted head of the Spaniard swayed for a moment above the enormous quadrant by which the ship was steered, and a lean, sun-browned arm waved in defiance. Then he lowered himself to the deck and crawled softly forward on his hands and knees. He crawled beneath the topmast and crouched in the shadows, while the wind whistled eerily through the twisted rigging above his head. He waited for a luminous strip of moonlight to cross the lower section of the stern castle. He waited patiently, for the night was young, and time did not concern him. At length, the cabin door stood out clear and sharp in the moonlight, and in a moment he was through it and descending a flight of crooked stairs in his naked feet. He was a cumbersome figure of a man to look at, 6'3" in height and broad of shoulder, yet he moved with the agility of a small lad. His swarthy face looked as if tropic suns had shone on it for centuries. His small eyes, beneath enormous eyebrows, suggested a savage and violent nature. He wore gold earrings and frayed breeches, from which water dripped in a continuous stream. Wet clusters of thick black hair glittered weirdly on his nude torso. Halfway in his descent, he paused and glanced back over his shoulder. The silence had become almost too oppressive, but it gave him a curious pleasure to discover that no lurking shadows had blotted out the stars, which were still plainly visible from where he stood. He chuckled and advanced less cautiously. Soon he was far down within the dim, shadowy hold, descending no longer by stairs, but by rope ladders that swayed disastrously with every lurch of the ship. As he clung to the heavy cords, the veins on his forehead swelled, and fierce exultation shone in his small, evil eyes. "A little powder will put Bartholomew into the frying pan," he mumbled maliciously. A moment later he came to the end of the last ladder, and hazarded a drop of 5 yards. He alighted upon his feet and found himself standing ankle-deep in a pool of greasy, ill-smelling bilge water. "Curse these English ships," he muttered angrily. "They're not made for gentlemen." "Not made for Spanish dogs," said a voice at his elbow. He gasped and wheeled abruptly. Facing him in the sickly yellow light stood the dim form of a huge Englishman. As he stared in amazement, his anger melted away, and beads of sweat came out on his dark forehead. "Madre de Dios!" he blurted out. "'Tis the devil in person." "Mayhap," said the Englishman after a pause, "but he is a loyal devil who serves the Queen. If you advance another step, he will rive you in twain. Faith, 'twould be an act of charity to kill you." Pedro lowered his eyes and studied the blade which rested above his heart. It was a sharp blade, and the hand which held it did not tremble. "A brave fellow," thought Pedro, "but easily duped. Perhaps if I can addle his wits, he will sizzle with Bartholomew." A look of savage cunning came into the Spaniard's eyes. He swallowed hard, and when he spoke again his voice was steady. "Will you fight me?" he asked. A heavy silence fell, during which Pedro waited with a chilling spine for his enemy's reply. For moments that seemed interminable, the latter stood stiff and alert, and it was obvious that he was torn by conflicting emotions. The air was choked with whirling dust, and far back in the hold a small candle guttered and flared. At last, the Englishman spoke. "No, I will not fight you. You are a vile spy, and Master Mabbott will cut off your ears." Pedro made a furious grimace. "Have it your own way," he snarled, "but I would have killed you." Almost immediately, he regretted his bravado. A fearful burning in his shoulder warned him that his tall adversary was not to be trifled with. He raised his hand to the wound and groaned. The Englishman's mocking laugh smote painfully on his ears. "The dog isn't as brave as I thought he was. 'Tis excessively foolish to whimper so over a little wound." The taunt so infuriated Pedro that he threw caution to the winds. In the twinkling of an eye, he ducked and butted his enemy squarely in the stomach with his head. It was a ludicrous, almost childish trick, but it took the latter by surprise. He fell back and had barely time to recover his balance when Pedro rushed violently upon him. The two giants grappled and fell forward upon the wet planks. Pedro pummeled his enemy's face until his wrists ached and his knuckles were bruised and bleeding. Then he reached for his knife. The Englishman raised himself slightly, his fingers clutching at lacerated flesh, but Pedro's hand was nimble as a mouse to clutch the knife which rested beneath his breeches. In a moment he had it out, and was using it with terrible effect. The struggle lasted scarcely a minute. Pedro's arm rose and fell, and he breathed hard. At the last, the Englishman raised a horrible yell, and his head fell forward. For several minutes, Pedro crouched in silence above the dead man, and then, with an oath, he stood up. He stood up and wiped his dripping weapon on the seat of his breeches. The blade glittered evilly in the yellow light. "The poor fool has preceded Bartholomew into the frying pan," he chuckled. "'Tis perhaps well that the good captain should have a comrade to listen to his groans." Pedro took his enemy's body upon his shoulder and carried it into the oblong shadows cast by huge barrels as heavy as stone. He threw it down with a grunt of execration. He lifted pious eyes to the slanting black boards above him. "May all heretics perish," he cried, and shook his fist in a mighty fury. "May Bartholomew Mabbot's life be cut short. May his body burn." He sacrificed caution to anger and raised his voice in terrible imprecations. Finally, however, his anger subsided, and there began for him a hectic search. He clambered hysterically over barrels and, prying off lids, poked with his fingers into their smelly contents, led on by a curious sense of anticipation. The wound in his shoulder bled profusely, and sweat streamed from his forehead, but he did not cease his efforts until his hand had sunk into something soft that ran like grains of sand through his fingers when he lifted them. Then he fell a-blubbering and cried out that Bartholomew Mabbot would assuredly fry. He had discovered it at last, the El Dorado of his vengeance, a cask full of fine, white powder. He withdrew several paces and prepared his fuse. He worked now with all possible speed. He would make the fuse very long, since he did not want the explosion to occur until he had put a considerable distance between himself and the ship. An ugly thought crossed his mind. What if they caught him as he was about to slip into the water? Caramba! But it is not pleasant to be discovered in such enterprises. He could hear footsteps passing rapidly back and forth above his head. What if they were, even now, waiting on deck to surprise him? He must make the fuse so long that he would have time to explain what he had done and save the ship in the event of his capture. They would hang him, of course, but thoughts failed him when he tried to visualize the lively horror of what would happen if the cask should explode before he could escape or confess. He passed a lean hand over his forehead and coughed uneasily. Only a madman, he reflected, would expose himself to such dangers for the sake of destroying a few English murderers. But never mind, he would go through with it, and perhaps in Spain the king would speak high words to him and pinch his ear. Men had been made grandees for less. It was surely a splendid service to destroy such scoundrels and heretics as Bartholomew Mabbot and his thrice-accursed crew. Yes, he would certainly receive his reward. It was unfortunate that all the world could not be witnesses of his valor. He had the fuse in place, and was bending to light it, when he heard steps on the wet planks. He was too astonished at first to move, but when the steps drew very near, he raced forward, secured the slain man's sword, and crawled into a crevice between two barrels. By dint of repeating to himself that he could never be captured, he silenced the clamorous beating of his heart. As he crouched in the blackness, his face had an evil look. For a moment there was silence, and then drunken voices were raised in revelment. "The Dragon of England is lord of the main. 'Tis hard on the cowardly pirates of Spain." "Fools!" Pedro whispered fiercely. "Since the defeat of the great Sidonia they have grown big with pride. If they but knew how near they are to the frying pan." A shadow fell athwart the barrels between which Pedro crouched. Presently, 3 men stood on the slippery planks and laughed crazily. They held goblets in their hands, and their lean, scarred faces were flushed with wine. It was obvious that they did not suspect Pedro's presence. The wrinkles about the Spaniard's eyes grew in volume. He laughed silently to himself. "Drunken pigs," he thought. "I shall splice them upon a sword if they make trouble." His brain throbbed with intensity of hate. He was in the temper to destroy anyone who might discover him. The wound in his shoulder burned fearfully, but he ignored the pain. For a long minute, the men laughed and cursed and slapped one another upon the back. Apparently they feared nothing, but Pedro smiled as he thought of the grains of powder in the cask that would put the scourge of the Caribbees into the frying pan. He was an astounding man, this Pedro. He crouched in the long shadows and smiled as the men before him cursed the ships of Spain and praised the Dragon of England. "'Tis the dragon will defend us," they said, and their teeth knocked together with excitement. "Never yet has the dragon forsaken his own. For 1,000 years he will rule the sea." Presently, for they had drunk heavily, they tottered so that they could scarcely stand, and searched about for a place to repose their unsteady bodies. Then it was that Pedro tightened his grip upon the Englishman's sword, and crept cautiously forward. As he left the shadows, he became aware that the leanest of his enemies had collapsed against a barrel and lay tittering idiotically. But one remained standing directly before the barrels, making childish play in the air with his sword, and when he sighted Pedro, he gave a cry of amazement and anger, and flung himself forward. Pedro stepped warily aside and laughed outright. The big man snorted with rage, and, throwing caution to the winds, came at Pedro like a charging bull. Again, Pedro sidestepped. Too late, the Englishman endeavored to arrest himself in his headlong flight. Before he could recover his balance, the point of his sword was buried in a stout wooden cask, and the Spaniard was at his back. As Pedro hacked at the bewildered man, he marveled that English dogs were so easily vanquished. Twice he ran his enemy through the body, and when the latter fell upon his face with a horrible moan and lay still, exultation grew rapidly upon him. As he sprang at the second Englishman, a tremor of hate went through his body. "I shall kill you!" he shouted, and delivered a lunge with lightning speed. The giant before him seemed suddenly to awaken from a dream. He flung his arm out to defend himself, and Pedro's blade, flashing in an arch, cut off one of his fingers. The Englishman gave vent to a dreadful shriek and drew his sword. Pedro's heart leaped with joy as he gazed into the eyes of fury before him, but he did not let an anticipation of victory affect his swordplay. He saw at once that this second man was a more formidable adversary, and accordingly he fenced with all his skill. There was the harsh ring of clashing blades as the two men circled about between the barrels. Hilt to hilt they fought and parried, and their eyes emitted little sparks as they advanced and retreated. For several moments the tall man held his own, meeting Pedro's thrusts with adequate parries and occasionally a stiff counterthrust. And then he began to give ground. Slowly he fell back under the ferocity of Pedro's attack. The Spaniard was quick to follow up his advantage, and in a moment he had the Englishman completely at his mercy. "Prepare to die," he shouted, and cut viciously beneath his opponent's guard. The tall seaman dropped his sword and groaned. Then, falling upon his knees, he begged for mercy. He was a pitiful spectacle as he cringed and cowered in the ill-lighted hold, but Pedro's heart held no charity. With a sudden wide movement of his arm, he sent the other sprawling, and a torrent of vile abuse poured from his lips. Then he struck, laying his enemy stark dead at his feet with the blood pouring from a great gash in his forehead. Pedro laughed uproariously and stepped deftly aside. As he approached his last victim, his eyes strayed over the man's swollen and bloated face, closed eyes and open mouth, from which issued the sounds of labored breathing. "I shall deepen his slumber," he murmured. Still laughing, he raised his sword and rained cuts upon the sleeper's head and shoulders. The limp form sprang into life with heart-breaking shrieks, and what followed was the foulest butchery. At last, Pedro's arm grew tired, and a sudden weariness beset him. The wound in his shoulder pained prodigiously. He sat down on the nearest barrel and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. For a moment he sat and panted in the semi-darkness, while his eyes surveyed the horror he had wrought. Pedro was fastidious in all things, and the sight of his victims appalled him. The shadows about him seemed to deepen. He shivered and regarded the fuse, which was clearly visible from where he sat. His eyes regarded it with fearful contemplation. He had only to ignite the end of it, and the scourge would go into the frying pan. He rose unsteadily to his feet and staggered forward. The wound in his shoulder caused him exquisite torture. He picked the end of the fuse up and held it for a moment, clutched tightly in his sweaty palm. Then he struck his flint. Suddenly, something moved in the gloom behind him. He strove to ignite the end of the fuse, but his fingers trembled so violently that he could not control them. While he remained thus, shivering with fright, two eyes rose above the barrel on his left and regarded him steadily. It was unfortunate, perhaps, that Pedro should have turned his head at that moment, for pain and fear had robbed him of all caution. When he saw the eyes, he shrieked and shrieked again, and then delirium fastened on his tired brain. Clutching his left shoulder, he crawled hysterically forward on his knees, hurling curses at the thing that crouched in the gloom above him. For a moment the eyes disappeared, and then a long, scaly body came into view, supported by webbed limbs that raced forward with incredible rapidity. "The Dragon of England!" yelled Kadra. "Heaven pity my poor soul!" Great jaws yapped wide, revealing a row of conical teeth, and a piercing scream came from the shadows as they fastened voraciously upon soft, human flesh. There followed a moment of silence, and then, from somewhere in the darkness behind huge barrels, there arose the unmistakable sound of bones cracking beneath a horrible pressure. The scourge of the Caribbees awoke from a dream of a pleasant isle and sat up. A tall negro stood before him, quaking in every limb. "Master," he groaned, "4 of our men have been foully murdered." Bartholomew swallowed hard and rubbed his eyes. "Murdered?" he gasped. Who? The tall negro shuffled his feet. "We couldn't find the body, master. There were only a few odds and ends left, but we saved 2 earrings and some hair, and it looks as if he was a Spaniard." "But who killed him?" asked Bartholomew, and shivered slightly. "The queer-looking monster we caught on the beach this morning," replied the negro. "The big scaly monster that you were bringing back to show Her Majesty. You forgot to feed him, and mayhap he was hungry. I don't think he likes Spaniards." The scourge scratched his ear, and a grin of satisfaction spread athwart his massive face. "See if there's a Spanish ship in the bay," he thundered. "We'll give them a dose of salt to season their vileness. And as for that monster, treat him with respect. Deny him nothing, and if he is hungry, we have victuals aplenty. Hogs, hens' eggs, fish, cocoas, and aquavitae. Depend upon it, we shall not permit him to starve." The negro laughed and disappeared through the cabin door. Bartholomew Mabbott dressed reflectively. "There was enough powder in the hold to blow us to atoms," he murmured. "'Tis as if St. George had protected us." Far down within the ship, a fat crocodile blinked contentedly and dozed over his victuals. The Seven Seas Are One by Allison V. Harding. Dr. John Ogleby opened his front door in answer to the insistent ringing. Outside stood an aged, agitated little woman. "Why, Mrs. Ives," said the doctor in surprise. "It's rather late to see you abroad." "It's the captain, doctor," fluttered the woman, wringing her hands. "Please come with me. He's not right again." "What do you mean, not right?" "He's talking queer, doctor, and he's sitting up in his room with a loaded pistol on his lap, rolling his eyes and carrying on to scare the saints. I get so worried." The little old woman looked as though she was about to burst into tears. "Sometimes I tell myself I should stop housekeeping, but Captain Tyler needs me. At any rate, he needs somebody." Her hands waved helplessly in accompaniment to the oft-repeated tale. Dr. Ogleby put on his hat and coat and went out the door with her. "Of course you walked, Mrs. Ives?" "Nary a person would stop to give me a lift, doctor." "Well, we'll take my car to go back out. It's getting dark, and a 2-mile walk would keep us away from him just that much longer. How is his rheumatism, Mrs. Ives?" Her brow puckered as she followed him into his little coupe. "Praise us, that is the least of my worries with all this queer talk he's doing." As they started off down a back road of Little Clarksville, the small New England town was even then at 9 o'clock, readying itself for the night. The yellow glow from the headlights probed forward along the desolate lane that led to Captain Tyler's. Mrs. Ives was silent now, fatigued by her walk into town. Dr. Ogleby sorted over in his mind what he knew about the old seafarer. What he knew indeed! It was next to nothing. Precious little. Tyler was an old sailor. He had been master of his own ship, and lived 2 miles outside town in a little house, the rent for which was covered by his monthly retirement stipend. Mrs. Ives, a reliable character of the town, who, with her kin, had made serving others their profession, kept the old sailor's home for him, cleaning and getting an occasional meal. Dr. Ogleby was necessary because of the attacks of rheumatism that the captain was liable to develop at any time. Dr. Ogleby remembered the first time he had seen Tyler. He was impressed with the bigness of the man, the frank brutality of his weather-beaten face. "I get these pains, Doc," roared the old ship's master. "My legs and my back, they get hurting something awful. You'll fix me up, eh?" And Dr. Ogleby said he'd be glad to do his best. He noted at the first examination that, physically, the captain was as strong as an ox. Dr. Ogleby pulled the nose of his little car into the driveway and braked to a stop. With Mrs. Ives bustling along ahead, the physician stepped into the house. "He's upstairs," said the housekeeper. Dr. Ogleby nodded silently and started up the flight leading to the top floor. There was a roar from above. "Avast there, you seacock, I hear you coming." Mrs. Ives trotted up the steps back of the doctor. "You see, that's what he was doing all afternoon. He seems to think somebody's after him." Ogleby reached the top of the stairs. The old seamaster's room was directly before him, the door to it open. Seated in an ancient rocker just inside was Captain Tyler, his clothes disarranged, a mad light in his eyes, and a derringer lying on his knee. As the physician stepped toward him, the seafarer made a move to reach for his gun. His hand closed excitedly over the stock of his weapon, and he exploded some curses. "It's only me, Captain Tyler," hurried the doctor. "You're not feeling well, I see. I want to help you. Now, tell me what's the matter." The old man broke at that, and his hands fell slackly at his sides. Dr. Ogleby tactfully removed the small derringer and placed it on the bureau. He noted that Tyler's face was white and bore signs of strain. "Come now, get yourself over here and I'll examine you." Tyler hobbled over to the bed and stretched out, muttering all the while to himself. "It's good you came, Doctor," he gasped. "It's good you came. There's been a bad wind blowing around here lately. Means trouble. I can feel it, you know. I think he's coming. That's what I've been saying to myself all day. I've been saying to myself, Captain, watch out. He'll be back soon now." "Who's he?" asked the doctor curiously. But Tyler's answer was an unintelligible muttering punctuated by some more oaths. After satisfying himself that there was nothing of a physical nature wrong with Tyler, Dr. Ogleby urged a strong sedative on the old man and went softly out of the room. Mrs. Ives was waiting impatiently downstairs. "What do you make out of all this, Doctor?" she said eagerly. "Well, he seems very upset about something. He doesn't complain about his rheumatism, though, and I find nothing else wrong with him. I think he'll sleep it off. Nothing unusual's happened lately, has it?" "No," said the housekeeper thoughtfully. "Except—" "Except what?" said the doctor. "Oh, I don't think there's any connection, but he has 2 closets up in his room. One he keeps locked all the time. I was cleaning in his room yesterday, and I tried the locked door absent-mindedly. He was sitting in the room, and he started to curse. Well, you know how he goes on. After I went downstairs, he locked the door to his room, and I couldn't help hearing that he went to the closet and opened it. He's done this before, and it always seems to upset him. I hear him grumbling and cursing and talking as if actually to somebody." "He probably keeps a bit of rum in there," said Ogleby wryly. "Although I must admit there's no trace tonight that he's been drinking. You don't usually stay here all night, do you, Mrs. Ives?" The elderly woman shook her head. "I think if you could, though, it would be better. He should sleep right through until tomorrow, and I have every anticipation that he'll be all right when he wakes up. But a man of his age shouldn't be completely alone when he's so upset, no matter what the cause. I wouldn't mind telling him that I suggested you stay, and I'm sure he'd pay you for your time." "Oh, it isn't that at all, Doctor," said Mrs. Ives hastily. "I don't mind when a poor soul is sick, but it's kind of lonely out here, and his strange talk today made me feel sort of creepy. There's so much darkness around this little cottage. It's lonely. There's woods all around us except the side where the sea comes in. "Oh, I've been here a few nights, you know. One time, you remember, when he was very bad with rheumatism." The doctor nodded. "He's not a very sociable old codger, I guess." "All there is the sound of the sea and the wind." Mrs. Ives shuddered. "Still, if you think I ought—" "I do," said Dr. Ogilvy, "and if you can, I'd feel better about it." He took 2 white pellets out of his bag. "If he wakes up in the night and you hear him, give him these." The doctor closed his black bag with a snap and headed toward the car. "I'll drop by sometime tomorrow, Mrs. Ives." Then he was gone, and the sound of his car finally receded into the distance, leaving only sighing wind and the sound of the nearby sea lapping at the sun-baked summer earth. Mrs. Ives made very sure of the windows and doors of the cottage before she lay down on the couch. Almost laughing at herself, she took the heavy poker from the fireplace and placed it on a chair at her side. Then, with the light off, she tried to relax, staring up at the ceiling and wondering about the old man upstairs, who had kept insisting that he was coming. The housekeeper thought with a chill that he was probably not very nice. Else why would an unimaginative and resourceful man like Shipmaster Tyler wait for him with a loaded pistol and a white, haunted face? The next day, when Dr. Ogilvy called, Captain Tyler was his old, gruff, blustering self, with seemingly no remembrance of the preceding day. He was hardly civil to Ogilvy, and before the physician could say much, the captain had headed off down toward the shore. Mrs. Ives reported nothing unusual, and Ogilvy went away thinking that all was well. But it was only a week later when Ogilvy received another hurry call to come out to the Tyler cottage on the sea-coast. This time a messenger brought word, Mrs. Ives not wanting to leave the old man. When the physician arrived, he found the housekeeper highly perturbed downstairs. "He's fired that gun off," she expostulated. "Gracious, but I think he's right out of his head." "Long as you're all right, Mrs. Ives," said the doctor, hurrying up the stairs. This time the door to Tyler's room was shut, and locked, the doctor soon found out. He rapped sharply on the panel, and a hoarse guttural sound came from within. "Captain Tyler, it's Dr. Ogilvy." There was a curse, and the sound of some furniture knocked over. "Go away," roared the old sailor. Now, Captain," soothed Ogilvy from outside. "Please let me in. I'm sorry you're ill. I want to help you." Finally, there was the sound of the lock, and Captain Tyler flung the door open. As the panel slid aside, Ogilvy found himself facing a pistol. "Put that thing down, man." Tyler still retained enough of his senses to recognize the doctor, and allowed the pistol to be taken from his hand. Even so, Captain Tyler stepped to the door and called downstairs to Mrs. Ives. "Ahoy below there! Keep a sharp eye out for strangers. Keep things battened down." With that he closed the door, locked it, and turned to Ogilvy almost pathetically. "Didn't see nobody around when you came, did you, Doc?" The physician shook his head. "But why, Captain? Tell me, what's it all about? Do you have reason to believe somebody wants to make trouble for you?" The old sailor smiled at that. "Trouble, you say, Doc? Well, now, I wouldn't say quite trouble. He means to kill me." "What?" said Dr. Ogilvy, shocked. "Who is this person, and why do you think he's after you?" With that, the bulky figure turned away. "Reckon it's nobody's business but mine." "But, Captain, is it one of the people in Clarksville?" But Tyler shrugged and would say no more. "Think he's a mite touched, Doctor?" said Mrs. Ives later downstairs. Ogilvy frowned. "It's hard to pass judgment on a thing like that. He acts perfectly normal most of the time." "Oh, he treats me fine," answered Mrs. Ives hastily. "Pays me well, he does. Treats me kind. Short and irritable sometimes, you understand. But he's a reasonable gentleman, I always say. Of course he swears, but men folks do that, especially sailors." "He's got no people, has he?" mused the physician. "Not so far as I've been able to find out," replied the housekeeper definitely. "Well," the medical man concluded, "at least his rheumatism isn't bothering him much these days. By the way, you haven't been able to find out who this person is he thinks wants to harm him?" "No," said Mrs. Ives. Then, as an afterthought, "maybe he's possessed." Ogleby smiled. Well, Mrs. Ives, if the captain needs me, just get in touch any time. The captain needed Dr. Ogleby just 3 days later. "He's dead!" screamed Mrs. Ives over a neighbour's telephone to the physician. "He drowned himself out there on the shore. Lord a mercy, we never would have found him if it hadn't been for the neighbour's boy. Least, I think he's dead. Oh, doctor, hurry, hurry. They say he's got some warmth in him yet." Ogleby raced out in his car and found Captain Tyler in unconscious, cold-white form. His heart was still beating, though, and the old sailor's iron constitution was staving off the effects of his near drowning. After getting him in bed and giving the proper medications, Ogleby went downstairs, where a tall, gangling lad of about 17 was waiting with Mrs. Ives. "How is he, doctor?" said the housekeeper. "Oh, he'll be all right," said Ogleby. "He's got tremendous strength, you know. How did this business happen?" Mrs. Ives spread her arms wide. "It was Harley here who found him." The medical man turned to the young lad. "What happened?" The boy was still upset by his experience, and his words came haltingly. "You see, I was walking down by the coast. I got some lines set offshore, and I was checking them when I came up to the little beach on the captain's property, and I saw him walking along, waving his hands and talking as though somebody else were there with him. Naturally, I watched. He started walking away from the water toward his cottage. Then all of a sudden his hands came out like somebody was about to wrestle or fight. Honest, it looked as though he was about to fight with somebody. And then he goes staggering down the beach like he was drunk or somebody's pushed him, and in a twink he's in the water up to his shoulders, clothes and all. Then I see him go under, only he doesn't come up again. Naturally, I don't like to interfere in the beginning, but when I see this, I think he's in some trouble, so I run as fast as I can out there and go in after him and pull him up on the beach. He weren't in very long, but long enough to get a lot of water into him, and it's coming out of his mouth and nose. He was unconscious, so I yelled, and finally Mrs. Ives heard me and came down. She took one look and said, 'He's dead,' and I got thinking first maybe he was. He looked so cold and so white, but I did like we were taught in the Scouts." The boy made pushing movements with his 2 hands. "Course, at first, even if you think the guy's dead, you should work on him." Dr. Ogleby nodded in approval and slapped the boy on the shoulder. "Between us, we dragged him up to the house, and then Mrs. Ives ran over to my place and called you. Then he got to breathing a bit on his own. I'm glad he's all right." "You did fine, Harley," commended the doctor. The boy enjoyed the praise, but then looked worried. "There was something awful funny about the way he carried on, though." Mrs. Ives frowned. "When you're the captain's age, maybe you'll take a couple of drinks sometimes. Better be running along home, Harley. I'm going to tell your mother what a good smart lad you are." The boy winked and grinningly departed. "I don't want it getting around that the captain's a crazy man," said the housekeeper indignantly. "If only for my sake. I don't want anybody to think I work for somebody possessed by demons." "I'm going to go up and have another talk with him," said the doctor. "I think we've got to find out what's preying on his mind." Mrs. Ives shrugged. "Sometimes it's a mistake to look into these things too closely, Doctor. If there's strange forces at work, if the captain hears and sees things that we don't, that's the Almighty's work, and we don't want to butt our way into it." "I'll be very careful, Mrs. Ives, you may be sure," reassured the medical man, heading upstairs. Captain Tyler's eyes followed Dr. Ogleby across the room from door to bedside. Drawing up a chair close by, the physician seated himself, reached over, and patted one of the sailor's huge hairy paws. Some colour had come back into his patient's face, but the man's eyes were feverish and troubled. "Just what happened to you, Captain?" said Ogleby. The ex-seafarer bared his teeth in a ghoulish grin. "Aye, and don't you know it's him, Doc? I knew he'd come back, and he's here. He almost got me today, too, didn't he? Now, man, you've got to stop this talk about him. Who is he? If somebody's bothering you, let us know. There are laws against that sort of thing." "No laws, Doctor." The old man wagged his head. Ogleby shook his head impatiently. "If you don't care to tell me," he started. The captain rolled eyes dilated with fear toward him. "Sure, Tell you, Doc, a tale that'll make your hair stand on end. And it's true, bless me, every word of it." Ogleby laid a soothing hand against his patient's shoulder. "Now take it easy, Tyler," he said. "You went through an ordeal this afternoon. Maybe this isn't the time." "Maybe it is," roared the old man, and he cursed vehemently for a few minutes. "Then you can see the sort of weather I'm headed into." Ogleby saw that it would upset his patient more to oppose him than to let him get the yarn off his chest. Anyway, he felt a natural curiosity. "All right, let's have it." The ex-skipper dug his elbows into the bed and hitched himself a notch higher. "It was on my last trip, Doc. We were coming back from South America with a mixed cargo. My ship was poorly manned that trip, and I had a bad one for my first mate. He didn't like me, and I didn't like him from the first day we sighted each other in Savannah Harbor. That's when he joined up with me. Well, you don't always like the men that serve under you, and they don't always like you. But this time it was more than that. I think the fates meant us to hate each other, sort of a foreshadow of what was going to happen. At Montevideo we picked up a few passengers. 6 of them were women. All went well, until we're about 3/4 of the way up the South American coast, when one of the worst storms I've ever seen in that part of the world blew up. Still, I would have bet on the old Betsy May, that was her name, riding out almost anything, when we had to go and drop a screw. Then the first mate went crazy, and without orders from me, turned the Betsy May toward where the coastline was, 50 or 60 miles away. Before I could countermand his orders, we had taken the full weight of the sea across our beam, and the Betsy May sprang a dozen leaks all at once. Even as I cursed the mate and set the helmsman right, I knew from the way the old girl rowed now that she was doomed. Captain Tyler wrung his giant hands together, as though he was still standing on the bridge that fateful night. I had Sparks send out distress signals, but we found there was no ship within 6 hours of us. I knew that in that heavy sea we stood only a slim chance in open boats and rafts, but the mate on his own hook began to ready the lifeboats. I saw red then, and I almost shot him for insubordination. I could have, too. I warned him to wait until he got his orders from me. By this time, the Betsy May had a list of at least 45 degrees, and the pumps were fighting a losing battle against the water pouring into her hold. Finally, I knew if we waited much longer, we'd be carried down with the vessel, so I had the lifeboats that hadn't been wrecked by the storm lowered and rafts thrown into the sea. Very few of us made it, but I jumped in and found my way to a small raft capable of holding 5 or 6 people. Somehow, several of the women were clustered aboard this raft. I was able to pick another of the women out of the water, although we hardly had space for her. Every now and then we would be completely covered up as waves and spray poured over us. So overcrowded we seemed on the verge of turning over into that boiling sea at any moment. Suddenly I felt our raft dip dangerously, and several of the women screamed. I looked down and saw a pair of hands clutching the side of the boat. One of the women started to moan. The others were crying. It seemed any moment our raft would turn over, and all of us plunged into the sea. The swimmer, whoever he was trying to hoist himself onto the raft, and we could all see he would upset it. I knew the other occupants could never have lasted in that sea again more than a few minutes. Then I saw who he was. It was the mate there in the water, snarling and gripping our raft and raising himself up on it. I yelled at him over the sound of the storm, and he screamed back at me. And then instinctively I hit him. I smashed at his hands on the side of the raft. It was either him or all of us. I knew it, and the other people on the raft knew it. Then he got a fist grip on the front of my jacket. I cursed the strength of that master's coat I'd always been so proud of. Cursed as he held on, his fingers hooked around a button and some of the cloth. One of the women, with frenzied strength, helped me wrench his one hand loose from the side. But it was I who struck him on the head with all my strength. His weight slumped back in the water, almost pulling me overboard. Then there was a wrench and a ripping of cloth, and I was free. The mate's other hand had torn loose from my jacket, and he went under. He sank right straight down, slowly. Straight as a statue he went, as though there were a weight tied to his feet. But all the time his eyes were open, and he stared at me. From under the water he did, I tell you, and even after the rest of his body had gone out of sight, I could see his eyes burning up at me out of the water, his two eyes looking up at me, and I knew what he was saying. I knew he was swearing revenge. I don't know how long I kept seeing his eyes way down there burning up through the water, but I swear I did for hours. Finally, the sea calmed and light showed in the east. Not long afterward, we were picked up. Everybody on the raft was very grateful to me, and not one ever said anything about the mate. They all knew it was him or all of us, but I kinda knew he meant to follow me wherever I went. Captain Tyler shrugged in his bed. That was my last trip. It's hard for a sailor to lose his ship on the last trip like that, but my record had always been very good, and I was over the age limit. So I came here. A landlubber finally, but as close to the sea as I could get. I'd die without the sea, Doc. Tyler looked at Ogleby intently. There, that's the tale. Ogleby hummed and then reasoned. But surely you don't really believe that a dead man can come thousands of miles up here to get revenge? I can see that you have that adventure clearly in your mind, and that naturally you feel remorseful about it. Still, as you've described it to me, you could have done nothing else that night. Come now, man, you can't go on brooding about it. The experience, horrible as it was, can't affect you now. At that, Captain Tyler flew into a rage. Why, you idiot, I saw him, I tell you. I saw him sink right before me. His eyes were looking at me as he went down. He was dead, but he was still looking at me, his eyes shining up out of the water. He was talking to me, he was, and I understood what he said. Dr. Ogleby shook out some white tablets onto the bed table. Now, Captain, he soothed, you're going to be all right. If you feel restless, just take one of these. I'm going to ask Mrs. Ives to stay in the house with you a few nights, and if you need me, you can get her to go over to the neighbors and phone. I'm sure you're going to be all right again. You realize how much better your rheumatism's been lately? The physician added brightly. Damn the rheumatism, man. I've got me something real to worry about this time. Ogleby started toward the door. You'll see, roared the captain. But I'm aiming to fight. What can you fight, Captain? Said Ogleby, pausing, his hand on the knob. Captain Tyler shook his shaggy head, and worry pushed his face into a grimace. I don't know, he said. I guess I brought it on myself, and there's not much I can do. I know he's here. When I first bunked into this place, I thought it could be he wouldn't find me. But then one day I got the feeling. Doc, I got the feeling that he was here. I get it from the sea, you understand. It doesn't make any difference that this place is thousands of miles away from where the Betsy May went down. What's that to a dead man? And Captain Tyler threw back his head and laughed. You take a couple of those pills, called Dr. Ogleby as he pulled open the door. All right, me hearty, said Tyler. Downstairs, the physician spoke to Mrs. Ives. He's very upset. This thing has been a great shock to him. Did you find out anything more about this person he thinks is after him? Said the curious old woman. He's not very clear about all that, evaded the doctor. But he sure believes it awful hard, countered Mrs. Ives. Let's see. It was the hardware man's son who was kind of crazy here a few years ago. He used to go around with a shotgun. Never did anything bad, but sure scared a lot of folks out of their wits. Them folks are hard to comprehend. Ogleby dismissed this with a wave of his hand. It's not like that, Mrs. Ives. Captain Tyler has been through a lot of experiences at sea that make him, well, perhaps a little different from us. And then his accident today would be upsetting to anybody. You do the best you can, and I'll come back in a day or so. Typically, Captain Tyler was his old self again within 24 hours, holding off any and all questions regarding the previous episode. Mrs. Ives reported to Dr. Ogleby, however, that the sailor spent much more time down at the seashore looking out at the ocean. Kind of as though he's waiting for something, she said. Or somebody. He's a sailor, replied the medical man. It follows that he's fond of water. Too bad they take a man like that off a boat and tie him up to the shore. Still, there's a nice pension," he added as an afterthought. The next few weeks of warm summer weather passed quickly, when one night at his office door, Ogilvy was called upon by Captain Tyler himself. The old man was greatly perturbed. He had thinned a bit, and his face was drawn and shadowed. "Dr. Ogilvy," he started hesitantly after the greetings, "I've got to get out of Clarksville right away. You're the only person I know here, excepting Mrs. Ives. I wondered if you could help me to get rid of my little berth." There was such pleading in the old man's eyes that the doctor at once offered to do all he could to help him dispose of the house. "What's brought you to this decision, though, Captain? I thought you liked our country." "Well, I do and I don't," said Tyler. "Anyway, I thought I'd go someplace else as quick as possible." Dr. Ogilvy decided to speak what was in his mind. "Is it because of that fellow you think is after you?" Fear crowded across the old sailor's face. "Guess it is," he answered in a low voice, studying his hands. "Don't mind speaking up to you that I'm scared, Doc. I lie there at night listening to the sea, and I hear him outside splashing around waiting for me. And then I get so I think I see those eyes looking right through the wall at me. He thinks he's got me now. Maybe I did wrong that time years ago, but I can't stand having him haunting me this way." Ogilvy put a sympathetic arm around his patient. "I'll do all I can to help you," said the doctor. "When do you think we could get this settled?" Tyler pushed. "Well, of course, it does take some time. If I could go away quick. A few days at the least it'll take." "Do the best you can, Doctor," said the old seafarer. The next day, Ogilvy made several inquiries around town. It pleased him to find that it probably would be possible to take over Captain Tyler's little cottage within a reasonably short time. Full of this news, and at the end of his calls early, he decided to head his coupe out toward the skipper's home. Reaching there, he alighted and walked into the house. Mrs. Ives was baking biscuits in the kitchen, and didn't know where the captain was. "He's probably out taking one of his walks," she said. "Most likely you'll find him down near the water." Dr. Ogilvy thanked her and headed outside. He picked his way carefully along a well-defined trail that ran through some pine trees toward the beach. Topping a small rise, he came to a place where the trees were not so numerous. He was able to look down on the water and the beach. Sure enough, there was Captain Tyler. But wait a minute, there was something wrong. Ogilvy's thoughts ran back to the neighbor boy Harley's story of a few weeks ago. The physician's heart pounded, and he broke into a run, coming off the little promontory and starting through the rest of the wooded part for the beach. For Tyler had been in sight all right, but where he had no right to be, in water up to his waist and heading further out, struggling and splashing, as though against some unseen underwater force that was inexorably pulling him out. Just before Ogilvy cleared the last of the trees to run onto the beach, a scream came back to him, and then it was strangely muffled as though from beneath the water. There was also the sound of mad thrashing and splashing, and then Ogilvy was on the beach, rushing toward where he had last seen Captain Tyler. For the captain was no more. He had vanished completely. Ogilvy stormed up and down the beach for several minutes. Then he rushed back, calling at the top of his lungs, "Mrs. Ives! Mrs. Ives!" After several tries, he got a response. "Come down here quickly, and bring anybody else you can get." Ogilvy strode back to the water's edge and peered out over the now rippleless surface. The tide was coming in, but there was no indication of where Tyler had gone. Should he wade out a ways? This question was settled for Dr. Ogilvy, when suddenly, about 200 yards off the beach, something black and log-like and motionless quietly broke the surface of the water. Ogilvy fought the terror that choked his throat. It was a human body floating out there, face down. By now, Mrs. Ives came gasping up, and not far behind, the lanky form of Harley with his father in tow, both panting. Ogilvy motioned out to the water mutely. Mrs. Ives' near-sighted eyes nearly popped trying to make out what it was. Harley said, "Geez," and Harley Sr. gasped. "Well, what's this all about?" said the housekeeper, irritably, but the tide was slowly nudging the black, rigid form closer. Mrs. Ives gaped then. A few more minutes, and the body bobbed and drifted its slow way up near the beach line. The men waded in and tugged at the weight. The body was got up on the dry sand. Dr. Ogilvy felt for pulse, but this time there was not the faintest flicker of life. The face was frozen in a terrible mask of horror. The body was stiff and wooden-like. The arms held rigid, huge fists clenched tightly. "Give me a hand here," muttered Ogilvy, and the man and boy helped him tote the big body up to the house in dreary procession. Ogilvy hustled the others from the skipper's room, wanting to make a thorough examination in private. Straightened out on his own bed, Captain Tyler's figure was forlorn. There was no question about it. The man had died of drowning. Dr. Ogilvy was interested in the rigidity of the body. He tried to bend Tyler's arms from the elbow. The man's features had been sealed as though by concrete and plaster, by a fear so great that it had changed his very appearance. It was then and only then that the physician noticed that there was something in the left clenched fist. For some minutes he worked over the dead sailor, working and forcing the strong fingers apart. Finally, he succeeded in opening them. In the palm of Captain Tyler's hand was a lump of wetness, almost like seaweed. Without looking closely, Ogilvy absently dropped it into his own pocket. As he brushed against the body, a jingling noise attracted his attention. Stopping to examine it, methodically he went through the old sailor's pocket, finally finding a huge ring with many jingling keys upon it. A sudden thought occurred to the physician. He crossed to the forbidden closet that was never opened and tried one after another of the keys. At last, one fitted. He slipped back the bolt and pulled at the knob. The inside and contents of the closet were unspectacular. An old chest in the corner which, when the lid was lifted, revealed nothing but some worthless trinkets, probably of only sentimental value. A cutlass on the floor, some coloured blankets, picked up in some exotic port, and some old shipmaster's equipment. Ogilvy was about to leave, when his eye was caught by something hanging in the corner. He moved closer. There was a skipper's uniform, perhaps of another decade, old but well kept and brushed, the buttons shiny. Then he leaned forward. There was a piece of cloth torn out of the front, and the third button with it. The master's jacket Tyler had worn on the Betsy May. His hands shaking, Ogilvy leaned forward and looked at the rent closely for several moments. Ogilvy quit the closet then, locking the door carefully behind him. He replaced the keys and covered Captain Tyler. Then he crossed to the window of the little bedroom. He looked out, and below he could see the water. The ways of the sea were strange, he thought, taking no account of time and distance, and even death. He felt into his pocket then, and brought forth what he knew he would find. The wet clump of something that was old cloth serge, with a rusted button in the centre. Strangely preserved it was, and perfectly matching that rip in the old master's uniform hanging in the closet. Drowned Argosies by J. Wilmer Benjamin. The Vulcania had gone down. This much Charteris knew. It was all he felt he could possibly lay claim to knowing. Drifting 5 days in an open boat in the Caribbean Sea is not conducive to sanity. Not that Charteris was going mad. Far from it. But he couldn't understand the ghastly people who seemed to be trying to talk to him. They were sailormen, he knew it, but what a peculiar crew. There were half-naked galley slaves with the great calluses still on their palms. There were old shellbacks, barefoot and naked above the waist. There were men who had driven the great clipper ships from Canton to London in 60 days. And there were men like Charteris, who knew the intricacies of the great liner's guts. They were trying to talk to him. Then Charteris shook his head. Dead men can't talk. The sun beat down. The brazen sea reflected it. Water, water, water. That was Charteris's sole thought. Finally, one old shellback, whose gaunt figure betokened great strength and greater endurance, beckoned him, and Charteris heard, I say, matey, don't worry. Who do you want to sign on with? What do you mean? Asked Charteris. You can't. The old shellback laughed, and Charteris shuddered. It is odd to hear ghosts laugh, and Charteris knew these were ghosts. Where else could men have come from in all that dying sea? Think we're dead, don't you? Said the shellback. Well, we ain't. Only time a sailor dies is when they plant him 6 feet under in a churchyard. There's men here who served in every kind of craft, from a boy-ream to a liner. Who are you? Asked Charteris. Me? Why, bless you. I sailed with Paul Jones on the Ranger. A good captain, that, only a bit of a driver. Paul Jones? Why, man, he's dead nearly 200 years. Not quite that, said the old shellback, and laughed. Ah, thought Charteris, I must be going mad. Not quite that, said the old shellback again. Now you take Petrus here. And he waved a hand toward a squat, hairy, half-naked man. He sailed with Quintus Maximus when they stripped the Mediterranean of the Carthaginian boats. Petrus grinned and gabbled something. The old shellback translated. He says it was a hell of a good fight, and you should have seen 'em scatter when the boy-reams came. What? Served under Quintus Maximus? Why, man, that's 1900 years ago. Nigher 2000, but what's time? What's time? And he spat. That, thought Charteris, was the ragged limit. He must be mad. There was silence once more, until Charteris leaned his head against a thwart and began to cry in long, racking sobs. The shellback reached over, and Charteris shivered at the touch of his hand. It was icy cold, in spite of the brazen sun still sending its red-hot rays to beat on Charteris's back. I felt that way when they left me to drift too. You know, I was the man they lost from the Ranger. But hell, here's Hendrik Hodgson. Want to talk to him about drifting? No, said Charteris. No. A voice broke in, a deep voice vibrant with sympathy. Poor youngster. They all feel that way just before they sign on. Myself, I felt it too. Who are you? Charteris asked wildly. Hendrik Hodgson, captain of the Half Moon. What are you doing here? I signed on to sail under Admiral Beresford. I command the Saturnia. Do you want to sign on with me? What do you mean? Young fool, do you not know that we who sailed the 7 seas still sail beneath her bosom? Look! And he stabbed a thick fat finger at the green waves. Weakly, Charteris crawled to the gunwale and looked. Down below he saw a tall clipper ship sailing serenely. Her sails were gone, and in their places were long streamers of kelp. From truck to keelson she was wreathed with flying seaweed, but about her decks moved sailormen going to and fro, quite as if it were their normal life. Muffled by 60 fathoms of water, he heard the strokes of a ship's bell, and a dim voice. 3 bells! Relieve the wheel and look out! But I know nothing about sailing ships, Captain. I'm an engineer. So? Nat. And Hendrik Hodgson turned to the old shellback. Does Captain Lux need an engineer? Depends, Captain. I hear he needed a man with an extra first certificate. Call him up, will you? And Charteris's eyes bulged as he saw the sailor, Nat, produce a boatswain's whistle and blow an odd piping call. The sea boiled, and up rose a man dressed even as Charteris's old captain. The 4 gold stripes of a master mariner shone as they had in the days when Captain Lux had proudly trod the deck of the Titania. "Hello, what's up?" he boomed, and Charteris noticed that there was a slight hiss to the S's, as though the captain had false teeth. "This man, Captain," said Nat, respectfully pulling his forelock, "is gonna sign on with you." What can he do?" "I'm an extra first, sir," said Charteris, convinced by now that all this was more than just a dream, that it was indeed actually life. Dimly on the horizon rose a faint smudge of smoke as a long, lean Coast Guard cutter drove its knife-like prow through the waters, searching for survivors of the Volcania. On the bridge, a tense officer quartered the sea with terrible efficiency. God, he thought, to be left adrift here. Bosun. His voice was sharp. He had picked up the white speck that was Charteris's boat. A quarter west. Call the captain. I see a boat. Aye, aye, sir. The wheel spun. A messenger raced aft to get the captain. The captain took his position on the bridge and whistled down the speaking tube. Engine room, he said. Bridge speaking. Can you get a couple more knots out of this hooker? The funnels belched black smoke. The destroyer's frame quivered as her mighty engines thrust her forward with renewed speed. She stood by Charteris's floating prison. A boat was lowered, and able seamen lifted Charteris, trying weakly to salute someone they could not see, to its security. I'll be honoured to sign on, sir, mumbled Charteris vaguely. They had seen men adrift in open boats before. They knew what the sea and sun can do, so they looked at him sympathetically and went about the business of transferring him to the cutter. Tenderly, the hard seamen carried him below, still talking of things they did not understand, of drowned ships and that ghastly whistle on the Saturnia. Charteris gazed wildly about him. He seemed to be trying to place his surroundings. My new quarters, Captain? He asked hoarsely. Take it easy, son. You're all ship-shape now, advised a grizzled boatswain's mate. Charteris looked at the speaker without comprehension. Suddenly he fell back and began to babble unintelligibly. The old boatswain's mate pursed his lips and spat thoughtfully. Then he bent forward. His eyes widened. Swiftly he straightened and crossed himself reverently. Cripes, said he in amazement. How'd this guy know Lux and know he had false teeth? Sea Curse by Robert E. Howard. And some return by the failing light, and some in the waking dream, for she hears the heels of the dripping ghosts that ride the rough roof beam. Kipling. They were the brawlers and braggarts, the loud boasters and hard drinkers of Faring Town, John Culrec and his crony, Lylip Canool. Many a time have I, a tousled-haired lad, stolen to the tavern door to listen to their curses, their profane arguments and wild sea-songs, half fearful and half in admiration of these wild rovers. Aye, all the people of Faring Town gazed on them with fear and admiration, for they were not like the rest of the faring men. They were not content to ply their trade along the coasts and among the shark-teeth shoals. No yawls, no skiffs for them. They fared far, farther than any other man in the village, for they shipped on the great sailing ships that went out on the white tides to brave the restless grey ocean and make ports in strange lands. Ah, I mind it was swift times in the little sea-coast village of Faring when John Culrec came home with his furtive Lylip at his side, swaggering down the gangplank in his tarry sea-clothes and the broad leather belt that held his ever-ready dagger, shouting condescending greeting to some favoured acquaintance, kissing some maiden who ventured too near, then up the street, roaring some scarcely decent song of the sea. How the cringers and the idlers, the hangers-on, would swarm about the two desperate heroes, flattering and smirking, guffawing hilariously at each nasty jest. For to the tavern loafers and to some of the weaker among the straightforward villagers, these men with their wild talk and their brutal deeds, their tales of the seven seas and the far countries, these men, I say, were valiant knights, nature's noblemen who dared to be men of blood and brawn. And all feared them, so that when a man was beaten or a woman insulted, the villagers muttered and did nothing. And so when Moll Farrell's niece was put to shame by John Culrec, None dared even to put in words what all thought. Moll had never married, and she and the girl lived alone in a little hut down close to the beach, so close that in high tide the waves came almost to the door. The people of the village accounted old Moll something of a witch, and she was a grim, gaunt old dame who had little to say to anyone. But she minded her own business, and eked out a slim living by gathering clams and picking up bits of driftwood. The girl was a pretty, foolish little thing, vain and easily befooled, else she had never yielded to the shark-like blandishments of John Culwreck. I mind the day was a cold winter day, with a sharp breeze out of the east, when the old dame came into the village street, shrieking that the girl had vanished. All scattered over the beach and back among the bleak inland hills to search for her, all save John Culwreck and his cronies, who sat in the tavern dicing and toping. All the while beyond the shoals we heard the never-ceasing droning of the heaving, restless grey monster, and in the dim light of the ghostly dawn, Moll Farrell's girl came home. The tides bore her gently across the wet sands, and laid her almost at her own door. Virgin white she was, and her arms were folded across her still bosom. Calm was her face, and the grey tide sighed about her slender limbs. Moll Farrell's eyes were stones, yet she stood above her dead girl and spoke no word, till John Culwreck and his crony came reeling down from the tavern, their drinking-jacks still in their hands. Drunk was John Culwreck, and the people gave back for him, murder in their souls. So he came and laughed at Moll Farrell across the body of her girl. "Zounds," swore John Culwreck, "the wench has drowned herself, Lylip." Lylip laughed with the twist of his thin mouth. He always hated Moll Farrell, for it was she that had given him the name of Lylip. Then John Culwreck lifted his drinking-jack, swaying on his uncertain legs. "A health to the wench's ghost," he bellowed, while all stood aghast. Then Moll Farrell spoke, and the words broke from her in a scream which sent ripples of cold up and down the spines of the throng. "The curse of the foul fiend upon you, John Culwreck," she screamed. "The curse of God rest upon your vile soul throughout eternity. May you gaze on sights that shall sear the eyes of you and scorch the soul of you. May you die a bloody death and writhe in hell's flames for 1,000,000 and 1,000,000 and yet 1,000,000 years. I curse you by sea and by land, by earth and by air, by the demons of the oceans and the demons of the swamplands, the fiends of the forests and the goblins of the hills. And you—" her lean finger stabbed at Lylip Canool, and he started backward, his face paling. "You shall be the death of John Culwreck, and he shall be the death of you. You shall bring John Culwreck to the doors of hell, and John Culwreck shall bring you to the gallows tree. I set the seal of death upon your brow, John Culwreck. You shall live in terror and die in horror far out upon the cold grey sea. But the sea that took the soul of innocence to her bosom shall not take you, but shall fling forth your vile carcass to the sands. Aye, John Culwreck." And she spoke with such a terrible intensity that the drunken mockery on the man's face changed to one of swinish stupidity. "The sea roars for the victim it will not keep. There is snow upon the hills, John Culwreck, and ere it melts your corpse will lie at my feet, and I shall spit upon it and be content." Culwreck and his crony sailed at dawn for a long voyage, and Moll went back to her hut and her clam-gathering. She seemed to grow leaner and more grim than ever, and her eyes smouldered with a light not sane. The days glided by, and people whispered among themselves that Moll's days were numbered, for she faded to a ghost of a woman, but she went her way, refusing all aid. That was a short, cold summer, and the snow on the barren inland hills never melted, a thing very unusual, which caused much comment among the villagers. At dusk and at dawn, Moll would come up on the beach, gaze up at the snow which glittered on the hills, then out to sea with a fierce intensity in her gaze. Then the days grew shorter, the nights longer and darker, and the cold grey tides came sweeping along the bleak strands, bearing the rain and sleet of the sharp east breezes. And upon a bleak day, a trading vessel sailed into the bay and anchored, and all the idlers and the wastrels flocked to the wharfs, for that was the ship upon which John Culrec and Lylip Canool had sailed. Down the gangplank came Lylip, more furtive than ever, but John Culrec was not there. To shouted queries, Canool shook his head. "Culrec deserted ship at a port of Sumatra," said he. "He had a row with the skipper lads. Wanted me to desert too, but no. I had to see you fine lads again, eh, boys?" Almost cringing was Lylip Canool, and suddenly he recoiled as Moll Farrell came through the throng. A moment they stood eyeing each other. Then Moll's grim lips bent in a terrible smile. "There's blood on your hand, Canool," she lashed out suddenly, so suddenly that Lylip started and rubbed his right hand across his left sleeve. "Stand aside, witch," he snarled in sudden anger, striding through the crowd, which gave back for him. His admirers followed him to the tavern. Now, I mind that the next day was even colder. Grey fogs came drifting out of the east and veiled the sea and the beaches. There would be no sailing that day, and so all the villagers were in their snug houses or matching tales at the tavern. So it came about that Joe, my friend, a lad of my own age, and I were the ones who saw the first of the strange thing that happened. Being harum-scarum lads of no wisdom, we were sitting in a small rowboat, floating at the end of the wharfs, each shivering and wishing the other would suggest leaving, there being no reason whatever for our being there, save that it was a good place to build air castles undisturbed. Suddenly, Joe raised his hand. "Say," he said, "d'ye hear? Who can be out on the bay upon a day like this?" "Nobody. What d'ye hear?" "Oars, or I'm a lubber. Listen." There was no seeing anything in that fog, and I heard nothing. Yet Joe swore he did, and suddenly his face assumed a strange look. "Somebody rowing out there, I tell you. The bay is alive with oars from the sound. A score of boats at the least. You dolt, can you not hear?" Then, as I shook my head, he leaped and began to undo the painter. "I'm off to sea. Name me liar if the bay is not full of boats, altogether like a close fleet. Are you with me?" Yes, I was with him, though I heard nothing. Then out in the greyness we went, and the fog closed behind and before, so that we drifted in a vague world of smoke, seeing naught and hearing naught. We were lost in no time, and I cursed Joe for leading us upon a wild goose chase that was like to end with our being swept out to sea. I thought of Moll Farrell's girl and shuddered. How long we drifted I know not. Minutes faded into hours, hours into centuries. Still Joe swore he heard the oars, now close at hand, now far away, and for hours we followed them, steering our course toward the sound, as the noise grew or receded. This I later thought of, and could not understand. Then, when my hands were so numb that I could no longer hold the oar, and the forerunning drowsiness of cold and exhaustion was stealing over me, bleak white stars broke through the fog, which glided suddenly away, fading like a ghost of smoke, and we found ourselves afloat just outside the mouth of the bay. The waters lay smooth as a pond, all dark green and silver in the starlight, and the cold came crisper than ever. I was swinging the boat about to put back into the bay, when Joe gave a shout, and for the first time I heard the clack of oarlocks. I glanced over my shoulder, and my blood went cold. A great beaked prow loomed above us, a weird, unfamiliar shape against the stars, and as I caught my breath, sheered sharply and swept by us, with a curious swishing I never heard any other craft make. Joe screamed and backed oars frantically, and the boat walled out of the way just in time, for though the prow had missed us, still otherwise we had died. For from the sides of the ship stood long oars, bank upon bank, which swept her along. Though I had never seen such a craft, I knew her for a galley. But what was she doing upon our coasts? They said, the farfarers, that such ships were still in use among the heathens of Barbary, but it was many a long heaving mile to Barbary, and even so she did not resemble the ships described by those who had sailed far. We started in pursuit, and this was strange, for though the waters broke about her prow, and she seemed fairly to fly through the waves, yet she was making little speed, and it was no time before we caught up with her. Making our painter fast to a chain far back beyond the reach of the swishing oars, we hailed those on deck. But there came no answer, and at last, conquering our fears, we clambered up the chain and found ourselves upon the strangest deck man has trod for many a long, roaring century. "This is no Barbary rover," muttered Joe fearsomely. "Look, how old it seems, almost ready to fall to pieces. Why, 'tis fairly rotten." There was no one on deck, no one at the long sweep with which the craft was steered. We stole to the hold and looked down the stair. Then and there, if ever men were on the verge of insanity, it was we. For there were rowers there, it is true. They sat upon the rowers' benches and drove the creaking oars through the grey waters, and they that rowed were skeletons. Shrieking, we plunged across the deck to fling ourselves into the sea. But at the rail I tripped upon something and fell headlong, and as I lay, I saw a thing which vanquished my fear of the horrors below for an instant. The thing upon which I had tripped was a human body, and in the dim grey light that was beginning to steal across the eastern waves, I saw a dagger hilt standing up between his shoulders. Joe was at the rail, urging me to haste, and together we slid down the chain and cut the painter. Then we stood off into the bay. Straight on kept the grim galley, and we followed, slowly, wondering. She seemed to be heading straight for the beach beside the wharfs, and as we approached, we saw the wharfs thronged with people. They had missed us, no doubt, and now they stood there in the early dawn light, struck dumb by the apparition which had come up out the night and the grim ocean. Straight on swept the galley, her oars a swish, and ere she reached the shallow water, crash! A terrific reverberation shook the bay. Before our eyes, the grim craft seemed to melt away. Then she vanished, and the green water seethed where she had ridden, but there floated no driftwood there, nor did there ever float any ashore. Aye, something floated ashore, but it was grim driftwood. We made the landing amid a hum of excited conversation that stopped suddenly. Moll Farrell stood before her hut, limbed gauntly against the ghostly dawn, her lean hand pointing seaward, and across the sighing wet sands, borne by the great tide, something came floating, something that the waves dropped at Moll Farrell's feet, and there looked up at us, as we crowded about, a pair of unseeing eyes set in a still, white face. John Culwreck had come home. Still and grim he lay, rocked by the tide, and as he lurched sideways, all saw the dagger hilt that stood from his back, the dagger all of us had seen 1,000 times, at the belt of Lie-Lip Canool. "Aye, I killed him," came Canool's shriek, as he writhed and grovelled before our gaze. "At sea on a still night in a drunken brawl, I slew him and hurled him overboard, and from the far seas he has followed me." His voice sank to a hideous whisper. "Because of the curse, the sea would not keep his body." And the wretch sank down, trembling, the shadow of the gallows already in his eyes. Aye, strong, deep, and exultant was Moll Farrell's voice. From the hell of lost craft Satan sent a ship of bygone ages, a ship red with gore and stained with the memory of horrid crimes. None other would bear such a vile carcass. The sea has taken vengeance, and has given me mine. See now how I spit upon the face of John Culwreck." And with a ghastly laugh, she pitched forward, the blood starting to her lips. And the sun came up across the restless sea. The Horror at Martin's Beach. by H.P. Lovecraft and Sonia H. Green. I have never heard an even approximately adequate explanation of the horror at Martin's Beach. Despite the large number of witnesses, no two accounts agree, and the testimony taken by local authorities contains the most amazing discrepancies. Perhaps this haziness is natural in view of the unheard-of character of the horror itself, the almost paralytic terror of all who saw it, and the efforts made by the fashionable Wavecrest Inn to hush it up after the publicity created by Professor Alton's article, "Are Hypnotic Powers Confined to Recognized Humanity?" Against all these obstacles, I am striving to present a coherent version, for I beheld the hideous occurrence, and believe it should be known in view of the appalling possibilities it suggests. Martin's Beach is once more popular as a watering place, but I shudder when I think of it. Indeed, I cannot look at the ocean at all now without shuddering. Fate is not always without a sense of drama and climax. Hence the terrible happening of August 8, 1922, swiftly followed a period of minor and agreeably wonder-fraught excitement at Martin's Beach. On May 17, the crew of the fishing smack Alma of Gloucester, under Captain James P. Orne, killed, after a battle of nearly 40 hours, a marine monster whose size and aspect produced the greatest possible stir in scientific circles, and caused certain Boston naturalists to take every precaution for its taxidermic preservation. The object was some 50 feet in length, of roughly cylindrical shape, and about 10 feet in diameter. It was unmistakably a gilled fish in its major affiliations, but with certain curious modifications, such as rudimentary forelegs and 6-toed feet in place of pectoral fins, which prompted the widest speculation. Its extraordinary mouth, its thick and scaly hide, and its single deep-set eye were wonders scarcely less remarkable than its colossal dimensions, and when the naturalists pronounced it an infant organism which could not have been hatched more than a few days, public interest mounted to extraordinary heights. Captain Orne, with typical Yankee shrewdness, obtained a vessel large enough to hold the object in its hull, and arranged for the exhibition of his prize. With judicious carpentry, he prepared what amounted to an excellent marine museum, and, sailing south to the wealthy resort district of Martin's Beach, anchored at the hotel wharf and reaped a harvest of admission fees. The intrinsic marvelousness of the object and the importance which it clearly bore in the minds of many scientific visitors from near and far combined to make it the season's sensation. That it was absolutely unique to a scientifically revolutionary degree, was well understood. The naturalists had shown plainly that it radically differed from the similarly immense fish caught off the Florida coast, that while it was obviously an inhabitant of almost incredible depths, perhaps thousands of feet, its brain and principal organs indicated a development startlingly vast, and out of all proportion to anything hitherto associated with the fish tribe. On the morning of July 20, the sensation was increased by the loss of the vessel and its strange treasure. In the storm of the preceding night, it had broken from its moorings and vanished forever from the sight of man, carrying with it the guard who had slept aboard despite the threatening weather. Captain Orne, backed by extensive scientific interests and aided by large numbers of fishing boats from Gloucester, made a thorough and exhaustive searching cruise, but with no result other than the prompting of interest and conversation. By August 7, hope was abandoned, and Captain Orne had returned to the Wavecrest Inn to wind up his business affairs at Martin's Beach and confer with certain of the scientific men who remained there. The horror came on August 8. It was in the twilight, when grey seabirds hovered low near the shore, and a rising moon began to make a glittering path across the waters. The scene is important to remember, for every impression counts. On the beach were several strollers and a few late bathers, stragglers from the distant cottage colony that rose modestly on a green hill to the north, or from the adjacent cliff-perched inn whose imposing towers proclaimed its allegiance to wealth and grandeur. Well within viewing distance was another set of spectators, the loungers on the inn's high-ceiled and lantern-lighted veranda, who appeared to be enjoying the dance music from the sumptuous ballroom inside. These spectators, who included Captain Orn and his group of scientific confreres, joined the beach group before the horror progressed far, as did many more from the inn. Certainly there was no lack of witnesses, confused though their stories be with fear and doubt of what they saw. There is no exact record of the time the thing began, although a majority say that the fairly round moon was about a foot above the low-lying vapors of the horizon. They mention the moon because what they saw seemed subtly connected with it, a sort of stealthy, deliberate, menacing ripple which rolled in from the far skyline along the shimmering lane of reflected moonbeams, yet which seemed to subside before it reached the shore. Many did not notice this ripple until reminded by later events, but it seems to have been very marked, differing in height and motion from the normal waves around it. Some called it cunning and calculating, and as it died away craftily by the black reefs afar out, there suddenly came belching up out of the glitter-streaked brine a cry of death, a scream of anguish and despair that moved pity even while it mocked it. First to respond to the cry were the two lifeguards then on duty, sturdy fellows in white bathing attire, with their calling proclaimed in large red letters across their chests. Accustomed as they were to rescue work and to the screams of the drowning, they could find nothing familiar in the unearthly ululation. Yet with a trained sense of duty, they ignored this strangeness and proceeded to follow their usual course. Hastily seizing an air cushion, which with its attached coil of rope lay always at hand, one of them ran swiftly along the shore to the scene of the gathering crowd, whence, after whirling it about to gain momentum, he flung the hollow disc far out in the direction from which the sound had come. As the cushion disappeared in the waves, the crowd curiously awaited a sight of the hapless being whose distress had been so great, eager to see the rescue made by the massive rope. But that rescue was soon acknowledged to be no swift and easy matter, for, pull as they might on the rope, the two muscular guards could not move the object at the other end. Instead, they found that object pulling with equal or even greater force in the very opposite direction, till in a few seconds they were dragged off their feet and into the water by the strange power which had seized on the proffered life-preserver. One of them, recovering himself, called immediately for help from the crowd on the shore, to whom he flung the remaining coil of rope, and in a moment the guards were seconded by all the hardier men, among whom Captain Orn was foremost. More than a dozen strong hands were now tugging desperately at the stout line, yet wholly without avail. Hard as they tugged, the strange force at the other end tugged harder, and since neither side relaxed for an instant, the rope became rigid as steel with the enormous strain. The struggling participants, as well as the spectators, were by this time consumed with curiosity as to the nature of the force in the sea. The idea of a drowning man had long been dismissed, and hints of whales, submarines, monsters, and demons now passed freely around. Where humanity had first led the rescuers, wonder kept them at their task, and they hauled with a grim determination to uncover the mystery. It being decided at last that a whale must have swallowed the air cushion, Captain Orn, as a natural leader, shouted to those on the shore that a boat must be obtained in order to approach, harpoon, and land the unseen leviathan. Several men at once prepared to scatter in quest of a suitable craft, while others came to supplant the captain at the straining rope, since his place was logically with whatever boat party might be formed. His own idea of the situation was very broad, and by no means limited to whales, since he had to do with a monster so much stranger. He wondered what might be the acts and manifestations of an adult of the species of which the 50-foot creature had been the merest infant. And now there developed with appalling suddenness the crucial fact which changed the entire scene from one of wonder to one of horror, and dazed with fright the assembled band of toilers and onlookers. Captain Orn, turning to leave his post at the rope, found his hands held in their place with unaccountable strength, and in a moment he realized that he was unable to let go of the rope. His plight was instantly divined, and as each companion tested his own situation, the same condition was encountered. The fact could not be denied. Every struggler was irresistibly held in some mysterious bondage to the hempen line, which was slowly, hideously, and relentlessly pulling them out to sea. Speechless horror ensued, a horror in which the spectators were petrified to utter inaction and mental chaos. Their complete demoralization is reflected in the conflicting accounts they give and the sheepish excuses they offer for their seemingly callous inertia. I was one of them, and no. Even the strugglers, after a few frantic screams and futile groans, succumbed to the paralyzing influence and kept silent and fatalistic in the face of unknown powers. There they stood in the pallid moonlight, blindly pulling against a spectral doom and swaying monotonously backward and forward as the water rose first to their knees, then to their hips. The moon went partly under a cloud, and in the half-light the line of swaying men resembled some sinister and gigantic centipede, writhing in the clutch of a terrible creeping death. Harder and harder grew the rope, as the tug in both directions increased, and the strands swelled with the undisturbed soaking of the rising waves. Slowly the tide advanced, till the sands so lately peopled by laughing children and whispering lovers were now swallowed by the inexorable flow. The herd of panic-stricken watchers surged blindly backward as the water crept above their feet, while the frightful line of strugglers swayed hideously on, half submerged and now at a substantial distance from their audience. Silence was complete. The crowd, having gained a huddling place beyond reach of the tide, stared in mute fascination, without offering a word of advice or encouragement, or attempting any kind of assistance. There was in the air a nightmare fear of impending evils, such as the world had never before known. Minutes seemed lengthened into hours, and still that human snake of swaying torsos was seen above the fast rising tide. Rhythmically it undulated, slowly, horribly, with a seal of doom upon it. Thicker clouds now passed over the ascending moon, and the glittering path on the waters faded nearly out. Very dimly writhed the serpentine line of nodding heads, with now and then the livid face of a backward-glancing victim gleaming pale in the darkness. Faster and faster gathered the clouds, till at length their angry rifts shot down sharp tongues of febrile flame. Thunders rolled, softly at first, yet soon increasing to a deafening, maddening intensity. Then came a culminating crash, a shock whose reverberation seemed to shake land and sea alike, and on its heels a cloud-burst whose drenching violence overpowered the darkened world, as if the heavens themselves had opened to pour forth a vindictive torrent. The spectators, instinctively acting despite the absence of conscious and coherent thought, now retreated up the cliff steps to the hotel veranda. Rumors had reached the guests inside, so that the refugees found a state of terror nearly equal to their own. I think a few frightened words were uttered, but cannot be sure. Some who were staying at the inn retired in terror to their rooms, while others remained to watch the fast-sinking victims as the line of bobbing heads showed above the mounting waves in the fitful lightning flashes. I recall thinking of those heads and the bulging eyes they must contain, eyes that might well reflect all the fright, panic, and delirium of a malignant universe, all the sorrow, sin, and misery, blasted hopes and unfulfilled desires, fear, loathing, and anguish of the ages since time's beginning. Eyes alight with all the soul-racking pain of eternally blazing infernos. And as I gazed out beyond their heads, my fancy conjured up still another eye, a single eye, equally alight, yet with a purpose so revolting to my brain that the vision soon passed. Held in the clutches of an unknown vice, the line of the damned dragged on, their silent screams and unuttered prayers known only to the demons of the black waves and the night wind. There now burst from the infuriate sky such a mad cataclysm of satanic sound that even the former crash seemed dwarfed. Amidst a blinding glare of descending fire, the voice of heaven resounded with the blasphemies of hell, and the mingled agony of all the lost reverberated in one apocalyptic, planet-rending peal of cyclopean din. It was the end of the storm, for with uncanny suddenness the rain ceased, and the moon once more cast her pallid beams on a strangely quieted sea. There was no line of bobbing heads now. The waters were calm and deserted, and broken only by the fading ripples of what seemed to be a whirlpool, far out in the path of the moonlight, whence the strange cry had first come. But as I looked along that treacherous lane of silvery sheen, with fancy fevered and senses overwrought, there trickled upon my ears from some abysmal sunken waste the faint and sinister echoes of a laugh. The Harbour of Ghosts by M.J. Bardeen. It always came to me just at the edge of twilight, that strange figure. Never was there spoken word, yet I knew there was a message for me, could I but find the key. That was when I was very young, and could not put into words the idea which so dimly presented itself. The figure never came to me except in the old attic of my grandfather's house, where I loved to go in the afternoons after school hours, there to dream over the many strange things he had brought with him from the fascinating countries he had voyaged to in his ship, the Golden Gull, the ship that had disappeared that last fatal trip the year in which I was born. I was never afraid, for it seemed to be a natural thing, and the figure vague and gossamer, not unfriendly. These excursions into the attic lapsed during my term of apprenticeship in my father's shipbuilding yards. My family were all more or less seafaring. It was in the blood, and my father carried on the traditions of the family by building the more modern carriers of our flag in the merchant trade, and I was destined for the service. Thus it was that when I had finished my poring over maps, plans, and instruments, my father found a berth for me on the Joseph B., which followed in the paths of the long-gone Golden Gull in the China trade. I was soon ready for sea. My sea-chest was aboard, and then before the ship sailed the next morning I journeyed the short distance down to the old house where I had spent so many of my childhood days with the old aunt who still lived there. Once more I was drawn to the attic to say goodbye to the strange weapons, the feathered headdresses, the sandalwood boxes and embroidered shawls that had journeyed with my grandfather through wind and rain, salt spume and torrid sun. And then once more the veiled figure came to me from the shadow of the carved screen whence it had always appeared. The eerie sensation of my youngster days came back to me as I felt its presence. The lips moved, and in the recesses of my brain echoed the whisper, "Go back, go back." What I was to go back from I did not know. Now, too late, I know. The figure faded and melted into the shadows as I pretended a bravery I did not feel. I left the attic telling myself it was all imagination, built up from some remembrance of my childhood days. The Joseph B. sailed next day with me at the rail. I felt very important and part of the great world as I stood there gazing back at the little group of relatives and family friends whom I now seem fated never to see again. I am writing this by the fitful gleam of a lantern hung at the taffrail on the Golden Gull. My God, yes, the Golden Gull. But wait. After I have set down a story so strange, so unbelievable, I will place what I have written in a bottle, cork it, and set it adrift, hoping that even should there be no escape for me from this ghastly place, some strange tide may carry word of my fate back to the world of living men. The first half of the voyage in the Joseph B. was uneventful to my shipmates, who had gone over the way so many times. But for me, who for the first time gazed upon the colourful ports. It was all strange and wonderful. The jargon of unfamiliar tongues, the noisome odours of the oriental waterfront making it all an epic of adventure. In Ceylon, we took on a load of teas and spices, silks and Chinese merchandise in Hong Kong, and so after loading turned to the long journey home. Then in the straits the glass started to fall. Ominous clouds gathered, and the wind blew until it seemed we were caught in a maelstrom of fury. The wheel refused to respond to human intelligence, and we were whirled hither and thither in the vortex of a sea seemingly gone mad with hatred of the puny thing which was our ship, now tossed like a cork, with straining seams and labouring engines. We had been taking turns at the pumps, for by now the ship was leaking badly, and after my period of duty I went to my cabin and, utterly exhausted, threw myself on my bunk. I was asleep before my head touched the pillow. I must have slept quite some time, for I had dream after dream, or I should say nightmares, wherein the veiled figure was trying to hold me back from something. I was awakened by a terrific crash, the impact of which hurled me from my bunk against the door opposite. I shook myself together, and gradually came back to the reality of what was going on. I could dimly hear the shouted orders of the captain on the deck outside, while the ship quivered in every timber and listed sharply. I managed to get the door open and staggered onto the sea-swept deck. A terrific flare of lightning showed our position. We were hard fast on a jutting rock, thrust up in the midst of the boiling sea, a rock which must have been the result of some submarine upheaval. We had struck almost amidships, or else the rock had been forced up under us, for the deck was splintered, telling me we were broken in two. Giant waves dashing against the rock drenched our bows, and the ship was being rapidly pounded to pieces. Drenched and shivering, I held on to a stanchion until I could steady myself in a slight measure. A wave tore loose my hold, and sliding, gasping for breath, I slid down against the rail, which I grasped with desperate strength and held while fresh seas poured over me. The captain, clinging to the splintered rail on the foredeck, stood shouting his orders, his stentorian voice heard even above the roar of the elements. "Man the boats!" was the order now given, though how a boat could live in that seething pit of hell I could not guess. As rapidly as possible, the crews responded, and the boats were swung out. One was smashed against the side of the ship, and the other capsized as it struck the water, spilling its human freight into the sea. And now I think our captain must suddenly have gone mad, for with uplifted fists and screaming an imprecation to the heavens above, he dived into the black depths that had claimed his crew. I was left alone, clinging as best I could to whatever had not been washed overboard. How long I struggled against being swept into the sea I do not know. But at length the wind died down, but the first faint streaks of dawn told me as I gazed at the sharp tongue of rock which pierced our vitals that I could not long remain aboard and live, for at any moment the ship might break. There was still one boat in the davits, so I hurriedly provisioned it from the cook's galley. The food and a plentiful supply of water I placed in the boat, and then set about getting over the side. This was not so difficult, as the side of the ship on which the boat was swung had listed until it was almost at the waterline. I cast off and slowly moved away, wallowing in the trough of the sea. I had gone only a short distance when there occurred a boiling of the water. A geyser shot up, and ship and rock sank from sight. I was now in very truth alone. I had no compass or sextant. I could only trust that I would drift to land or the path of some ship left alive by the storm. I'm going to keep a log. As near as I can determine, I have now been adrift 10 days. Our ship struck September 13th, on a Friday. This must be then September 23rd. It has been a period of sleeping and awakening. The sun has burned steadily down upon me, and I have sheltered myself as best I could under the canvas boat covering. September 24th. I have seen no sail of any kind. I seem to be caught in some current, carrying me steadily forward in the same direction. September 26th. I did not enter any happening in the log yesterday. Was it my imagination, born of my loneliness and despair, or did my fancy conjure up the veiled figure of my childhood? It seemed to sit there in the bow of the boat last night. Perhaps I'm going mad. September 27th. Still drifting. It is getting colder. September 28th. Still colder. I cannot understand this. Could I be drifting toward the Antarctic Circle? I must be traveling faster than I'm aware of. Later. I cannot date this, for I have been very ill and unconscious, and do not know how many days have elapsed. It is now very cold, and I have had to wrap myself in the canvas covering my stores. I hope I'm not deluding myself, but I seem to see the vague outlines of mountainous land. I'm too weak to row. I can only let the sea carry me. Perhaps it will cast me upon some strange shore. Later. I am still steadily drifting. The land, for it is land, is nearer. It is too dark now to ride further in this undated log. That was the last entry I was fated to make in my log, for during the night I entered what seemed to be a subterranean passage. I had a feeling of being closed in, and the water seemed to be lapping against walls. I had given up hope of ever seeing the sky again, when suddenly I came out into a bay or harbor surrounded by towering cliffs of ice. I could only gaze in amazement and wonder if in some bygone age this could be the crater of a volcano which the sea entered during the forming of the Ice Age, and so it has stood unchanged through countless centuries. High above the cliffs, the moon, pale and full of distant mystery, shone down upon the icy water. And then, as I grew accustomed to the half-light, I made out the outlines of many ships, all vague and silent, the shapes strange and different from any I had ever seen, except in pictures of the old sailing ships of my grandfather's day. For the first time in weeks I pulled upon my oars. The ice seemed to draw away and make a lane of clear water, which I followed to the nearest ship, and as I drew closer, a hope formed in my heart that I would find someone to share the now almost insupportable loneliness. "Ahoy!" I called, as my boat touched the side of the ship, but only an echo came back to me, thrown from the towering cliffs. With numb fingers, I made my boat fast to the rusted chain hanging from the ship's side, and then, as I started to climb aboard, I looked up at the almost obliterated name, and with a feeling of astonishment made out the lettering. The Golden Girl, my own grandfather's ship, and I of all the world knew now where that ship rested. A chill ran down my spine, yet I crawled over the rail. The moonlight threw into relief the coiled ropes on the deck as I slowly made my way to the chart room. I entered, and there seated at his table with the logbook open before him was a man. I spoke to him, but received no answer. I laid my hand upon his shoulder, but he did not move. Bending down, I peered into the bearded face, and it was the face I had seen in pictures in my childhood home. It was the face of my own grandfather, cold and immovable in death. The figure sat stony and rigid, the quill pen still held in the stiff fingers. I peered over his shoulder and read the last entry in the log before him, It was in the cramped handwriting I had seen in old letters and documents penned by my grandfather. I turned with tears coursing down my cheeks, and looked again at that kindly dead face, and then once more read the log's entry. December 8th, 1888. I put over the side today all that was mortal of leather breeches, otherwise James Cogswell, the ship's carpenter. This freezing cold has done its work well. I will have to carry on as best I can, hoping that I may be delivered from this haunted harbour of lost souls. If only the storm had left us one boat, I might find a way out. If I can endure this cold, I will build a boat or raft and try to find... The entry stopped, broken off as though he had been interrupted. I left the chart room and made an inspection of the deck. Everything was ship-shape, and the deck as clean as though it had been holystone that day. I returned to the chart room, and in the captain's quarters adjoining found his bunk neatly made up. Somehow I was not made nervous by that dead presence outside. I felt almost as if he protected me from some evil which seemed to be all about me. I lay down and drew the covers up about my face and fell asleep almost at once. I was awakened by the ghostly sound of a ship's bell. It was 1 o'clock, and then my hair rose on my head, for I heard in that graveyard of dead ships the words, "All's well," and then the culminating horror, for the chair was pushed back in the chart room, and I heard the measured tread of footsteps. I raised up my head and looked through the door, and saw my dead grandfather come back to seeming life. My senses reeled, and I fell back upon the pillow. When next I opened my eyes, it was daylight. I again looked through the door into the chart room. Once more that rigid figure sat there, the glassy eyes staring down at the log. I arose, wondering if it had all been hallucination born of the terrible experiences I had passed through. Quickly, I left the captain's quarters and went on deck and looked over the harbour. The ships lay silent, wrapped in mystery, no sign of life or sound. From the stores in my boat, I made a frugal breakfast, after which I decided to investigate the nearest ship. I slid down the chain into my boat. The ice in the harbour moved restlessly, showing here and there lanes of clear water. I took the chance of being crushed between the ice cakes rather than remain on the Golden Goal with its silent watcher. After a long time, during which I stood in my boat, poling with one oar through the icy lanes, I reached the other ship, made fast, and clambered aboard. I looked about me. Oh, that I could erase from my memory the sight of what met my eyes. Sprawled about the deck were the dead members of what I now know to be that ship's unholy crew, one with a knife in his breast, another with his head crushed and half his face torn away, while a third, whom I took to be the captain, stood with a marlinspike in his hand, snarling down at the mutilated face, all frozen and immovable. I ran, stumbling to the side, and half fell into my boat. The Golden Goal with its dead master seemed a friendly place, and glad I was when I once more stood upon its deck. I took the lantern from the taffrail, and going below found a few pieces of old lumber, with which I made a fire in the cook's galley. The awful cold has settled in my very marrow, and I will try to warm myself as long as fuel lasts. Tonight, I am resolved to stay awake and learn what I can of this strange harbour of ghosts. I must have dozed off despite my resolution, for the fire was out, and there was a deadly chill in the air when I awoke. Just then the ship's bell sounded 1, and "All's well" echoed over the harbour. I looked out, and lights flickered from the silent ships about me. I heard again the measured tread of footsteps from the chart room, and watched the figure of my grandfather come out. He stood near me for a moment, looking across at the ship I had visited that day, and I heard the dead lips mutter, How long, O Lord, how long? Then he moved to the rail, where he stood as though listening to the terrible oaths and bloodthirsty yells which came from that other strange ship. Frozen with horror, I too looked as lurid flames sprang up and revealed the fighting on that deck. All night long I watched the awful scenes repeated over and over until they died with the coming of dawn, as I have watched every night since, until now, when I feel that I too am doomed to become one of this ghastly company in the harbour of dead ships. I have watched the dead man in the chart room. In my loneliness have tried to talk to him, but he never turns his head to listen. I watch him go to the rail, stooping for something which he casts over the rail, perhaps the phantom form of Leather Breeches, the ship's carpenter. Then that unholy ship whereon men go through the form of murder nightly. Oh, that I could not see the happenings there, but something impels me to look and listen. It is bitter cold, and I feel the chill reaching to my heart, and I have just enough life left to place what I have written in this bottle and cast it over the side, with the hope it will drift out of this ice-locked harbour and fare to the pathway of ships on the bosom of some sunny sea. After I have done this, I will go to the chart-room and sit down by my dead grandfather, and remain with him in his silent vigil, believing that when the chill which is nearing my heart reaches my brain, I too will become one of this ghostly company in this graveyard of lost ships, and when 1 o'clock comes, I also will rise and walk again. When the Sea Gives Up Its Dead, by Robert Peary. With slow strokes I pushed my tiny craft among the dead brown grasses of the creek that wound its way over the flatlands of southern Carolina toward the distant sea. About me, as far as my eye could see, there stretched a level waste of melancholy sands topped with sparse, dead grasses. Now and then, a low-flying beach bird trailed its legs in dejection and uttered its long wailing cry, wending a dispirited way toward the quagmires of the swamplands in search of food. In the east, black clouds were banking toward the zenith. Jagged lightning darted eerily, blue and white and yellow, before the ominous ascension of the cloud masses. The wind was rising. The grasses bowed down to the water, as if accomplishing some ritual to a grey, forbidding god, and now and then, breaking the depressing silence, the slow mutter of 1,000 drums in the distance, the guttural complaint of the god of thunder, rolled up to me like waves of the sea, and receded again into a fearful silence. Loneliness. It is more than a word to one in a small boat upon the meandering stream that will carry one to the beaches of Carolina. Melancholy. The word upon that depressing shoreland drips with the ooze of despair when one's lips roundly utter its syllables. For many days I had found myself becoming more and more depressed at being away from my family. Perhaps this depression, this saddened condition of my spirits, accounted for my being on that creek in my boat that late afternoon in September. I had not returned to the government camp with my fellow workers, but had turned my boat seaward, and had, by the time the storm broke, gone miles farther than any of us had been before. It was not a pleasant work in which we were engaged, this discouraging search for the breeding place of an insect that was destroying millions of dollars' worth of crops annually. But someone had to do it, and the Bureau had selected me to head the investigation. My first intimation of the nearness of the storm came with a crash of thunder that followed hard upon the most tremendous lightning stroke I ever saw. The very heavens seemed to split asunder, and the echo of the thunder rolled almost endlessly against the grey, forbidding horizon. Then came the rain, a typical South Carolina coast rain, the beating sheets of grey water of those dreary savannas. I turned my boat about and began poling furiously upstream. Somewhere, I remembered, along the creek was a shack that had been pointed out to me as the habitation of an old beachcomber, an odd-job man of the neighbouring town. I searched the landscape as I moved sluggishly up the stream. It was difficult to see any great distance through the grey avalanche of rain. But at last I espied the shack, set back about 50 yards from the marshy bank of the creek. I shunted the boat into the bank, tied it to a clump of small willows, and raced up the path toward the shelter of the shack. When I entered, the door was not locked, and I pushed it open without ceremony. The old man was kneeling before the open hearth, lighting a fire of grasses and driftwood. He turned his face when I entered, and said, with a note of petulance, I thought, "The hospitality of necessity." "I shall not trouble you long, only until the storm is over," I told him. "It is not pleasant panting along in the pouring rain, and then the lightning, you know." "Oh, you're welcome, as far as that goes," he said, in that whining, creaking voice that is so often an affectation of the aged. "Nobody can ever say that Sailor Jack ever turned a needy man from his door." He motioned me to take one of the 2 chairs with which the room was furnished, but I stood for a moment or so in the doorway under a small sheltering awning of planks, so that I might not wet the floor more than I could help. "Don't mind the water," he said. "Come on in and dry yourself by the fire." I complied, and when I was seated I looked about the room. I had heard many tales of Sailor Jack, tales the townfolk didn't believe, old sailor myths he'd strewn through the district. People wondered how he managed to live on the little work he got to do. In the room were 2 bunks, one above the other, sailor fashion, and in a corner an old chest of black carved wood. In a room at the back I could see a skillet hanging from a nail, and a small iron stove in which a fire was already lighted. A coffee pot was bubbling, and the faint aroma of good strong coffee came to my nostrils. A cup of coffee, I decided, would be just the thing to take the sudden chill from my body. Evidently Sailor Jack thought so too, because I saw him go into the kitchen and pour a cup from the pot. He was very old, was Sailor Jack. His face was wrinkled like old parchment, and his beard and hair were streaked with a yellowish tinge. The beard was splashed with brown stains from the lips to the tip of the white straggly growth. His eyes were hollows of madness. Upon his head was a curiously shaped blue cap, something similar to the cocky little hats that French sailors wear in port. He was terribly thin, and stooped, and old. He returned with a cup of coffee, which I drank without sugar or cream. It warmed me deliciously, and I forgot the raging wind and the rain for a moment or so. Sailor Jack seated himself in the other chair and lighted his knotty black pipe. "Bloody night," he said between puffs. English was Sailor Jack. "Bad storm," I said. "They don't last, though," he said, staring into the fire. "Be all over betimes the dance goes on." I stared at him rigidly. "The dance?" I queried. There was within the cabin only the puffy sound of his thin old lips over the stem of the black pipe and the licking whir of the flames on the logs of the hearth. Sailor Jack gazed abstractedly into the brightness of the fire, and spoke as if he were not talking to me, but only reiterating some thought that haunted him and must have utterance. It had grown quite dark outside. The lightning threw the windows into shimmering, dazzling flame at each forked bolt. "The dance," said Sailor Jack. "The dance of the dead of the bark Greta. You must be a stranger to Pineville, else you would have heard ere now about how the men who perished when the Greta foundered offshore near here more than 50 years ago come back each dark of the moon to dance and drink above the grave. Always at the hour of 9 at night they come whimpering out of their sea graves to dance upon the grave of Naker. Always at 9, because that was the hour at which we buried her. 9 of the night when the moon was dark." A heavy blast of the wind tore the door from its fastenings, and the rain swept into the room. Sailor Jack got to his unsteady feet, and together we shut the door and tied the leather thong more securely. "Tonight is the night for them. Be a wild night, but what do the dead care? Aye, what do they care? It is the living who suffer." "Is there a story?" I asked. "Aye, lad, well, you ask if there's a story. A story of goblins and the sea dead. A body never rests beneath the waves. All will tell you that. The earth is a man's proper burial ground, and the poor spirits of the dead doomed to a watery grave are never at rest. I hear 'em coming up across the savannas to dance their monthly rituals. Always at Naker's grave, too. I know where she was buried. I helped cover her wasted body." "When? Where?" I began, drawing my chair closer to the fire. "Of course," he said. "You're wanting to hear, and it's me as would be telling you about the night we buried the poor brown body of the dead Naker. She's never at rest, and the ship's crew, it never rests. This all happened, lad, more than 50 years ago, when I was a strapping lad myself, and mate of the bark Greta, kneeled at Bedford by Durwood, who was one of the best of the builders in those old days. A sweet ship she was, as easy to handle with dry sticks up above as when she was all plain sail with heavy jib and spanker. Sweet to the helm as a brood mare. A bird of a ship, lad. She'd never have foundered off the savannas if 3/4 of the crew had not been down with the fever, the tropic fever as Naker give 'em. But you don't know about Naker, do you? Naker was mine in the beginning. I found her at the wharf at Pamity, and she begged me to bring her home with me. I did, or I started with her. I smuggled her aboard at night, and she kept herself stowed away for 3 days after we pulled anchor from the harbour. She was a beauty, lad. Brown, seductive, limbs and a face as any man might have fancied. The captain, Biderman his name was, the dirty lying dog, he took her away from me, and we fought for her. And he won. I was near wild, I tells you, lad, for I loved her, and he only wanted her for his evil purposes. Well, we was coming home under a good wind with all sail aloft, whipping it in easy after touching Montevideo on the coast of South America. Bedford was our next point of call, and at Bedford, I had figured it out, was where I'd leave the ship. With Naker, you understand. But I reckoned without consulting that fate that follows the sailor. Naker took down with a fever. She died, and never once did that beast of a Biderman let me see her. We anchored offshore here." Sailor Jack pointed to the east and resumed his tale. "The captain detailed the 5 of us to bury Naker on the beach. She'd made him promise her he'd give her a decent burial on land, and he meant to keep the promise. She knew the dead at sea never rested, for Naker was wise with the wisdom of women. They shrouded her body in a sheet and lowered it away into the bumboat, and we pulled to shore. It was at 9 o'clock that we digged the grave. Before we buried her, I swept back her shroud to see her face for the last time. I touched her eyelids and said a little prayer for the peace of her soul. I touched her little brown hands. I saw the ring on her finger. I drew back in surprise. The last link of her spirit with me, who really loved her, was gone. The ring I had given her was gone, and in its stead was a ruby set about with green stones, the whole set in a gold band. I knew it was Biderman's ring. I wanted to snatch that ring from the finger, but something held me back. The men of the crew, who watched me at my prayer, warned me of the dreadful penalty that follows the robbing of the dead. So it was that we buried Naker, the beautiful, the beloved, on the sands of the beach behind a rotting hull of a ship's boat." The storm was decreasing now. I had leaned forward under the strange spell of the old man's words. His eyes were beginning to fill with tears. His breath became more laboured.
But she was never allowed a moment's rest from that night to this. Her soul, that she wanted buried in decent Christian ground, is desecrated by the terrible carousals of the crew of the brig Greta. For the Greta foundered that night, trying to draw off the shore. The crew was short on account of the fever Naker had spread among them, and she went down before a single boat could be lowered. I was strong, and I swam ashore, and was saved."
He grew silent then, and I feared to question him. It was so evident that his mind was filled with the memory of the burial of his beloved Naker. It was an almost unbelievable tale. I cast about in my own mind for reasons to doubt his story, but the crowding memories were so plain in his dim old eyes that I could do naught but believe.
"They will not let her spirit rest,"
cried Sailor Jack. He sprang to his feet and cast his arms upward and raised his head to stare at the ceiling.
"They dance their fiendish dances over her grave at every dark of the moon. They drink their rum and sing their braggart songs above her grave, and her spirit is never still. Biderman leads their drunken revels."
I stepped to his side and helped him back to his chair.
"Forgive me,"
he said softly, his head bowed into his hands.
"I forget myself when I think of Naker's soul that never rests."
I looked at my watch. It was after 8 o'clock. "I think I'll try it back," I said to him. "The rain has stopped." He rose and confronted me.
"No,"
he answered.
"You must go with me tonight to watch the dance of the dead at Naker's grave. It is not too far across the marsh. Come, and I will show you that I am telling the truth. Come, and you will hear the creaking of the sails of the Greta. You will hear the lowering boats and the landing. You will hear all I have said you would hear, but you will see nothing. No man is privileged to see save me. I alone must bear the horror of the sight."
I made feeble protest, but he only stared into my eyes and placed his hands on my shoulders in entreaty. "I will go," I said at last. He went then into the kitchen and prepared a supper of bacon and milk with a hard bread he had made of cornmeal. We washed this coarse fare down with great cups of hot coffee. When we had finished, he went into a cupboard and fetched an old ship's lantern, lighted it, and set it down near the door. He delved into the trunk, or chest of black wood, and brought forth a silk scarf of blue and an old curved scimitar.
"We will go now," he said.
He led the way along a path that curved around the house toward the sea. For an hour I walked behind him. We passed no word between us. The lightning had passed around us, and now made futile yellow glares in the southwest. The wind still swept in gusts over the wet brown grass of the savannah. I began to suspect something of the foolishness of the night's affair. Why should I be here with this crazed old man? What would my friends at the camp 4 miles up the stream think of my absence? They perhaps might set out to search for me. I was just on the point of stopping the old sailor when he turned off the path and sat down in the sand behind a clump of willows. I could hear the rushing of the waves along the beach that could not be very far away. His hand touched my shoulder. He extinguished the lantern.
"There is the place. You can see the ribs of the old boat half buried in the sand of the beach. It is beneath the bow of that rotting old boat that Naker is buried. The stream enters the bay just there, the stream you came down this afternoon. Our way was shorter, that is all."
I settled myself into the sand beside him and waited.
"What is the time?"
he asked. "Almost 9 o'clock, I replied.
"I will know when 9 comes," he said. "I will hear the flapping of the sails of the Greta as they pull her inshore."
I will make no effort here to say what I heard that night. I can only say what I, under the recurring monotone of his voice, thought he made me hear. The space before us was possibly 50 yards wide, running to the right into a dark clump of willows and large grasses. To our left, the same. Between were the lapping wavelets of the sea and the sand of the beach, in the centre of which I could just distinguish the black ribs of a ship's boat buried quite more than half its depth in the sand. The willows nodded and shifted in the wind. Complete silence pervaded this deserted strip of beach, except for the heavy, wheezy breathing of Sailor Jack. That was the only sound. I did not hear the first sound, but I knew that Sailor Jack did. His skinny, claw-like hand almost cut into my flesh with the tenacity and the fear with which he gripped my arm. He sat half erect.
"The sails! The Greta is pulling inshore!"
I listened intently. The sound was of bellying sails, booming low, but quite audible down the wind. There was then a clanking, a creaking, a sound so tiny that I feared for an instant that I was only imagining I heard. Sailor Jack had not released his grip upon my arm.
"The boat is going over. There will be 2 of them lowered. You will hear. I have heard every month for 50 years. They are coming to dance their terrible rituals of sacrilege over the grave of Neka, so that her soul can have no rest."
The flesh of my body tightened perceptibly. The sounds were real. I could no longer doubt their reality, try as hard as I might. I heard the splash of lifted oars, the scraping of a boat upon the sand, and nowhere the sight of any moving thing or human figure. Had I seen any tangible substance, a wraith, a moving ghostly figure, it would not have been so terrifying to my spirits, my nerves. But there was nothing except the rattle of phantom chains and the splash of shadowy oars in the surf. It seemed to me that the waves grew larger at the point where I had heard the scraping of a boat's keel along the sand.
"They will roll their casks of rum along the sand,"
said Sailor Jack. His voice startled me. I looked at his face. Every muscle was drawn in horror.
"They will stamp their feet upon Neka's grave in a ghost dance. They hate Neka, Neka, whom I loved with all my soul and my heart. Neka comes to my cabin at night and lays her woes at my feet. Her lips touch mine in a kiss that is of her hungry, searching soul."
His voice grew louder in his wild, demoniacal denunciation of the despoilers of his sweetheart's grave. My mind grew weary with the dreadful thoughts that thronged its avenues. The dance began. Smothered voices, the clinking of mugs, the low, shrill laughter of drunken men. Sounds without bodies capable of producing them. It is indescribable.
"Come," said Sailor Jack. "It is time to avenge her desecration. I shall slay the spirit of Biderman, who leads these ghastly revels."
He sprang with a loud cry from his hiding place behind the willows and ran, crouching, toward the hull of the boat. The sounds died away. There was none except the soft murmur of the wind in the willows. I sprang behind him, quite confident now that he had gone mad. He was brandishing the scimitar at an unseen adversary, close to the rotting hull of the boat.
Die, die, grave wreckers, destroyers of the peace of souls!"
Suddenly, he stumbled back into my arms. It was almost as if some tremendous blow had been delivered upon his head. His scimitar, rusted, useless thing that it was, fell from his grasp. Sailor Jack was dead. I bent over him, not daring to move, cold with a sudden fear. The sounds had begun again. I dared not look. The rattling of boat hooks, the creaking of windlasses, the bellying and the popping of sails. I heard them all, and I dared not raise my head. I knelt there in the sand above the grave of Neka, and held the poor old body of Sailor Jack in my arms. I tried later to bring him back to his cabin, but the burden was too great. I set off alone in the darkness then, found my boat, and went to the camp for help. We brought Sailor Jack to Pineville, and left his body with the local undertaker. I told no one of the night's affair, except that I was on the beach with the old man when he died. The local doctor pronounced it heart failure. The next afternoon, I went alone to the beach where the rotting hull still stood half buried in the sand. I found Sailor Jack's scimitar and the blue silk sash. I had brought a spade along with me, and I began excavating the sand upon the spot where the old man had engaged his ghostly enemy in combat. I had not to dig long. I came at length upon a sort of white earth, the crumbled remains of human bones, and a little to one side I found a ring, a ruby set about with green stones in a gold band. The Jonah by Guy Payne. A sullen, shrouded gloom hung over the meandering Margaret, a bark of 15,000 tons en route for the West Indies. She was lying in the midst of a sweltering calm. Scarce a breath, a cap full of wind, disturbed the sails which hung idly downward from their masts in loose folds. An oily sea washed lightly against the sturdy sides of the bark, so gently that it assumed a heaving motion repellent to the eye and the stomach. Not a flicker of a white-capped roller, never a splash as a tiny wave overtopped itself to break up in confusion. Just a regular, smooth rise and fall. The crew of the meandering Margaret lounged idly about, except under the direct glance of the first mate, whose watch it was, when they carelessly continued their work with a pretense that deceived no one. The watch-off lay about on the foredeck. Below, it was stifling. The calm had lasted a week now, and during that time the ship had made a progress of 120 nautical miles. The oppressive heat seemed worse each day, while discipline became correspondingly slack. The captain was below, feverish. The second mate had died under the influence of the heat the day before, and so the first mate and the boatswain divided up the watches between them. Superstitious to the last degree, the crew were hourly expecting tragedy, horror, death. The voyage had commenced badly. When the men signed on, they found as boatswain the notorious Jim Green, Jonah of Jonahs. Jim Green had thrice been wrecked, twice on the cruel rocks of the Cornish coast, and once off South Africa. Each time, most of the crew had lost their lives. Once a boat he was on caught fire. It was a privately owned windjammer and uninsured. There was a subsequent suicide when the news of its total loss reached London. He had seen 4 burials at sea, and he was cross-eyed. The sum total made him one of the most feared men at sea, and no sailor ever willingly slept in the same ship as he. That was the first of bad omens. 3 days out, the ship's cat, black as coal, after giving birth to white kittens, jumped overboard. Then Miller, the second mate, died. Jim Green fished for sharks during his off time. He could not sleep, so to while away the time he trailed a line behind. There had been a certain shark following the ship for days, another evil omen. Pickled pork is a tasty piece, but though the line had hung down from the aft deck for 3 days, it was still untouched, while the shark still haunted the meandering Margaret. "Marky me words, lads," grumbled old Amos, a bearded, grizzled old seaman who had sailed the seas nigh on 60 years. "That shark's a-waiting for human food." "You're right, and I says so too," agreed Harry Bodley. Harry Bodley was a rat-faced, ferret-eyed Cockney sailor, a typical inhabitant of the sunless, insanitary, crowded tenements of the East End of London. A vivid scar ran down his face, making its appearance evil. Its sinisterness was farther enhanced by the cunning expression set deep back in his eyes. "Yes, old Amos, this here ship is cursed, that's what I says. What can you expect with a blasted Jonah on board?" There was a murmur of assent from the rest of the men, and a muttered growl. The watch-off sat round, blackened pipes and blackened teeth. One bell went. That is, 7:45 bells. In another quarter of an hour, 8 bells would chime, and the watch would change. Bodley, with one eye on the boatswain to see that he caught no word of what he was saying, continued his discourse, while the remainder listened to him with an eager attention, every now and again interrupting with an imprecation, signifying agreement or expectorating skilfully a mouthful of tobacco-tainted spittle. The sun had sunk, a blazing ball of fire, and night had fallen. Still the meandering Margaret lay wallowing, creaking at every joint, where the tar had melted and oozed out. The boatswain was leaning over the side of the ship, watching the fish leaping in and out of the water, leaving behind a sparkling shower of phosphoric drops which glowed as they fell back to the surface. Night had brought no appreciable difference in the temperature, and Jim Green felt as if he were slowly melting away. He wore no shoes and stockings, only a pair of pants, and a shirt rolled up above his elbows and open at the chest. Listlessly, he gazed overboard. Behind him, there crouched a shadow which turned its head this way and that, to see whether it was observed. Then it crept slowly, noiselessly toward the unconscious figure of the boatswain. Other than the faint splash of the leaping fish, the creaking timber, and the helmsman who was whistling "Home, Sweet Home" in anything but a tunely key, the night was silent. The shadow sprang forward. There was a thud, and Jim Green sank to the deck. Instantly, the shadow, the rat-faced, ferret-eyed Cockney, lifted the body up and flung it overboard. The helmsman ceased his monotonous tune, cocked his head to one side, and listened. "Some fish," he muttered to himself. Before he had more time to cogitate on the sound of the big splash, he heard something else. There was a low, cooing, sibilant whispering, and suddenly the gaff topsail cracked like a pistol shot. The bark jerked forward. The sails billowed with a series of slight explosions. There was wind. Wind. The disappearance of the boatswain was scarcely a 9 days' wonder, 5 days being its limit, for on the 5th day the meandering Margaret reached its destination. Enquiries had been made, and the only clue to Jim Green's disappearance was the splash which the helmsman had heard, and which significantly had preceded the sudden wind by a matter of a minute or less. The crew looked at each other queerly. No sooner had the Jonah fallen overboard, which was the assumption arrived at, than the prayed-for wind had arrived. Only the cunning Cockney knew the real truth, and he metaphorically hugged himself. He had paid back the beating up the mate had given him for slacking, and disposed of the Jonah with successful results in one blow. Therefore he was pleased with himself. Arrived in harbour, the crew decided on a swim. With a boat to keep off unwelcome sharks, 6 naked men disported into the transparent blue water. "Come on, what about a race?" yelled out Bodley. "I used to swim the old Thames, round the boat and back for a tot of stout and tonic." The men accepted the challenge, and 12 powerful arms commenced to cleave the water. Bodley lagged behind. He knew he could beat any one of the swimmers. In his younger days, he had been the accepted champion of the urchins who used to swim in the muddied waters of London's great river. He had a spectacular temperament, so he meant to give them a start, then beat them. As they rounded the stern, he was 2 yards behind. The occupants of the protecting boat watched the race. Bets passed. "My God!" shouted one suddenly. "Look!" The placid calm in which Bodley had been swimming a second past was now a turbulent mass of heaving water. "Shark!" hazarded one of the crew. "Octopus!" guessed another. Quickly, They pulled toward the struggling Cockney, but as they reached within 3 yards of where the helpless Bodley vainly kicked his arms and legs to free himself of whatever was clutching him, he sank beneath the water. A few bubbles rose to the surface. The limpid water held no secrets. Some way down in the clear water they could see the body of Bodley, still and motionless. What puzzled the men, however, was some black, inert, seaweedy substance that was curled round him.
"Blimey," muttered one. "Looks like as our Bodley got caught in some seaweed."
Helplessly they peered down, stupidly doing nothing to rescue the Cockney, who could not possibly be living. Presently the swimmers returned. They heard the story, and one volunteered to dive below. His white body flashed beneath the surface, and within 30 seconds he returned with Bodley and something. The first thing that the crew saw was the horror depicted on the rat face of the late Cockney. Terror, fright, nameless, indescribable horror was writ on his features. Then old Amor suddenly vomited over the side, and with shaking fingers pointed to the something that was entwined round the dead body. Stuck on a hook, attached to a long line which trailed from the ship and had once been used as a shark hook, was a slimy, seaweed-covered body, decaying and mortifying, the face of which, however, was just recognizable as that of Jim Green, the Jonah of the meandering Margaret. A Tropical Horror by William Hope Hodgson. We're 130 days out from Melbourne, and for 3 weeks we have lain in this sweltering calm. It is midnight, and our watch on deck until 4 a.m. I go out and sit on the hatch. A minute later, Jokey, our youngest prentice, joins me for a chatter. Many are the hours we have sat thus and talked in the night watches, though to be sure it is Jokey who does the talking. I am content to smoke and listen, giving an occasional grunt at seasons to show that I am attentive. Jokey has been silent for some time, his head bent in meditation. Suddenly he looks up, evidently with the intention of making some remark. As he does so, I see his face stiffen with a nameless horror. He crouches back, his eyes staring past me at some unseen fear. Then his mouth opens. He gives forth a strangulated cry and topples backward off the hatch, striking his head against the deck. Fearing I know not what, I turn to look. Great heavens! Rising above the bulwarks, seen plainly in the bright moonlight, is a vast, slobbering mouth a fathom across. From the huge, dripping lips hang great tentacles. As I look, the thing comes further over the rail. It is rising, higher and higher. There are no eyes visible, only that fearful, slobbering mouth set on the tremendous trunk-like neck, which, even as I watch, is curling inboard with the stealthy celerity of an enormous eel. Over it comes in vast, heaving folds. Will it never end? The ship gives a slow, sullen roll to starboard as she feels the weight. Then the tail, a broad, flat-shaped mass, slips over the teak rail and falls with a loud slump onto the deck. For a few seconds the hideous creature lies heaped in writhing, slimy coils. Then, with quick, darting movements, the monstrous head travels along the deck. Close by the mainmast stand the harness casks, and alongside of these a freshly opened cask of salt beef with the top loosely replaced. The smell of the meat seems to attract the monster, and I can hear it sniffing with a vast indrawing breath. Then those lips open, displaying 4 huge fangs. There is a quick forward motion of the head, a sudden crashing, crunching sound, and beef and barrel have disappeared. The noise brings one of the ordinary seamen out of the forecastle. Coming into the night, he can see nothing for a moment. Then, as he gets further aft, he sees and, with horrified cries, rushes forward. Too late! From the mouth of the thing there flashes forth a long, broad blade of glistening white, set with fierce teeth. I avert my eyes, but cannot shut out the sickening glut that follows. The man on the lookout, attracted by the disturbance, has witnessed the tragedy, and flies for refuge into the forecastle, flinging to the heavy iron door after him. The carpenter and sailmaker come running out from the half-deck in their drawers. Seeing the awful thing, they rush aft to the cabin with shouts of fear. The second mate, after one glance over the break of the poop, runs down the companionway with the helmsman after him. I can hear them barring the scuttle, and abruptly I realize that I am on the main deck alone. So far I have forgotten my own danger. The past few minutes seem like a portion of an awful dream. Now, however, I comprehend my position, and shaking off the horror that has held me, turn to seek safety. As I do so, my eyes fall upon Jokey, lying huddled and senseless with fright where he has fallen. I cannot leave him there. Close by stands the empty half-deck, a little steel-built house with iron doors. The lee one is hooked open. Once inside, I am safe. Up to the present, the thing has seemed to be unconscious of my presence. Now, however, the huge barrel-like head sways in my direction. Then comes a muffled bellow, and the great tongue flickers in and out as the brute turns and swirls aft to meet me. I know there is not a moment to lose, and picking up the helpless lad, I make a run for the open door. It is only distant a few yards, but that awful shape is coming down the deck to me in great wreathing coils. I reach the house and tumble in with my burden, then out on deck again to unhook and close the door. Even as I do so, something white curls round the end of the house. With a bound I'm inside, and the door is shut and bolted. Through the thick glass of the ports I see the thing sweep round the house, in vain search for me. Jokey is not moved yet. So, kneeling down, I loosen his shirt collar and sprinkle some water from the breaker over his face. While I'm doing this, I hear Morgan shout something. Then comes a great shriek of terror, and again that sickening glut, glut. Jokey stirs uneasily, rubs his eyes, and sits up suddenly. Was that Morgan shouting? He breaks off with a cry. Where are we? I have had such awful dreams. At this instant there is a sound of running footsteps on the deck, and I hear Morgan's voice at the door. Tom, open! He stops abruptly, and gives an awful cry of despair. Then I hear him rush forward. Through the porthole I see him spring into the fore-rigging and scramble madly aloft. Something steals up after him. It shows white in the moonlight. It wraps itself around his right ankle. Morgan stops dead, plucks out his sheath knife, and hacks fiercely at the fiendish thing. It lets go, and in a second he is over the top and running for dear life up the topgallant rigging. A time of quietness follows, and presently I see that the day is breaking. Not a sound can be heard, save the heavy gasping breathing of the thing. As the sun rises higher, the creature stretches itself out along the deck and seems to enjoy the warmth. Still no sound, either from the men forward or the officers aft. I can only suppose that they are afraid of attracting its attention. Yet, a little later, I hear the report of a pistol away aft, and, looking out, I see the serpent raise its huge head as though listening. As it does so, I get a good view of the forepart, and in the daylight see what the night has hidden. There, right about the mouth, is a pair of little pig eyes that seem to twinkle with a diabolical intelligence. It is swaying its head slowly from side to side. Then, without warning, it turns quickly and looks right in through the port. I dodge out of sight, but not soon enough. It has seen me and brings its great mouth up against the glass. I hold my breath. My God, if it breaks the glass! I cower, horrified. From the direction of the port there comes a loud, harsh, scraping sound. I shiver. Then I remember that there are little iron doors to shut over the ports in bad weather. Without a moment's waste of time, I rise to my feet and slam to the door over the port. Then I go round to the others and do the same. We are now in darkness, and I tell Jokey in a whisper to light the lamp, which, after some fumbling, he does. About an hour before midnight I fall asleep. I am awakened suddenly some hours later by a scream of agony and the rattle of a water dipper. There is a slight scuffling sound, then that soul-revolting glut, glut. I guess what has happened. One of the men forward has slipped out of the forecastle to try and get a little water. Evidently he has trusted to the darkness to hide his movements. Poor beggar! He has paid for his attempt with his life. After this I cannot sleep, though the rest of the night passes quietly enough. Towards morning I doze a bit, but wake every few minutes with a start. Jokey is sleeping peacefully. Indeed, he seems worn out with the terrible strain of the past 24 hours. About 8 a.m. I call him, and we make a light breakfast off the dry ship's biscuit and water. Of the latter, happily, we have a good supply. Jokey seems more himself, and starts to talk a little, possibly somewhat louder than is safe, for as he chatters on, wondering how it will end, there comes a tremendous blow against the side of the house, making it ring again. After this, Jokey is very silent. As we sit there, I cannot but wonder what all the rest are doing, and how the poor beggars forward are faring, cooped up without water, as the tragedy of the night has proved. Towards noon, I hear a loud bang, followed by a terrific bellowing. Then comes a great smashing of woodwork, and the cries of men in pain. Vainly I ask myself what has happened. I begin to reason. By the sound of the report, it was evidently something much heavier than a rifle or pistol, and judging from the mad roaring of the thing, the shot must have done some execution. On thinking it over further, I become convinced that, by some means, those aft have got hold of the small signal cannon we carry, and though I know that some have been hurt, perhaps killed, yet a feeling of exultation seizes me as I listen to the roars of the thing, and realize that it is badly wounded, perhaps mortally. After a while, however, the bellowing dies away, and only an occasional roar, denoting more of anger than aught else, is heard. Presently I become aware, by the ship's canting over to starboard, that the creature has gone over to that side, and a great hope springs up within me that possibly it has had enough of us and is going over the rail into the sea. For a time, all is silent, and my hope grows stronger. I lean across and nudge Jokey, who is sleeping with his head on the table. He starts up sharply with a loud cry. "Hush," I whisper hoarsely. "I'm not certain, but I do believe it's gone." Jokey's face brightens wonderfully, and he questions me eagerly. We wait another hour or so, with hope ever rising. Our confidence is returning fast. Not a sound can we hear, not even the breathing of the beast. I get out some biscuits, and Jokey, after rummaging in the locker, produces a small piece of pork and a bottle of ship's vinegar. We fall to with a relish. After our long abstinence from food, the meal acts on us like wine, and what must Jokey do but insist on opening the door to make sure the thing is gone? This I will not allow, telling him that at least it will be safer to open the iron port covers first and have a look out. Jokey argues, but I am immovable.
He becomes excited. I believe the youngster is light-headed. Then, as I turn to unscrew one of the after covers, Jokey makes a dash at the door. Before he can undo the bolts, I have him, and after a short struggle lead him back to the table. Even as I endeavor to quieten him, there comes at the starboard door, the door that Jokey has tried to open, a sharp, loud sniff, followed immediately by a thunderous grunting howl, and a foul stench of putrid breath sweeps in under the door. A great trembling takes me, and were it not for the carpenter's tool chest, I should fall. Jokey turns very white and is violently sick, after which he is seized by a hopeless fit of sobbing. Hour after hour passes, and weary to death I lie down on the chest upon which I have been sitting, and try to rest. It must be about 2:30 in the morning, after a somewhat longer doze, that I am suddenly awakened by a most tremendous uproar away forward, men's voices shrieking, cursing, praying. But in spite of the terror expressed, so weak and feeble, while in the midst and at times broken off short with that hellishly suggestive glut, glut, is the unearthly bellowing of the thing. Fear incarnate seizes me, and I can only fall on my knees and pray. Too well I know what is happening. Jokey has slept through it all, and I am thankful. Presently, under the door there steals a narrow riband of light, and I know that the day is broken on the second morning of our imprisonment. I let Jokey sleep on. I will let him have peace while he may. Time passes, but I take little notice. The thing is quiet, probably sleeping. About midday I eat a little biscuit and drink some of the water. Jokey still sleeps. It is best so. A sound breaks the stillness. The ship gives a slight heave, and I know that once more the thing is awake. Round the deck it moves, causing the ship to roll perceptibly. Once it goes forward, I fancy to again explore the forecastle. Evidently it finds nothing, for it returns almost immediately. It pauses a moment at the house, then goes on further aft. Up aloft, somewhere in the fore-rigging, there rings out a peal of wild laughter, though sounding very faint and far away. The horror stops suddenly. I listen intently, but hear nothing, save a sharp creaking beyond the after end of the house, as though a strain had come upon the main rigging. A minute later, I hear a cry aloft, followed almost instantly by a loud crash on deck that seems to shake the ship. I wait in anxious fear. What is happening? The minutes pass slowly. Then comes another frightened shout. It ceases suddenly. The suspense has become terrible, and I am no longer able to bear it. Very cautiously, I open one of the after port covers and peep out to see a fearful sight. There, with its tail upon the deck and its vast body curled round the mainmast, is the monster, its head above the topsail yard, and its great claw-armed tentacle waving in the air. It is the first proper sight that I have had of the thing. Good heavens! It must weigh 100 tons. Knowing that I shall have time, I open the port itself, then crane my head out and look up. There, on the extreme end of the lower topsail yard, I see one of the able seamen. Even down here I note the staring horror of his face. At this moment, he sees me and gives a weak, hoarse cry for help. I can do nothing for him. As I look, the great tongue shoots out and licks him off the yard, much as might a dog a fly off the window pane. Higher still, but happily out of reach, are 2 more of the men. As far as I can judge, they are lashed to the mast above the royal yard. The thing attempts to reach them, but after a futile effort it ceases and starts to slide down, coil on coil, to the deck. While doing this, I notice a great gaping wound on its body some 20 feet above the tail. I drop my gaze from aloft and look aft. The cabin door is torn from its hinges, and the bulkhead, which, unlike the half-deck, is of teak wood, is partly broken down. With a shudder, I realize the cause of those cries after the cannon shot. Turning, I screw my head round and try to see the foremast, but cannot. The sun, I notice, is low, and the night is near. Then I draw in my head and fasten up both port and cover. How will it end? Oh, how will it end? After a while, Jokey wakes up. He is very restless, yet though he has eaten nothing during the day, I cannot get him to touch anything. Night draws on. We are too weary, too dispirited to talk. I lie down, but not to sleep. Time passes. A ventilator rattles violently somewhere on the main deck, and there sounds constantly that slurring, gritty noise. Later, I hear a cat's agonized howl, and then again all is quiet. Some time after comes a great splash alongside. Then, for some hours, all is silent as the grave. Occasionally I sit up on the chest and listen, yet never a whisper of noise comes to me. There is an absolute silence. Even the monotonous creak of the gear has died away entirely, and at last a real hope is springing up within me. That splash, this silence, surely I am justified in hoping. I do not wake Jokey this time. I will prove first for myself that all is safe. Still, I wait. I will run no unnecessary risks. After a time, I creep to the afterport and will listen, but there is no sound. I put up my hand and feel at the screw. Then again I hesitate, yet not for long. Noiselessly, I begin to unscrew the fastening of the heavy shield. It swings loose on its hinge, and I pull it back and peer out. My heart is beating madly. Everything seems strangely dark outside. Perhaps the moon has gone behind a cloud. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight enters through the port and goes as quickly. I stare out. Something moves. Again the light streams in, and now I seem to be looking into a great cavern, at the bottom of which quivers and curls something palely white. My heart seems to stand still. It is the horror. I start back and seize the iron port flap to slam it to. As I do so, something strikes the glass like a steam ram, shatters it to atoms, and flicks past me into the berth. I scream and spring away. The port is quite filled with it. The lamp shows it dimly. It is curling and twisting here and there. It is as thick as a tree and covered with a smooth, slimy skin. At the end is a great claw like a lobster's, only 1,000 times larger. I cower down into the farthest corner. It has broken the tool chest to pieces with one click of those frightful mandibles. Jokey has crawled under a bunk. The thing sweeps round in my direction. I feel a drop of sweat trickle slowly down my face. It tastes salty. Nearer comes that awful death. Crash! I roll over backwards. It has crushed the water breaker against which I leant, and I am rolling in the water across the floor. The claw drives up, then down, with a quick, uncertain movement, striking the deck a dull, heavy blow, a foot from my head. Jokey gives a little gasp of horror. Slowly, the thing rises and starts feeling its way around the berth. It plunges into a bunk and pulls out a bolster, nips it in half and drops it, then moves on. It is feeling along the deck. As it does so, it comes across a half of the bolster. It seems to toy with it, then picks it up and takes it out through the port. A wave of putrid air fills the berth. There is a grating sound, and something enters the port again, something white and tapering, and set with teeth. Hither and thither it curls, rasping over the bunks, ceiling and deck, with a noise like that of a great saw at work. Twice it flickers above my head, and I close my eyes. Then off it goes again. It sounds now on the opposite side of the berth and nearer to Jokey. Suddenly, the harsh, raspy noise becomes muffled, as though the teeth were passing across some soft substance. Jokey gives a horrid little scream that breaks off into a bubbling, whistling sound. I open my eyes. The tip of the vast tongue is curled tightly around something that drips, then is quickly withdrawn, allowing the moonbeams to steal again into the berth. I rise to my feet. Looking round, I note in a mechanical sort of way the wrecked state of the berth, the shattered chests, dismantled bunks, and something else. "Jokey!" I cry, and tingle all over. There is that awful thing again, at the port. I glance round for a weapon. I will revenge Jokey. Ah, there, right under the lamp, where the wreck of the carpenter's chest strews the floor, lies a small hatchet. I spring forward and seize it. It is small, but so keen, so keen. I feel its razor edge lovingly. Then I am back at the port. I stand to one side and raise my weapon. The great tongue is feeling its way to those fearsome remains. It reaches them. As it does so, with a scream of "Jokey! Jokey!" I strike savagely again and again and again, gasping as I strike. Once more, and the monstrous mass falls to the deck, writhing like a hideous eel. A vast, warm flood rushes in through the porthole. There is a sound of breaking steel and an enormous bellowing. A singing comes in my ears and grows louder, louder. Then the berth grows indistinct and suddenly dark. Extract from the log of the steamship Hispaniola. June 24. Latitude blank north, longitude blank west. 11 a.m. Sighted four-masted bark about 4 points on the port bow, flying signal of distress. Ran down to her and sent a boat aboard. She proved to be the Glen Doone, homeward bound from Melbourne to London. Found things in a terrible state. Decks covered with blood and slime. Steel deckhouse stove in. Broke open door and discovered youth of about 19 in last stage of inanition. Also part remains of boy about 14 years of age. There was a great quantity of blood in the place, and a huge curled-up mass of whitish flesh, weighing about 1/2 a ton, one end of which appeared to have been hacked through with a sharp instrument. Found forecastle door open and hanging from one hinge. Doorway bulged, as though something had been forced through. Went inside. A terrible state of affairs. Blood everywhere, broken chests, smashed bunks, but no men nor remains. Went aft again and found youth showing signs of recovery. When he came round, gave the name of Thompson. Said they had been attacked by a huge serpent. Thought it must have been sea serpent. He was too weak to say much, but told us there were some men up the mainmast. Sent a hand aloft, who reported them lashed to the royal mast and quite dead. Went aft to the cabin. Here we found the bulkhead smashed to pieces, and the cabin door lying on the deck near the after hatch. Found body of captain down lazarette, but no officers. Noticed amongst the wreckage part of the carriage of a small cannon. Came aboard again. Have sent the second mate with 6 men to work her into port. Thompson is with us. He has written out his version of the affair. We certainly consider that the state of the ship, as we found her, bears out in every respect his story. Signed, William Norton, Master. Tom Briggs, First Mate.
Bells of Oceana by Arthur J. Burks. It was on a heavily laden troop ship westward heading. Hours before, the sun had gone down toward China, trailing ebon night behind her. For a full week, since dropping the California coast behind us, there had been nothing in all the wild waste of waters for us to see save ourselves. No ship's funnels broke the lowering horizon, no sign of land, for our skipper had chosen a passage lying somewhere in between the usual steamer lanes. The nearest land, save that which stretched in eternal darkness some 3 miles below us, was more than 1,000 miles beyond the southern horizon. We were just a single ship, burdened with a precious freight of souls, upon an ocean that seemed endless. The first day out had been squally, and everyone had been sick, save those of us who had gone down to the sea in ships before. But with the dawning of the second morning, the sea had calmed down, and our vessel rode through the blue, toward the horizon bowl which ever crept before us in the golden wake of the setting sun. The voyage, if the old salt spoke truly, would be uneventful, but with that strange premonitory feeling which comes to all of us at times, I did not believe them. Something, from the very first, warned me that our voyage was ill-fated. I couldn't explain my feeling. It wasn't a feeling of dread, exactly, nor of fear, just a strange feeling of unease, much like that which comes to people on their first voyage, when a ship is rolling slightly under their feet, and everything, until they get their sea legs, seems strangely out of focus. That doesn't explain it, I know, but it is as near as I can put my feeling into words. I knew, when the sun went down ahead of us, with the 180th meridian less than 24 hours ahead, that we were on the eve of strange, momentous happenings. To add to my feeling of unease, and as though it had been all planned out by some invisible something or somebody, in the vague beginning, the officer who should have had the watch that night fell suddenly ill, and I was called upon to take his place. I knew, as I donned my belt, holster, and pistol, that I but obeyed the will of some invisible prompter, a prompter without a name. We had 7 sentries out at various important places about the ship, and I made the routine inspections before turning in, less than an hour before midnight. When I entered my stateroom and turned on the light, that feeling of unease was more pronounced than it had been at any time previously. I had the feeling, though I had locked my door when I had last quitted my stateroom, that I had entered again immediately after someone had left it. Yet that was impossible. I had carried the key in my pocket all the time, and my cabin boy was not provided with one. There was no way that anyone or anything could have entered my stateroom in my absence, save... Still, as though my every move had been ordered by some invisible prompter, my eyes darted to the porthole beside my bed. It was quite too small for the passage of a human body, and even to think of such a thing were the utmost folly. If anyone had gone out through the porthole, that one had fallen or plunged into the sea, for had the porthole been ever so big, there was absolutely no way one could have left my stateroom by that way and still remained upon the ship, unless that one had gone out and were even now hanging by his hands along the ship's side. So strongly had the feeling of an alien presence obtruded itself upon me that, in spite of knowing myself an utter fool for entertaining any doubt whatsoever, I strode to the porthole and looked out. There was nothing, of course, save water, now black and forbidding, stretching away to the south, to a horizon that, since night had fallen, seemed to have crept quite close to us to watch our passing. Still unsatisfied, in spite of arguing with myself, condemning myself for a fool, I deliberately closed the glass which masked the port, took my seat in a chair beside the bunk, facing the round glass of the porthole, which resembled to an imagination suddenly fevered the eye of a huge one-eyed giant, and began to undress. Mechanically, I lifted first one foot and then the other, removing shoes and stockings. But I kept my eyes upon the closed porthole, and that feeling of an unseen presence in the room was stronger as the moments fled. My undressing completed, I stood erect to turn out the lights, and paused in the very act, a cry of terror smothered in my throat by a sheer act of will. For the most fleeting of seconds, I had seen a dead white face outside the glass which covered the porthole. It was the face of a person who had drowned, I told myself wildly, and the dripping hair wore a coronet of fluttering seaweed. The eyes of this strange outsider stared straight into mine, devoid of expression, totally unwinking, and the lips, which seemed blue as though with icy cold, long endured, smiled a thin and ironic smile. It took all the courage I possessed, which is little enough in the face of the unknown, to hurl myself across the bed, right hand extended toward the heavy screw which held the circular piece of glass in place. In the instant my hand would have touched the glass, the ship rode into the edge of the storm that was to fill the remainder of the night, and the stern of the steamer rose dizzily on the crest of a mighty wave, dragging all the vessel with it, and the face slid slowly out of sight below the porthole, the bluish lips still smiling, ironically. I admit that I was trembling, that my fingers were unsteady as I fumbled with the screw to unloose the glass. When the porthole was open once more, and the cold breeze of this latitude came in to fan my fevered face, I thrust my head out of the port and gazed right and left, and up and down, along the curving side of the ship. But there was nothing, save straight ahead on our port side. And even there was nothing but black water, huge mountainous waves touched with whitecaps at their crests, like flying shrouds or like lacy streamers created as a fringe for the mantle of night. I watched several of the waves sweep under the vessel, which rose and fell sluggishly. The waves seemed to be travelling in no certain direction, but broke into a veritable welter of warring forces, roaring as they came together with the roaring of maddened, deep-throated bulls. Valleys with darkness on their floors, mountain tops touched with snow that shifted eerily in the breeze. I was about to close the port when, many yards away from the ship, as though born of the womb of old ocean, I heard the bells. Like the tiny bells which the bellwether wears to signal the ewes and the lambs, was the tinkling of the bells. Like those bells, yet not like them, totally out of place in mid-ocean, and I felt a strange prickling of the scalp as I listened. Hurriedly, driven by a fear I could not have explained then, nor can I now explain, I closed the porthole again, and whirled about with another scream, which this time came forth from my quivering lips in spite of all I could do to prevent. Just inside my stateroom door stood my sergeant of the guard, and his lips were trembling more wildly than my own. His eyes protruded horribly, his face was chalk white, and he was striving with all his power to speak. As I watched his manful struggle, I dreaded for him to speak, for I knew that what he had come to tell me would be something strange and terrible, something hitherto entirely outside my experience. "Sir," he managed at last, when I stiffly nodded permission for him to speak, "I just made the rounds of the sentries." Here the poor fellow stopped, unable to go on, and his knees knocked together audibly. "Yes, Sergeant," I managed to mutter. "You went the usual rounds of the sentries, and then?" "The sentry who should be on duty on the main deck, forward of the bridge, is missing." Of course, I knew on the instant that there might be many reasons for the failure of the sergeant of the guard to find the sentry, many logical reasons. The sentry might have quitted his post, a violation of regulations, true, for a quiet cigarette in the lee of a lifeboat. He might have been walking his post in the direction taken by the sergeant, so that the latter had not overtaken him, even with a complete circling of the main deck. He might... Oh, there were many logical explanations, but I guessed instinctively that none of these reasons fitted the case. For one thing, the sergeant of the guard was an old-timer, had spent many years of his life at sea, yet he was frightened half out of his wits, and I knew he held as many decorations for bravery as any other officer or man in the Marine Corps. There was something terrible, something, if you will, uncanny behind this disappearance of the sentry. I muttered an oath, more to prod my own flagging courage than for any other reason, and started toward the door, motioning the sergeant to precede me. But he shook his head stubbornly and barred my way. I halted, for it was evident that he had not completed his report. "You'll maybe think me daft," he said, "but I couldn't let you go out there, sir, without telling you everything. The corporal on watch at the head of the promenade gangway told me a strange story just before I made my rounds. He opened the door leading onto the starboard promenade for a look at the weather outside, and just as he was about to close it again, the ship lifted on the crest of a huge wave, and out beyond the wave, many yards away from the ship, he heard something which he likened to the tinkling of little bells." "Good God!" I exclaimed. "And," the sergeant continued, "all the time I was looking for the missing sentry, I had the idea there was someone behind me, following me every step of the way. Yet when I whirled to look, the deck behind me was empty." "And you found no sign of the sentry?" I said stupidly. The sergeant shook his head. "Nothing," he said, except, well, sir, you'll maybe think me daft, as I said before, but on the spot where the sentry had stood to wait for me on my last round, I found wet marks on the deck floor, the marks, as near as I could tell with my flashlight, of bare feet." Mechanically, as the sergeant spoke, I had been donning my clothes, leaving my shoes, however, unlaced. I felt an icy chill along my spine as the sergeant continued, and I dreaded, as I had never dreaded anything before, to ask him further about those wet footprints on the deck. "The wet footprints," he went on, and he was talking wildly now, his words tripping over one another. So rapidly were they uttered, as though he wished to finish his report before I could interrupt again. "Led away where the sentry should have been standing, straight to the starboard rail. Right at the rail I stooped to examine the prints more closely. They were the footprints of a human being, I was sure, and the marks of the toes were blurred and very wide, as though whoever or whatever had made them had been carrying a burden in his arms." "Good God, Sergeant," I said again. "What are you driving at?" "Just this, sir. There's something terribly wrong with this ship. Something took that sentry bodily over the side." I believe that putting a name, however meaningless, to what was in my own mind, caused a little of my courage to return, for I did not find it difficult now to bring myself to leave the stateroom. The sergeant almost trod on my heels as I hurried to the main deck, starboard side, where the wind wrapped icy fingers around me, chilling me to the bone on the instant. As I hurried forward, I looked over the side into the welter of waters, and stopped short. Behind me the sergeant groaned, hollowly, like a man who has been mortally wounded, for out of the waters, away to starboard, came the sound of tinkling bells. I darted to the rail and leaned far outward, striving to pierce the gloom. But there was nothing, save the watery wastes, mountains and valleys, and two spots of greenish phosphorescence far out, like serpents' eyes which watched the passing ship. But when I looked at them closely, straining my eyes, seeking the form below the eyes, the twin balls of eerie flame vanished, a wall of water obtruding itself between. Well, we found the sentry, sprawled on his face, where the sergeant should have found him on his rounds. I turned the body over, and it was quite cold, with excellent reason. The corpse was dripping wet, entirely nude, and the lips and cheeks as coldly blue as though the corpse had been dragged for hours on a line in the wake of the ship. No matter how secluded one's life may have been, no matter how carefully one may have been guarded during one's lifetime, There come into the lives of most of us certain inexplicable happenings which may never be forgotten. This matter of the dead sentry was one of these for me, and I shall go to my grave with the memory of his cold cheeks and bluish lips limned upon the retina of my very soul. Thank God that, at the moment, I could not look into the 2 hours or more of terror which, even then, stretched before me, else I should most surely have gone entirely mad. So many strange circumstances were there connected with this matter that, taken altogether, it is little wonder that I have been unable to forget or ever shall forget. The roaring of the wind which was lashing all the ocean into fury, a maelstrom in mid-ocean, ghostly white caps stretching away into darkness, into seeming infinity, the frightened sergeant behind me, his teeth chattering with fear, the dead sentry at my feet, his body blue with cold, entirely nude as I have said, the marks on the deck of huge bare feet, wet as though the feet had come up out of the sea, the eerie sound of bells between our vessel and the lowering horizon, and that dead white face which I had seen beyond the porthole of my own cabin a half-hour before. What was the explanation of it all? What was the cause of the bells, if bells there were? What had come up out of the sea to stride barefooted across the promenade deck of the slumbering troopship? Had my sentry seen whatever had come for him before he had been taken? Add to all these circumstances the fact that all hell was loose in the watery wastes, that it was now after midnight, and you will understand a little of my feelings. Never before or since have I been as frightened as I was then. I don't regard myself as a coward, nor am I ordinarily superstitious, but show me the man who is without fear in the presence of the unknown, the utterly uncanny, and I will show you a man who has no soul. I whirled, bumping into the sergeant, who manfully muffled a scream at my unexpected movement, and started almost blindly toward the stern of the troopship. As I strode along, with the sergeant at my heels once more, strange images fled across my mind. I remembered the tale of de Lorelei, the maiden who lured sailors to their death with her eerie singing, and strained my eyes through the gloom, seeking shapes I feared to see. Then my mind went farther back, to the years before I could read, years in which, thirsty for knowledge, I studied pictures out of old histories to satisfy my longings for wisdom. One of these pictures came back to my mind as I hurried aft, a picture of a hideous monster of unbelievable proportions, who had come up from behind the ocean's horizon, blotting out the sunlight, long arms extended into the picture's foreground, the right hand holding aloft a medieval sailing vessel, which had been lifted bodily from the ocean. A fantastic picture, I knew now, drawn to prove the existence of terrible monsters beyond the horizon to which, as yet, no caravel or galleon had dared travel. I wondered, as I strode aft, why this old picture should return to my mind at this time, and fear was at my throat again as I walked. "I am coming, oh, my beloved!" The words, high-pitched with ecstasy, came from straight ahead of me, and out of the heavy shadow cast by a huge funnel stepped one of my sentries. Just for a second, as he strode toward the starboard rail, I could see his face, and the face was transfigured as though the man gazed into the very soul of the perfect sweetheart somewhere beyond the rail. Slowly, step by step, as though he would prolong the joy of anticipation, the sentry, who had hurled his rifle aside, approached the rail, still with his eyes fixed on the welter of waters overside, while I halted, spellbound, to watch what he would do. From out of the waters there came once more the tinkling of bells, and with the sound, as though the sound had been a signal, a huge shadow detached itself from the shadow whence the sentry had stepped but a moment ago, and loomed high above the luckless youth. At the same time, the ship climbed high upon a monster wave, so that her starboard side went down, down, until white water came over the side, and when she straightened again, shuddering through all of her, the sentry had vanished. From well rearward of where the man had disappeared, from out of the smother of waters, there came a single long-drawn cry, and it was not a cry of terror, not a cry of pain, but a scream of ecstasy. "He's gone, Sergeant," I said stupidly. "But what took him? Not the wave. He had but to seize the rail to save himself." "Did you see the shadow, Lieutenant?" the sergeant replied. I did not answer. He knew I had seen it. We strode on again, heading toward the stern of the ship, and all about us now, over the ship, on either side of her, but never on her, there tinkled the eerie, unexplainable bells. We stood at last in the very stern of the troop ship, gazing into the ghostly wake far below our coign of vantage, and with certain care I followed the wake rearward with my eyes. But one could not follow it far. That was the circumstance which impressed itself upon me almost at once. The wake died away, short off, within less than a dozen yards of the ship's stern, as though at the very moment of birth it had been ignominiously smothered. In a trice I understood the reason, and thought I understood many things besides, for, like a monster raft, stretching away rearward as far as I could see, and into the darkness beyond my vision to right and left, there followed us, close to, an undulating mass of odorless seaweed. Acres and acres of it there were, rising and falling sluggishly, but keeping pace with the troop ship through the night and the storm. Came again that sound of bells, and my hair stiffened at the base of my skull, when I saw, watching the seaweed, the result of the tinkling of the bells. The seaweed, when the bells sounded, seemed imbued suddenly with life that was utterly and completely rampant. Long tendrils of the stuff drew away to right and left below us, as though endowed with will of their own, and these tendrils, countless thousands of them, collided with other tendrils in the mass, and slithered over them so that all the mass of the seaweed writhed as though in torment, resembling countless hordes of serpents gathered together from all the evil places of the earth. And where the tendrils had drawn aside, I could see black water in the rift, as though the tendrils had drawn aside so that I might see. Some terrible fascination held me, my eyes fixed on that space of black water, for several moments after the tendrils of seaweed had drawn away to right and left, and up from the depths into the opening came two who filled all my being with abject terror, and something else. One of the two was dead, I knew on the instant, for I could see his face, all white and drawn, yet with the blue lips smiling, of the ill-fated sentry who had gone over the side before my very eyes, and he had been brought up from the depths in the arms of— I hesitate to give the creature a name. A woman? I scarcely know. Yet this I do know. In the instant I looked into her eyes, raised to mine for a full minute, I understood the ecstasy which I had read in the face of the sentry, whom she now held in her arms. Her breasts, nude and unashamed, were the breasts of a buxom woman, her lips as red as full-blown roses, her hair as black as the wings of a crow, a mantle of loveliness all about her wondrous body, whipping this way and that in the storm. Her eyes swerved away from mine, and one arm, shapely and snowy, raised aloft from the water, and to my ears came again the sound of tinkling bells. Once more the seaweed writhed and twisted, pressed forward about the ship, but a single mass of it detached itself from the larger mass, pressed close to the, should I call her woman, and swerved away again, and the arms of the beautiful creature were empty. Instinctively I whirled about, knowing somehow that I must move my head before I met this creature's eyes again, and stared forward to the shadowy portion of the promenade whence the sentry had emerged before his plunge over the side. Up the starboard side of the ship crept a veritable wall of seaweed, up to the rail, pausing there for a moment, then to the deck, where it writhed for a moment or two, taking a weird, distorted shape that made me think of a man, yet which I knew was not a man, before it strode into the centre of the promenade. From out of the heart of this monstrosity there dropped soggily a white, cold figure. The second sentry had returned, as the first had done. Why? What did all this unbelievable terror mean? I knew, as I searched through all my experience, seeking the key to this uncanny enigma, that we were heading westward outside the usually travelled sea lanes, that ships seldom, if ever, came this way, that in 7 days we had seen not one vessel, nor even the smoke of one upon the horizon. Why did not vessels come this way? But I could not answer my many questions. I could only ask them, and hope within me that they may be not answered ever. Nauseated by the return of the dead sentry, nude as the first had been, I closed my eyes for a moment, and when I opened them again, there was no seaweed, no monstrous shape upon the promenade. But even from where I stood, I could see the wet footprints, and wondered whom next the creature of the deep would claim from aboard our ill-fated vessel. Resolutely I drew my pistol, and returned once more toward the stern of the vessel. This creature of the depths, whatever it was, had taken life twice. Whatever it was mortal, and whatever is mortal a bullet will slay. But in the very act of whirling I stopped short, for between me and the stern of the vessel, smiling dreamily, water rippling over her nude and glorious body to splash upon the deck, stood the creature who had come up from the depths in the wake of the ship, bearing the dead man in her arms. My arm fell to my side, my weapon clattered to the deck, and as I moved forward once more, slowly, a step at a time, as the sentry had done, the wondrous creature held out her dripping arms, and my eyes drank in all the glorious wonder of her, from head to— But she had no feet. Where the feet should have been, and the legs, there were neither legs nor feet, but a scaly column, wet and dripping, like a serpent with a woman's body. I screamed in terror and unbelief, but it was too late, and her arms were about me, preventing all escape. But with the touch of those arms I did not wish to struggle. I knew what had happened to the 2 sentries, knew the same was in prospect for me, yet at the moment there seemed nothing in all the world more worthwhile than to slip over the side, into the depths, with the arms of this wondrous creature about me. "Lieutenant! Lieutenant! For the love of God, what is happening to you?" It was the voice of the sergeant of the guard, frighted with abysmal terror. But I did not care. The shapely, strangely warm arms of the sea creature were about me, and the sound of the bells, unbelievably sweet now, was in my ears. For me the world had ceased to exist, save for knowledge that these 2 things were true. I was carried to the rail, and went over slowly, without commotion, as comfortably as though I had been riding on a couch of eiderdown, and came to myself, to know myself lost indeed. I was deep down, whirling over and over behind the whirling screws of the ship, holding my breath until my lungs were nigh to bursting, swimming with all my might, striving to reach the surface and life-giving air, when I hadn't the slightest idea which way was upward. With all my power I fought toward the surface, but my progress was slow and dragging, for there was a weight about my knees, as though arms were clasped about them, striving to hold me down. A wordless voice was in my ears, begging, beseeching, and there was something in the voice which made my struggles seem foolish and unnecessary, so that I desired never to reach the air I needed. I closed my eyes, which I had opened instinctively upon striking the water, and two lips pressed firmly against my own, and those lips saved my life and my reason, for they were the cold lips of a corpse, with neither love nor challenge in them. I flailed out once more, and my hand caught in the line which the steamer dragged over her stern to measure the knots she travelled. All about me as I was hurled forward, now under water, now with nostrils out for a brief breathing space, the mass of seaweed rose and fell on the heavy seas. God knows how I ever got back aboard the troop ship, but I awoke at mess call in the morning and sent immediately for the sergeant of the guard. "What happened after I came back aboard last night, Sergeant?" I asked abruptly. The sergeant of the guard stared at me as though he thought me insane. "I don't understand you," he managed finally. "Have we finally passed through the area of seaweed?" "Seaweed? Is the lieutenant making sport of me? We're 2,000 miles from any land, save the ocean bottom, and there ain't any seaweed anywhere. I don't understand you." "Let it pass," I said. "When did you last visit the sentries last night?" "Just before midnight, sir." "And were all of them at their post of duty?" "Yes, sir." "And what about the bells?" Again, the sergeant's puzzlement was so genuine that I knew he did not understand my meaning. How much of my experience had been real? How much fantasy? I tried another tack. "Did you make a round of the sentries after midnight?" The sergeant shook his head sheepishly. It is one of the rules of guard duty that one visit to all sentries must take place between midnight and morning. "Then the guard hasn't been mustered this morning. Is everyone present? You don't know? Then go at once and find out." 10 minutes later, the sergeant returned, chalk-white of face, to report that 2 of the guard were missing and could not be found anywhere aboard. He told me their names, and instantly my mind went back to the night of uncanny happenings just past, and the 2 nude bodies brought back from the deep in the arms of whom or what? I never knew, and to this day the questions I have propounded have never been answered. But this I know, there are strange things and sounds in the sea near the 180th meridian, 1,000 miles north of Honolulu, and this is the strangest incident in my night of terror. The clothing which I donned next morning was entirely dry, but my hair was stiff with salt water, and there was the tang of seaweed in my room when I awoke. I looked, too, at the glass which covered the porthole beside my bed. Outside that glass were the smudged prints of thin lips, the blur above them which told of a face pressed against the glass from outside, as though somebody or something had tried to peer in between nightfall and morning. And the bells? I still can hear them in memory when sometimes I waken at sea after midnight, and the rolling and the plunging of the ship tell me that a storm is making. Death of the Kraken by David H. Keller. "Brother, can you spare a dime?" the man asked me in the low monotone used by the chronic panhandler. "No money," I replied, "but I will give you a good meal and something to drink." I took him to a chop house. From the way he ate, there was no doubt of his hunger. It seemed that he never would be satisfied. Finally he finished, emptied his glass of beer, and accepted a cigarette. He looked across the table at me. "That is the first meal I have had for 2 days," he said. "And what do you do for a living that makes you want to feed a man like me?" "I write for a living," I answered, with a little twisted smile. "And sometimes I sell what I write, and sometimes I fail to. When my brain gets dull, I hunt up a man like you, and he tells me a story." "So you want a story to pay for the meal?" "If you have one and want to tell it to me. But you do not really owe me anything. I was amply repaid by your enjoyment of the food." "Ever hear of the Sargasso Sea?" "Sure. For some thousands of years, every traveller has told about it. Maundeville described it. Columbus sailed through it. Oviedo gave it a name from Sargasso, the Portuguese word for seaweed. Drake sailed through it for 5 days. The scientist Humboldt described it. What do you know about it?" "Not much, but I have been there." "No story in that. Thousands have been there. Used to be a place of mystery, port of lost ships caught in the weeds and rotting till they sunk. But those old stories were based on fancy. Simply a lot of weeds there, mainly the Sargassum bacciferum, and ocean trash carried by the Gulf Stream. The old tales of prisoned ships and sea monsters were just the imagination of frightened seamen whose memory became more vivid with every drink of rum." "Then no matter what I tell you, you will not believe me?" "What difference does that make so long as I listen? Have a drink?" "Yes, another beer. Now, in regard to the story. I was loafing one day in the lobby of a cheap hotel here in New York, wondering how much longer I could go without food, when up comes a man and asks if I want a job. We started to talk, and it seemed that he wanted a man who could handle a machine gun, or even something bigger. That was right in my line. Yes, sir. When it comes to machine guns, I know what I'm doing. I have used them in a dozen wars, from a half-pint revolution in South America to real fighting in the World War. Of course, I did not know where he was going to take me in the gun, but a job just then looked rather good to me. It turned out that it was not a real fight he was financing, but a sea voyage. He was interested in this Sargasso Sea, had an idea that everything the old travellers wrote about it was not so much imagination, told me that there must be some part of their story true, and he was going to find out. Had his ship and crew, and only lacked a gunner. "What do you want a machine gun for?" I asked him. He tried to explain it to me. He said he had been working on the trip for years, and had read everything he could put his hands on. All the tales of the old travellers, starting in with a Greek called Plato. I happen to remember that name because he called the old cat on the ship Plato. Then he went on to say that one part of the story, which was repeated again and again, had to do with sea monsters that picked the sailors off the ships and ate them, and if anything like that happened to us, a machine gun would come in handy. I signed for the trip. Of course, I did not believe his story about those sea monsters, thought he was starting a little private war or something, but the wages were good, and when I saw a ship, I knew the eating was going to be good. That man Ferguson was certainly a real man, and he tried his best to make the crew have a comfortable time. His ship had made several voyages north, and it sure was stoutly built. Sails when there was a wind, and an oil-burning engine to use in the calm. There were 8 of us aboard, the captain, 4 sailors, the cook, Ferguson, and myself. Second day out of New York, he explained his plan to us. Once in the Gulf Stream, he was going to drift. If his idea was right, the ship would finally find its way right into the middle of this Sargasso Sea, and he claimed that there was no telling what we would find there, because for some hundreds of years all the ships had tried their best to keep away from this center, instead of hunting for it. "Have another glass of beer," I suggested. "You are telling a good story, and another drink will help you make it better." "No, I will wait till I finish." We sailed on for about a week, and finally get to the place where the captain thinks we can start drifting, and that is what we do. On the 3rd day, we see some weeds, and in a week the whole ocean is covered with them. From then on, the ship went slower and slower. Some days, for several hours at a time, it hardly seemed to move at all. Ferguson was having the time of his life studying the weeds and the little fish that lived among them. He would talk to us every night about the new discoveries of the day. One night, He showed us a fish that had legs on it instead of fins, and toes on the end of the legs. Every time he found a new fish, he would put it in a glass jar with alcohol to pickle it. Happy as a boy with a new toy. Of course, the life was slow for the rest of us, but he was the boss, and our pay was good, and we sort of jollied him along. "And how soon did you meet the first wreck?" I asked. He laughed. "We actually did see them. 5 in one day when we came into the dead center of the sea. By that time the weeds made a mat that in some places was over 5 feet deep. It almost looked as though a man could walk on it, and here and there a ship silently rotting and almost covered with barnacles and weeds. In 3 days we visited 7 of them, and the night of the 3rd day Ferguson asked me to have a talk with him in his cabin. He asked me if I had noticed anything peculiar about those 7 ships. Of course, I told him that they were all old, but what he wanted me to say was that there were no bones on any of them. I laughed at him when he said that. Bones? Of course not. Those old ships got stuck in the weeds, and when the crews found out that they were not going to get out of the weeds any other way, they provisioned boats and tried to get out to open water. Ferguson did not see it that way. You see, he still had the idea that some kind of animal had eaten those sailors before they had time to either escape or starve to death. Then he asked me to have the gun ready, because there was just a chance that this animal would come after us. Of course, he was the boss, and I was there to obey him. So I humored him and asked him just what kind of an animal he thought was going to eat us, because I wanted to know how to mount the gun and where to shoot at it. "Wait a minute," I said, interrupting him. "Let me tell you what Ferguson told you. I have read a great many of those old tales. Ferguson had nothing else to go by except those stories. He put them all together, and from them made a composite animal. It had a body about 30 feet long, 4 legs, and a tail. The neck was as long as the body, ending in a head big as a barrel with large eyes as big as dinner plates. There are whiskers about 3 feet long. It could swallow a man with 1 gulp. How's that? Anything like what Ferguson told you?" "Just about right. Of course, I thought he was daffy to even think there could be such a creature. But if he was willing to pretend there was one, I was willing to string along with him. We talked it over, and decided that the only way to kill anything like that was to put 12 bullets into the brain, through the eyes, or the open mouth. And that would take some clever shooting, because that critter was not going to hold its head still when he was charging on the ship. The next morning I got the gun out and put it together and fired a few practice shots. That was sure a sweet gun, and worked as easy as a sewing machine. If you moved it slowly, you could cut a tree down with the bullets. Some of the crew asked me what it was for, but I didn't tell them about the idea Ferguson had. What was the use? I knew there wasn't any such animal. That next night, the night after I put the gun on deck, 2 of the crew who had been on deck duty disappeared. Just dropped out of the picture. Not a drop of blood, not a sound of pain or fear. On the deck at early dawn, off the deck at sunrise, nothing to explain it. Ferguson listened to the captain's report and made no comments. He simply went ahead with his study of the little fishes. The captain rested all that day, and the next night he stayed on the deck till morning, while the 2 sailors took alternate watches. Nothing happened, and nothing unusually different for another night. Then on the 3rd night, morning came, and the captain and one of the sailors were gone. Sounds rather silly to put it that way, to simply say they were gone. That left 4 of us, the cook, 1 sailor, Ferguson, and myself. I talked it over with the sailor, and then I went and told the boss that the best thing to do would be to get the engine started if we could, and get out of there while the getting was good. But he said no. If those men had been eaten by that animal, sea monster or Kraken or whatever I wanted to call it, it was up to me to kill it, and that was why he had brought me along with the crew. I told him I would take a chance at killing anything in the daytime, but what chance was there hitting it at night, when it attacked us so silently that there was no alarm given by the 1 sailor who had escaped? "Your story is getting good," I commented. "You bet it is. And now listen to this." The cook was a rather old man, and he was just plain jittery, drunk much of the time, and trembled like a leaf when he had to go on deck, even in the daytime. The next night, the three of us were in the cabin waiting for supper. Of course, we were not supposed to eat together. Not the best of discipline on a ship to have the crew eat with the master. But Ferguson thought it would make things easier for the cook. So we were waiting and wondering why the cook was late bringing the food. Ferguson said he was going to see what was the matter, and he left the cabin. And when he came back, he simply said that the cook was gone. The three of us hunted all over the ship, but we never found him. There was a tray of spilled food on the deck. He must have been carrying it to us when he was caught. At least that was the way Ferguson figured it out. That is the only plausible explanation, I said. Sure it is. Now, that left three of us. I made up my mind to trick that monster. Told Ferguson about my plan, and he thought it pretty good. We made a dummy out of some old sails and smeared it all over with lard to make it smell, and then we put that dummy up near the mast with a lantern near him, and I trained the gun so it would spray the bullets about 4 feet over his head, and I was going to stay there, and when the monster dove for him, I would start shooting. Ferguson and the sailor were going to stay on deck, but at the other end of the ship. Nothing happened. Not a thing. Toward morning, the boss came up and said he was going down and get some sleep. At sunup, I decided to get something to eat and try to sleep. Not that I felt sleepy, you understand, because my nerves were jumpy, but it seemed that if I had to go through another night of watching, I just had to sleep. And when I was drinking my coffee, it just occurred to me that I had not seen the sailor. I hunted for him, could not find him, and then woke Ferguson. All he knew was that the sailor had been on deck when he had gone to his cabin. We talked it over, and decided that while I was watching that dummy, the damn thing had sneaked around the other side and caught the last sailor and killed him before he had time to yell even once. I told Ferguson that as far as I was concerned, I had had just enough. The best thing we could do was to get that engine started if we could and get away from there before we died like the other 6. He asked me to stay just one more night and try the dummy bait again. If nothing happened then, he promised to leave the next morning. I did not like the idea and told him so, but finally I gave in to him. We worked on the engine that day and found it was in perfect condition. He knew a good deal about machinery and showed me just how to start it and run it in case, he said, anything happened to him the next night. But he promised to stay shut in his cabin and not come out till he heard me start the machine gun. How about that beer? I ordered it for him, and he drank it slowly. Then he continued his story. I was rather sure by this time that the whole thing was a clever lie, but I wanted to know how he was going to finish it. Toward dusk, I put some bacon on the dummy to make him smell better, and then I started to do some tall thinking. There was no moon and not much starlight. That animal, Kraken or whatever you want to call it, was smart. What he would likely do was to recognize the fact that the dummy was just so much bait, and he would sneak up in back of me and take me instead of the bait. The thing to do was to turn the machine gun around the other way. Then, when he came for me, I would start firing. I would be standing looking at the bait, but at the least noise I would swing around and get the gun working. And there in the darkness I waited, and waited, glad that Ferguson was safe in his cabin. And then, just when I felt I simply could not wait any longer, I heard a little swishing sound in back of me. I jumped around and started that damned gun squirting. And then what happened? I asked. I stopped the gun and waited. Not a sound. Everything was as black as it could be, except for the lantern up by the dummy. I did not have the least idea whether I had hit that monster or only frightened it. I guess I didn't care very much. Here is the peculiar part. I've been through all kinds of hell in my life, and it never fazed me. But this time I was sick, and I wanted to see Ferguson. It was not the boss especially, just anyone I could talk to. I felt my way down to his cabin. He had a light burning, but he wasn't there. Gone. And I was feeling so low that I just locked the door and threw myself down on his bunk. Man, but I felt sick. I suppose Ferguson decided to go up on deck during the night and the beast grabbed him? I asked. That was the way I figured it out. Anyway, I stayed there till morning, and then I went on deck. Thought I would have a look around and see if I'd hit that sea thing and then start the engine and get out if I could. All I could think of was to get away as soon as I could. Can I have another beer? You certainly can. Now, when you went on deck with the sun shining, what did you find? He drank the beer slowly, and then even more slowly said in a whisper, I found Ferguson, just about cut in two by the bullets. You killed him instead of the monster? Just that. Got jitters and fired at the first noise in back of me, and I guess he never knew what hit him. It was a mess. And now to the end of this story. I managed to start the engine and raise a few sails, though it took me a long time. But I got out of there and sailed east, and when I got in sight of the Azores, I set the ship afire and went ashore in a boat. Of course, there was an investigation, but I just answered questions and did not tell the whole story. So finally I was allowed to leave and took the first tramp steamer back to America. And so you never saw the Kraken? No, and I do not think there ever was one. What makes you say that? I asked sharply. You say those men disappeared. If it wasn't a sea monster, what was it? Ferguson. I know you are lying now. Knew you would think so. Never told the story to anyone before because I knew no one would believe me. But Ferguson was a real scientist. He wanted to devote his life to a study of those little animals in the floating seaweed. He knew that no one would willingly stay there month after month with him, but he had to have a crew to get him there. He took me and the gun along to cover up his crime. How do you know that? You are practically saying that he killed the men. Am I? Well, I have reason to think so. Why? Because he kept a daily record of everything he did, and I found that book in his cabin. He would sneak up behind those men, crush their skulls with a blackjack, tie some lead to their feet, and throw them overboard. He did that to the cook when he went out to see why he was late with the meal, and he was going to do it to me, only I outsmarted him. The man must have been insane. Sure of all this? Better than sure. He had the blackjack in his hand and his hand up ready to strike when the bullets hit him. Now, do I get a night's lodging on that story? If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time.